Vice
Present.
Commissioner Castaneda is absent. Commissioner Chaikin,
Here.
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Escalante,
Here.
Chairperson Franzen,
Here.
Commissioner Herter is absent. Commissioner Martinez is absent. Commissioner Moore is absent. Commissioner Patek? Commissioner Patek?
Here.
Commissioner,
I'm here.
thank you. Commissioner Randolph?
I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Randolph is absent. Commissioner Ray?
Present.
Commissioner Saigal?
Present.
Commissioner Veras is absent. Commissioner E. Baker?
Present.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Now we would like to open for anybody who has an issue before the commission that has nothing to do with the issues at hand. Please, again, lower your hands if you do not wish to talk about that. Otherwise, I will have to begin to call on all of you. I'd like to remind you that right now we have 462 people. And in our comments, we give a minute to each person. So think about how long you want to be here tonight. So I'll wait another second to see if people will lower their hands if they're not speaking at this moment.
If I may jump in, Chairperson. So for those people in the public, this time right now is only for the items that are not on the agenda. If you want to speak on an item on the agenda, then we'll get to that in a minute. But if you want to speak to an item not on the agenda that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission, then now is your time to raise your hand.
I have one question. I think lots of participants and the speaker and panel, and I think we have to set up the time frame because the meeting starts 5:30 and what time meeting will be over, if possible.
Yes. I hear what you're asking.
Staff can review about that time frame.
Yes,
and establish the time frame. What time should we meeting over?
Yes, the county policy is that once we open up the comments from the community, we have to listen to all of those comments, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the meeting. So, and so I have people that are raising their hands, and so at this point, okay, we have. Are you guys? Please. I'll give you a go. I'll say 1, 2, 3, go when you can raise your hands. Please, I need to see that completely empty, and then I'll say go, and then you can raise your hands. Okay. So
only for items not on the agenda. That's
right.
really important. This is
Right.
only for items not on the agenda.
So you're making
Thank you.
Yes. So Nahadra, please hold on just a second. Okay, the one person I see that still has their hand up is, okay, you guys, please, from the community, I'm asking you, if you need to speak now to an issue that is not on the docket, please have your hand up. If you are speaking to the issue on Caste, I will say 1, 2, 3, go. And when I say that, that's when you put your hand up. So right now, I am seeing hands up. I would like to get to the point where nobody has their hand up. So please, put your hands down. We have a very long meeting. I cannot move forward with the meeting until I know we don't have any topics here. Okay, so, okay. So right now, you can now raise your hand for the comment later on. 1, 2, 3, go. Go. Okay. Now that we've done that, I would like to pass the meeting over to Protima to give us an invocation.
Mic check. Can you hear me okay, Chairperson?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson Franzen. I dedicate this evening's invocation to the memories of late Professor V.S. Mallar, constitutional law professor and founding faculty at the National Law School of India University, and Dr. Kumar, the chief librarian at National Law School, who are among the thousands of lives lost in India in the last few days to COVID-19. My dear friend Vikram paraphrased a quote in his obituary for Professor Mallar this Sunday, where all of us, his students worldwide, tuned in. And he paraphrased and said, a good teacher never dies, but lives on in their students. As a student of Professor Mallar and Dr. Kumar, I'm indebted to the lifelong learnings from them. As a foreign-born immigrant woman of color, I'm often at the crossroads of intersectional identities, and the most rewarding part of having the privilege to hold multiple identities is the opportunity to share and educate others on how I arrived where I am. Most rewarding, I say, because knowledge is, to me, power. Learning is lifelong, and when I learn, I grow. Maya Angelou said, do the best you can until you know better, then do better. And when learning something I never knew, I always remind myself of this quote. I once had a judge say to me, Miss Pandey, I have been a judge for 12 years. I've never heard of this fact or phenomena. And I said to him, with all due respect, Your Honor, now I get to share something that's new for you. When there are opportunities we have, like the judge had in their power when they heard my client's story, to learn something new that we did not know, that is a gift. As we begin learning today, we're privileged to provide space for voices and narratives that are not known or prominent or prevalent. For me, I remind myself also that making space to listen to narratives that haven't been heard before is making the table bigger. Just as NASA failed to send spacesuits of different sizes to the International Space Station in 2019, which led to the cancellation of the all-women spacewalk because they hadn't anticipated needing smaller spacesuits for women astronauts. I know that we all, even space scientists, need to pause and learn. And progress can be made even though the battle is uphill. I began this invocation by honoring the memory of my constitutional law professor, who died in the same month, which honors the author of the Indian Constitution, the late Honorable Shri Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. I will end this invocation by thanking former Assistant Solicitor General of India, Raju Ramchandran, a lawyer who offered me my first ever internship in the Supreme Court of India, who in 2018 successfully persuaded the Supreme Court to order that women of menstruating ages be allowed to enter the sacred Hindu temple in southern India, the Ayyappan temple. Religious patriarchal norms keep women between the ages of 10 and 50 out of the temple, and they kept them out for centuries until the Supreme Court made its historic ruling that the court paralleled barring the entry of women to untouchability, which is illegal in India, is not lost on gender equity advocates like me. The ruling shifted the spotlight to uphold equality, which was stifled in the name of religion. That we all move better when we move together. And that it's only possible if we look around for those of us who might be left out or left behind. COVID-19 has exposed the inequalities in our societies, but make no mistake, these inequalities have always existed. And now, when we know better, we must do better. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Commission.
And thank you. Hello and welcome to our forum on caste discrimination. I'm Brian Franzen. I am the chair of the Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission. Before we start tonight, I would like to recognize the reality of what is going on in India and the devastation that they are facing with COVID right now. They are struggling with overwhelmed medical systems and economic distress. Our hearts go out to the families that are devastated by this pandemic, both in India and around the world. So I would like to just take a quick moment of silence out of respect for those who are struggling this day. I know many who are on the call have family that are in really precarious situations. I know for the fact my own administrator is really worried for her parents who are back in India, and we just really let us take a moment of silence to respect the struggles that they are facing. Thank you. The Human Rights Commission is both one of the oldest and newest commissions in Santa Clara County. It was established in 1972 as the Human Relations Commission in response to civil unrest that was taking place during the civil rights movement. It served the county with the mandate of giving a voice to the voiceless and advocating for the civil rights of all people. As the county has changed in its structure, so too the Human Relations Commission found that this title no longer met the goal and mandates for our commission. And we changed our name to the Human Rights Commission. To that end, our philosophical guide in our actions is the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, which is an amazing document that calls all government to respect the dignity and self-worth of all people. We are appointed by the county supervisors and come from all different backgrounds, professions, lived experience, and faith, and are all volunteers. The purpose of the commission is to advise the Board of Supervisors on matters that foster mutual respect and understanding among or between people within Santa Clara County, and to address incidents of prejudice and discrimination perpetrating on and by people or groups of people within Santa Clara County because of race, religion, national origin, cultural background, sex, sexual orientation, age, disability, or other factors. Our duties include to encourage community participation within Santa Clara County and to consult and advise the Board of Supervisors on strategies that reduce hate violence in the community. Last year, a group of individuals who identified as Dalit approached the commission with great concerns over systematic disenfranchisement due to their identity, their Dalit identity. For most of the commission, the issue of caste discrimination was a brand new issue. While many knew the history of caste in Southeast Asia, we were surprised to hear that caste discrimination may be happening in our community. In response to this appeal, the commission set up an ad hoc committee that was tasked with studying these issues. This committee listened to various groups, and with nearly 6 months of work coming to this forum tonight, they come to this forum tonight with speakers that represent several aspects that will hopefully educate us about the topic. This forum is a public place to hear a group of people who feel disenfranchised and powerless, to give them voice and share their experiences. It is an information gathering event, which is part of our duties and will inform more discussions and any future actions. We will be identifying next steps and recommendations for the commission to continue the dialogue and discussions regarding these issues, which will be the last part of the discussion tonight. The commission anticipates that we will hold more public meetings on this issue to ensure that we hear from many perspectives on this complex topic. Lastly, it is a time of learning and growth. As we all have learned from social justice movements, our experiences are not universal. We have to create a space to learn about experiences that have been marginalized, silenced, or negated by prevalent or dominant narratives. What this forum is not, and I'll say this again, what this forum is not is a referendum on a group, a community, or a practice, nor is it a place for disrespectful discourse. If language used this evening is violent or is used to attack someone, whoever is moderating at the time will ask you to redirect back to the issue at hand. The commission has received numerous written comments in advance of this forum, which are posted with our agenda materials online and have been shared with all the members of the commission. We appreciate the contributions so many members of the public have given. When we get to the public comment portion of the forum, each member of the public who wishes to address the commission will have 1 minute to speak one time. This is to allow enough time for everyone who wishes to speak to have their chance. Just for the record, right now, with the amount of people with their hands raised, we are looking at about 4 hours of community comment. And I want especially the commissioners to take note of that as they go through their question and answer period, that we are mandated by the county to listen to those public comments. Once it's opened, it stays open. We ask respectfully that members of the public who wish to read identical comments into the record can consider simply noting that they are joining in the comments of a prior speaker so that we have time to hear many of the perspectives tonight. The commission has been made aware of 2 groups of speakers that would like to coordinate their public comments and speak for up to 20 minutes. Which is permitted under the rules of the board. So we will begin public comment with those groups. At the start of public comment, the clerk of the board or I will give you additional instructions regarding the logistics for the groups of speakers that are wishing to speak. And on that, we are moving to the portion of our discussion where we have some experts that are going to speak. And so my first expert is the expert on the H-1B visas.
Thank you. Good evening, Commission. Thank you for your time. I'm a scholar whose research focuses on the connections between immigration and tech. I would like to provide testimony today on the relationship between caste discrimination and visa status. The H-1B visa is a category of temporary labor for foreign nationals recognized by the U.S. Immigration and Nationality Act. The visa grants holders the right to work in a highly skilled, specialized profession. The H-1B visa program is very popular in the tech industry. In 2019, 12% of the total number of H-1B visas issued were granted to technology companies, including Google, Amazon, Tata Consultancy Services, Facebook, Microsoft, and Apple. Out of the approximately 85,000 visas issued annually, citizens from India receive about 70% of the visas. The H-1B visa is an instrument used to make immigration technology workers highly mobile and replaceable. The visa is issued for 3 years at a time and is tied to the employer. For many visa holders, it is the first step on the path to receiving a green card and permanent residency. Because of this fact and the fact that US technology industries make use of the visa program so heavily, caste oppressed tech workers in the United States faced significant hurdles in speaking out against discrimination. Computer science and engineering have been fields historically populated by dominant caste groups. Though oppressed caste individuals have earned spots in the US tech economy because of their engineering skills. When they get here, they often face discrimination in the form of bullying and harassment, ostracization, denigration of their work, slurs, and even threats of violence. If a caste-oppressed tech worker is in the United States on an H-1B visa, their ability to speak out against discrimination and report their experiences to HR departments through the usual channels is seriously compromised. When a worker is discriminated against because of caste bias, they are unlikely to come forward because of the excess risk they face. Speaking out not only threatens such a person with job loss, it also, because of the fact that visa status and the right to residency is tied to the employer, threatens them with extradition, the loss of their right to remain in the United States, and the loss of the chance at a green card. For women from oppressed caste backgrounds who might be facing gender discrimination and caste-based discrimination, the threats of the loss of livelihood and residence for speaking out is even greater. The Valley is home to 2,000 tech companies, the densest concentration in the world, covering all aspects of the supply chain. Given how prominent tech firms are in Silicon Valley, immigration fear combined with bias can be crippling, preventing a person's ability to move laterally to other firms. Like race and gender, caste in the workplace can operate as a means of keeping workers docile and as a means of exerting power over those who are vulnerable. To remedy this structural inequity, I urge you to make caste a protected category. Thank you.
And our next speaker, which I believe is Hante. And I'm sorry if I say the name wrong.
I think you meant Ajanta, yes.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's fine.
Sorry.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm a scholar of caste, and I'm here to speak about its role in the Indian and US technology sectors. As with race, it's important to think of caste as a source of inherited privilege and inherited disadvantage. This is evident in the caste backgrounds of Indian American professionals. The inheritances of caste, most importantly, the intergenerational access to higher education, have largely determined who has the means to come to the US and succeed professionally. In effect, caste operates as a filter. First, of which groups have access to education. Second, of who can succeed in elite higher education. And third, of who can use elite higher education as a stepping stone to professional success in the United States. The large number of Indians in the US tech sector throws this pattern of transnational mobility into sharp relief. Even a cursory look at the pedigrees of Indian Americans in tech reveals that the majority come from a handful of institutions in India whose student bodies are disproportionately drawn from dominant castes. More recently, there has been a shift in the social composition of such institutions due to caste-based affirmative action policies, with more people from oppressed caste backgrounds getting engineering and computer science degrees. However, they have done so only at great emotional and psychological cost. As beneficiaries of affirmative action, they are subject to routine stigmatization and harassment on these campuses and made to feel less deserving, less intelligent, and less capable. This climate of hostility has made everyday life a living hell, in many instances leading oppressed caste students to commit suicide. The experience of casteism doesn't end with college. It extends into employment in the private sector, where the absence of affirmative action makes dominant caste power even more absolute, leading oppressed caste to try and avoid scapegoating by masking their caste identities. The pervasiveness of casteism in India makes its entry into the American workplace not in the least bit surprising. Even if there's a general ignorance of caste in the US, Indian professional networks guarantee that privilege and disadvantage continue to be reproduced here. The Cisco case and the testimonies gathered by the Ambedkar King Study Circle and Equality Labs show that the same forms of discrimination found in India, from the practice of untouchability to social exclusion and workplace discrimination, continue to thrive in the United States. The number of Dalits testifying anonymously at this very forum attests to the fact that the stigma of caste and the fear of exposure has followed them to the US. Making caste a protected category is thus an urgent need for several reasons. One, it will authorize systematic data collection on caste in the US. Two, it will compel the academic and tech sectors to set up institutional mechanisms to prevent caste-based discrimination. Three, it will enable oppressed caste individuals to seek redress for experiences of discrimination. And four, it will encourage US universities and companies to expand the scope of diversity and inclusion by consciously recruiting underrepresented oppressed castes. Thank you.
Okay. To break it up a little bit, I'm going to ask a person who has a different view to speak. Garish, if you would speak here.
Namaste and Jai Jinendra to all of you. My name is Girish Shah. I'm chairperson of the board of Silicon Valley Interreligious Council, also known as CIVIC, with SIVIC. I'm also a lay leader of the Jain Temple, whose principal tenets are ahimsa or nonviolence in thought, speech, and deed. Silicon Valley Interreligious Council represents a large spectrum of faith communities in Silicon Valley, from Abrahamic to Eastern faiths, including no-faith communities. Our motto is to build interreligious harmony and understanding so as to promote a just and compassionate society in Silicon Valley. A faith community that are represented in CIVIC include Christian, Jewish, Islamic, Hindu, Sikh, Jain, Buddhist, Zoroastrians, Wiccan, and Humanist, and many sub-traditions of each. As an interreligious council, we are against all discrimination locally and in America of any kind, including based on ancestry or national origin. We have stood in solidarity with any faith that is attacked or hate crimes against them, as Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, Sikhism, Christianity, Asian communities, etc. An attack on one faith is an attack on all faiths. Asian Americans are already targeted as hate crimes, so we do not want to add to their woes, or we should not want to add to their woes. We Jains believe that every soul is potentially divine and must be respected. We all are interconnected and interdependent, so harming anyone is harming us all. CIVIC welcomes a forum of this kind, which will increase the understanding of the issue, scope, and level of harm it is causing to a specific community, and some of you already started to talk about it. As a person who grew up in India, although I've been here since 1963, far more time here than I was in India, I am well aware of the injustices done to fellow human beings like Bahujans in centuries. But India has banned all these discriminations since independence and has created a strong quota system to remedy the ills of our forefathers. For example, more than 20% of the seats are reserved for, and large percent of government jobs are reserved for this category of people as well. Of course, this will not work here in US, where Supreme Court has prohibited the quotas. I personally was surprised to hear that a caste discrimination was being practiced by some here in Silicon Valley. because I don't see the difference between, I don't see the color of the skin. I don't see what people, because to me, everyone is a soul, is a human. The forum has opened my eyes. It already started to open my eyes on the discrimination against my own personal belief. But the main issue I see is privilege. We have so much privilege, and I can say that I have privilege that many of the people on this forum do not. And that privilege, like the white privilege, rich privilege, cultural privilege, is what we have to address. Forums are necessary, but not sufficient. The issue needs more detailed study and analysis. We also need to have a solution that will not harm any other group of people or larger community. From my personal perspective, we need to make the community caste agnostic, that people don't see it as a caste, they have to be caste agnostic. My own children and my grandchildren, I have 3 children and 6 grandchildren who grew up here, have no knowledge or understanding of word caste. We cannot recommend a solution that will perpetuate these labels by reminding them to ascertain their caste classification, which as Jains we do not have. The actions of state of California against Cisco itself is a proof that current laws offer enough protection against discrimination in the working environment worked at as envisioned by HRC. So we have to take it into account. The use of word caste will brand all South Asians and Indians in America in particular, regardless of their religion, since they are difficult to identify. People will look at the Indian Americans and immediately have a judgment, oh, they must be practicing casteism. Including caste in a protected category will only perpetuate the harmful stereotypes about Indian Americans and Hindus in particular, since most Americans associate caste with Hinduism. Lastly, Civic is ready to assist because our goal is to create a just and compassionate society, to assist in creating a dialogue, because nothing is solved without a dialogue of all parties to develop a solution that will build community harmony and equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this point, I'd like to call on Kevin Brown.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Kevin Brown. I'm the Richard S. Melvin Professor of Law at Indiana University, Maurer School of Law. I've been a frequent visitor to India and do much of my scholarship related to the struggles of Dalits there and here. Pratima Pandey mentioned her alma mater, the National Law School. I was actually a Fulbrighter there in 1996 to 1997. I would like to talk to you about the legal landscape regarding caste discrimination. When thinking about this issue of whether caste discrimination is or should be covered in American anti-discrimination law, it is helpful to go back to the origins of such law in the United States. A brief look at that history reveals that when the US first created its anti-discrimination law, which was the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which is still one of our most important civil rights statutes today, that statute was created with the idea that Blacks suffered from the intersection of race and caste. To truly appreciate the purposes of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, it's helpful to understand that the first group of advocates of anti-discrimination legislation in the US were Northern abolitionists. By the 1830s, they had tied the issue of Southern slavery and denial of the equal civil right of Blacks in the North to help demonstrate that both slavery and discrimination against free Blacks were contrary to core American principles. The abolitionists compared the treatment of Blacks to the caste system on the Indian subcontinent. Radical Republican Senator Charles Sumner was one of the chief proponents. Indeed, he was an attorney for a Black plaintiff, Sarah Roberts, who sued in 1849 for desegregation of Boston public schools in America's first school desegregation case. Sumner did a detailed comparison in his legal arguments of segregation of Blacks to the Indian caste system. In 1866, when Congress debated the first Anti-Discrimination Act, By this time, comparison of Blacks to the Indian caste system was commonplace. Several senators referred to this analogy during their debates. So as this history makes clear, in the origins of federal anti-discrimination law, race discrimination was viewed as an intertwining of race and caste. And this notion is over nearly 200 years old in the US. But despite these origins, federal courts have rarely addressed the issue of caste discrimination. But in addition to caste discrimination possibly being recognized under the 1866 Civil Rights Act, it may also be found as an aspect of discrimination under Title VII's prohibitions against discrimination based on religion, national origin, or race. The race discrimination argument is particularly potent due to the Supreme Court's decision on June 15, 2020 in Bostock versus Clayton County. In that 6-3 opinion written by Trump appointee Neil Gorsuch, the Supreme Court concluded that discrimination against homosexuals and transgendered individuals violates the prohibition against sex discrimination because the sex of homosexuals and transgendered individuals are inextricably intertwined with their sex. Thus, discrimination against them involves discrimination based on their homosexual or transgendered status, which is not covered by Title VII, but sex discrimination, which is. A similar argument or analogy can be drawn to the discrimination against Dalits. The race of all Dalits in the US is what we would call, for legal purposes, Asians. Thus, as sex is inextricably intertwined with persons' homosexual or transgendered status, the Asian race is inextricably intertwined with that of Dalits. As a result, discrimination against Dalits is discrimination based on caste, which is not explicitly covered under Title VII, and discrimination based on race, which is. Beyond federal statutes, there are also categories that are included in various state anti-discrimination statutes, which would also encompass caste discrimination. Indeed, here in California, there is a protected category of ancestry, which would include caste. Thus, the legal landscape is clear that caste can be recognized as a form of discrimination that should be banned in the US. Thank you.
Hi, Chairperson Franzen, we are not able to hear you.
Sorry. Hopefully, sorry about that. And now I believe we are going to hear from the AWU representative.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to share my screen, if it is okay.
We don't have that capability, I believe.
No, I think you do. I'm going to just share my screen here. We had consulted that earlier.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go forward here, share my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity here. Let me see. Are you able to see my screen?
I believe, though, that we're actually supposed to be going to the Alphabet Workers Union presentation, not to Sandeep Denge's presentation. So I'd like to put a point of clarification because we are in Q&A, not in the section related to HAF.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yes,
had.
please correct
I thought I
that.
had called the AW.
Yes, that would be Chewy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it can be confusing figuring out what's going on in Zoom. All right. So my name is Chewy Shaw, and I'm currently the vice chair of the Alphabet Workers Union. We are a union for workers of all job classifications at Google, Waymo, Verily, and other Alphabet companies. In the early days of my organizing, I began hearing from some of my coworkers that they were too afraid to speak up for themselves about issues that they were facing, fearing not only the loss of their jobs, but also fearing deportation, as their immigration status is tied to keeping good status with an employer. The focus of our union from the beginning has been on figuring out how we can help workers who are afraid to speak up, to feel safe calling out problematic behavior and decisions at our company. As I began speaking with some of my South Asian coworkers about the most pressing concerns to our community, I began learning about how the lack of any procedure or training for dealing with caste discrimination issues has made it so that Dalits in our company are afraid even to ask for help out of fear that it will do nothing more than open them up to further retaliation, potentially leading to deportation. I know personally how having discrimination against you be overlooked by those around you can make it very difficult to speak up about any of the problems that you're facing. It's hard to fully explain a pattern of abuse when the authority you're explaining it to doesn't understand that that pattern even exists, much less whether your claim fits into how it commonly occurs. This is why our union wrote a statement, not only to express our solidarity with the Cisco case, but also with all caste oppressed workers throughout our industry, including the ones employed here in Santa Clara County. We see a need for caste discrimination to be explicitly identified so that our employers will have to take these concerns seriously. In worker organizing, one thing that we have seen happen far too often is when a worker complains about an issue which a company isn't dedicated to taking seriously, they become treated as if they were the problem for identifying an unspoken harm. We have seen people throughout our industry forced out of their positions for telling their stories of abusive or discriminatory treatment, which didn't match the accepted narratives. However, when there is a legal requirement for them to take an issue seriously, as is the case with protected categories, we have seen companies actually put in meaningful effort to ensure that they are able to be compliant. We as a union have seen in just the past few months how having clear legal standards to ground our complaints in has made a meaningful difference in protecting the jobs of our coworkers. We would love to see caste as a protected category so that our coworkers will feel safe speaking up with us as we try to build a fair and equitable experience for all workers in our company, no matter their background. And then my elephant has migrated over to that wall. It was asked about earlier.
Thank you. Now our last speaker in this expert section is our professor that focuses on Dalit phobia. And after that, just to give a forewarning to the commissioners, you will have a chance to ask one question of our experts. So each commissioner can have up to one question to one of the commissioners that they so choose. So at this point, I would like to ask the professor that is focused on Dalit phobia to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking today as a Muslim Dalit scholar of Pakistani origins. I'm employed at a public university on the West Coast and want to briefly talk about how caste and caste-based violence work in the US. Because caste, unlike race, is not visible under the diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates of neoliberal universities, we, caste-oppressed people, have no way of making ongoing violence against us visible or legible to these universities. In North American academia, I have experienced Dalit phobia, that is fear of Dalits, and where Dalit scholars and students appear to caste privileged scholars and administrators only within the realm of untouchability. We know that in South Asia, untouchability in educational institutions appears overtly in the form of daily humiliation of Dalits. Example, making Dalit students clean the bathroom, making them sit on the floor at the back close to the door, calling them humiliating casteist names, refusing them access to water at public fountains in schools, etc. Here in the US, Dalit phobia appears as our experiences of social exclusion, ostracizing, and difficulty getting tenure-track jobs, especially in South Asian studies departments. Some of the ways in which we Dalits have experienced casteism in American universities include: 1, departments harshly criticizing the scholarship of Dalit faculty with uneven standards held across caste lines. 2, dominant caste faculty refusing to eat with or around Dalits and even criticizing the meat-eating habits of Dalits and Muslim scholars. 3, Dalit faculty and graduate students being excluded or dropped off core communication platforms, including listservs, Slack channels, and emails. 4, the universities, especially South Asian studies departments, ignore areas of expertise of Dalit faculty while organizing events and deliberately excluding us, showing de facto that Dalits and our knowledges are not needed and remain untouchable. 5, senior dominant caste professors undermining and mocking junior Dalit faculty, with other faculty and students witnessing the violence of that diminishment. 6, resisting Dalit faculty and grad students painted as too emotional, too hostile, divisive, and too difficult to work with. 7, untenured Dalit faculty vulnerable to retaliation at the hands of caste privileged people at all levels of academic authority in US universities. Given this everyday discrimination, we ask that you make caste into a protected category so that we are able to give legibility to our grievances and complaints to universities here. The stress and trauma of working in casteist universities are overwhelming and discouraging for us first-generation students and scholars in US academia. Support us, caste-oppressed immigrants from all over South Asia. Please add caste as a protected category today for justice and accountability to people affected by the world's oldest system of dehumanization. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Now we are going to open up the questions. And like I said, for all of the commissioners, I want you to be thinking of one question for one person. I want to highlight right now Diya, who has done an amazing job with the ad hoc commission. And I know that being in charge of that ad hoc commission, she may have more than one question. So I want to give her the ability to ask a couple questions. And then Nedhara, I will call on you when Diya is finished with her questions. So Diya.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Franzen, and thank you to all of our wonderful speakers for sharing your expertise with us. And I do have a few questions for a couple different of our experts here, but I'd like to start off with a question for our Alphabet Workers Union Rep Chewy. Can you speak a little bit more about how does being a member of a protected class matter in terms of your rights at a company like Alphabet? And in addition, given that you've stated that caste is a workers' rights issue, why are county and state human and civil rights codes important for workers who are struggling with caste discrimination?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think really what's the clearest way for me is the difference in my experience and my grandfather's, who was a physicist 60 years ago. And both of us have, in different ways, faced just kind of some of the subtle ways that systemic racism just gets into the competitiveness within tech work. For him, he wasn't able to get direct support from the company, and it ended up becoming a very demoralizing experience that caused him to leave. For me, as society has shifted a lot, it has meant that because the government has put such a focus on this, the company has made dedicated teams focused on making sure that when these types of situations happen, they can help me. I have HR people helping me to actually identify what is the structure of the problem that I'm facing. They understand kind of more information about it because it's something that they are forced to take into account. And so I've seen just like the fact that it was something that was first done through legislation that then companies have followed through on. They've put meaningful effort because they are actually afraid of what will be the punishment if they are found to be non-compliant. Whereas if it's just something that they're doing out of, good for public will, then it only matters as much as the PR will build on somebody's story. And so this kind of makes it actually have teeth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. And then I just a couple more questions. I had a question for the professor speaking about Dalit phobia and at the university level. I'm wondering if you could speak to caste and its manifestation across all South Asian American diasporas and religions. And when it comes to the rights of those who experience Dalit phobia, who are the authorities that you think are best to determine the remedy there?
Thank you for that question. One thing that I will say, and that I hope my being here and testifying makes clear, is that caste is found in all religions. So this is not focused on a particular religion or a particular country. I am from Pakistan. And so, today the people who are going to testify are Christians, Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs, and from different countries of origin. In terms of talking about how caste manifests and and Dalit phobia manifest, I think it might be helpful to work with few numbers, for people who are good with numbers. So for example, 1 in 3 Dalit students report discrimination in their educational institutions. And this is based on, just in US educational institutions. 2 out of 3 Dalits report being unfairly treated at their workplace, and 1 in 4 Dalits face verbal and physical assaults based on caste. So I think, here the fact that Dalits and their allies are speaking and testifying and asking for very particular actions from you, and so we are also taking this to our universities to make caste into a protected category, because under EDI, which is equity, diversity, and inclusion, while race is visible and all South Asians are seen as belonging to, that, oh, this is all brown people matter. It is not, because caste is, the reality is that it is the oldest form of dehumanization. And there needs to be legibility for that. So we even are able to use the words to register our complaints and grievances. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And this is my last question. I want to make sure that other commissioners have time to get their questions answered. But my last question I'd like to ask is of Professor Brown. So thank you, Professor Brown, for coming and sharing your expertise with us tonight. And I wanted to ask, is there anything in civil rights law that says if you create a protected class like caste, that it would then in turn infringe on the rights of other protected classes? And secondly, would that addition of caste infringe on any religious freedom of any other groups based on your legal expertise?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And the answer to it would be no. Making caste a protected class, a protected category, would not infringe on any other category, including religion. The way to really understand this is that once you do that, it's the individual who is the victim who is bringing a claim against the individual who is the discriminator. And it's what's in the mind of the discriminator that determines whether or not this discrimination is occurring. So indeed, anyone could be a victim of caste discrimination if that's in the mind of the discriminator. So it's not particularly a religious issue, and it would not interfere with religious liberty, religious freedom, because our religious liberties and freedoms are certainly restricted in the public space if what we want to do is discriminate against others. Certainly people are free to practice discrimination with respect to their religion in the private sector, but when you're talking about things like housing, employment, public accommodations, hotels, motels, restaurants, that's a different story.
Thank you. From here, the people I saw move were, we're going to do Nedhadra, or Commissioner Patak, then Commissioner Chaikin, and then Commissioner E. Baker. And please remember, and then Commissioner Saigal. So that is your order. Please keep it to one question right now with the hands up. We have the 40 minutes of the 2 presentations after this, and then we also are up to about 5.5 hours. That's 5.5 hours of community discussion. So please focus your question to one person and one question. Commissioner Patak.
First of all, thank you very much, all the expert explaining about caste discrimination. I have just general things according to the sociology, anthropology, and scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, Vimukta Jati, and all the details. In United States, I think 3,000 caste, Indian caste in a different working environment, a high-tech company, Google, Cisco, Facebook, and all the different high-tech company. And in that, the company and working environment, the main caste were further divided into the 3,000 caste and 25,000 subcaste, different company. And they feel the discrimination regarding the caste when they fill out the application forms, and they say what kind of the reason, Asian or African or Chinese or Vietnamese. And I like to know from the expert what is caste discrimination in a high-tech working environment.
Let's put that towards our AWU rep, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah. So part of the problem, like I personally have not spoken to somebody who has identified themselves as Dalit, but I have spoken with a number of South Asians who've been pointing me to some surveys that have shown a number of the different ways where the discrimination kind of comes out in somebody tries and identifies through different ways where people fall into their affiliation within caste. And then they, from that, start then using that to try to sway others to see this person as being a lower quality worker, and start really kind of spreading messages that are very similar to ways that kind of racist messages. Like I've faced expectations where people have essentially treated me as if by default they think that I'm lazy because I'm Black, and I've had to try to work hard to counteract that in kind of some similar ways. They've been saying, these workers have been saying that they've been facing ways that people start trying to convince others that they should not be working with or employing these people based off of that. They also have spoken of some times where they've had slurs thrown at them and some violence as well, as ways to just kind of destabilize them that have made it hard for them to focus on their work.
Thank you. Commissioner Chaikin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Frazen. I want to direct this question to Professor Brown. You had touched on the, the intersection of caste and ancestry, and I was wondering if you could develop that a little bit further, because, in Santa Clara County, for example, ancestry is a protected class, and I was just wondering, is if under the context of ancestry, would it, and if that protected class was expanded, wouldn't that include caste, or I'm really interested in your distinction between the two.
Yeah, no, once again, that's a legitimate and a very good question as well. Ancestry is one of those categories, and it's in California's employment discrimination law. It's not in Title VII, but it is a provision that hasn't been interpreted a lot by California courts. So there could very well be enough flexibility there that caste discrimination would in fact be viewed as a form of ancestry discrimination. I think there's also the possibility that you could also consider caste discrimination a form of race discrimination. Perhaps, I think it's a much harder argument, national origin discrimination. And certainly to the extent that the discriminator is the one who's doing it because of religious reasons, it's also religious discrimination. So there are certainly other protected categories in which this could fit within. My understanding is that the real problem that you have are that Dalits themselves don't feel protected. And one of the things about actually having caste in there is it makes it clear not only that they can sue, but independently from suing for the discrimination, they would have the ability to also bring retaliation claims. And that becomes a real problem where you make an argument about caste discrimination, but you're afraid to do so because your employer may dismiss it and then take some negative action towards you. A retaliation claim would be separate from the substantive claim. So even if you couldn't prove the substantive claim of caste discrimination, you could in fact prove the retaliation claim. And that's certainly a huge benefit, that if you actually added caste as a protected category, that it signals this form of behavior is illegal, and therefore not only do you get the protection for the substantive discrimination, but also for retaliation. And once again, of course, that's focused primarily on employment, which is where this seems to be the greatest problem.
Thank you. Commissioner E. Baker.
Great, thank you. I'll just first of all reiterate what some of our other commissioners have already said, and thank all of our guests for being here, especially our experts who took the time to prepare a wonderful, informative presentation tonight. My question is for Professor Ajantha. Can you help us understand how caste discrimination works in terms of freezing the social mobility of Dalits and caste oppressed people? And more specifically, how does caste denial play into freezing the social mobility of Dalits and delegitimizing the real concerns of discrimination they face? I think I've had too much coffee tonight, so thank you.
Thanks for that question. I think the thing to understand about the way caste power operates is that it's intended to keep a certain social hierarchy in place, right? So people who are born into low caste status, who attempt forms of social mobility through education, through employment, there are mechanisms through which they're put back in their place, right? That mobility is denied them. And there are lots of different strategies that are used. There are forms of social ostracism, there are economic boycotts, there's physical violence that's meted out against upwardly mobile oppressed castes. And the Cisco case is an interesting instance of this, right? So one of the things that was revealed in that case is that the Dalit engineer, who happened to be from the same educational institution as his Brahmin boss, right? Now, this is a Dalit engineer who had been a beneficiary of affirmative action in India, right? So in other words, he had availed of affirmative action to become socially and educationally mobile, right? Which is how he got the education he did and was able to come over to the United States. Now, what he has charged his boss with is outing him as an affirmative action beneficiary, which is a way of saying that he is less capable, that he's less deserving, right? And that he should be put back in his place, right? So there you see how these assumptions about where people belong, right, within a social hierarchy, how those assumptions take on force, right, in situations of employment and in situations of education, right? So that's one way in which dominant caste power works, right? Is through a denial of mobility. And this is something that should be familiar to us in the United States, because this is precisely the kind of power, right, that in the pre-civil rights period was meted out against Black people who were upwardly mobile, right? You had whole towns that were sort of burned to the ground because they happened to house Black people who were doing well for themselves, right? So there's a sort of similar way in which there's a kind of active suppression of mobility through which caste power is maintained.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Saigal.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming here and giving presentation to the commission, and everybody's feedback and input on that. Really appreciate that. I have a couple of questions, and I wanted to, for Professor Brown and possibly Professor Ajantha, and some items in general. And
remember, we're trying to keep this short because we have over 5 hours of public comments. So,
right.
If you can make that into some kind of one question, if both of them can respond to that would be fine.
Yeah. So, from what Professor was saying, I feel that under the category of racial discrimination, caste would be one of the items that would be already addressed. However, it seems like it's not. And the reasons being, it appears like since the Cisco came up, Cisco probably came up here, no, it's caste, so it doesn't come into that category. That's very interesting. And then all these companies that are here for the last 10 to 15 years is coming around right now. So, this is a strange way of doing it, that it's been underground, what have you. So all what I wanted to find out is from the first person, based on that one, how come the courts did not take it as a racial discrimination item, or that they would or the ancestry, and they would address it as such, instead of Cisco getting away with saying it's caste. That's my question. Thank you.
Professor Brown, if you can.
Yes, sure. Once again, you're asking great questions. So let me begin with the first problem is a problem of getting this established as the law, because we don't have really a lot of cases. Indeed, we don't have any cases that specifically say caste is a form of ancestry. So you'd have to actually litigate it to prove it. And taking the Cisco case as an example is a great example. The Cisco case, the issue that has to be debated before you and decided by the courts, before you get to whether or not caste discrimination is a form of discrimination and the ancestry, is an arbitration agreement. A lot of employees in the tech industry sign arbitration agreements, and arbitration agreements prevent them from going to court. They have to take their employment discrimination claims to arbitration first. And that's what's going on with Cisco. Cisco has appealed the decision that the arbitration provision does not apply to the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing. So that'll first have to go up to the Court of Appeals. And if Cisco wants to appeal all the way up to the Supreme Court, which may take a couple of years, it may also be under the category of race, but once again, that has to be litigated and found by courts. And the problem is the fear that Dalits have of retaliation keeps them from bringing these cases in front of the courts in the first place. So if you made caste a definite category, then the employers would know right away, okay, this is something we have to take seriously.
Thank you.
Great. Professor Ajante, do you have anything to add to that?
I think Professor Brown sort of captured most of it. I mean, I think the one thing I would add is that, in some ways, I think we have to think about caste as the discrimination of a minority within a minority, right? I mean, this is a group that is within a racial minority, right? So I think it's important to hold both categories together, right? I think to get at the unique form of discrimination faced by oppressed castes, you have to distinguish caste discrimination from racial discrimination, because in effect, this is a form of discrimination that is occurring within a racial minority category.
Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you. And thank you for all of our expert panelists today. I really appreciate your testimony before the commission. So this question might either be, or maybe for both, our expert on H-1B processes, that professor, or Professor Subramanian. And my question really is, beyond consideration of protected status, which likely is a lengthy process, something that will take quite a bit of time, not just in the county, but outside of the county as well. And it's not something that I don't think we should do because of that lengthy time, but it is something that we should think about. What else can we do to center and amplify Dalit voices in the county, given that it seems to be that there is this discrimination being present?
Thank you. I'll take that one. I think the testimony that you are going to hear from people on this call who have experienced Dalit discrimination because they are Dalits is a very important first step. I think encouraging sessions where their voices can be heard. And a second step that's very important is for people in Silicon Valley to continue to put pressure on employers to incorporate principles around caste discrimination into their HR policies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else on the commission that hasn't had a chance to have a question, that wishes to have one? Thank you very much to our panelists who came. That was very enlightening and helpful. You helped move along this conversation, and we are very thankful for your time here. Now we are going to move into our public comment portion. This is a time where the public is given the chance to give their testimonies, to give their issues. Two groups have designated ahead of time that they wish to make a presentation. A group of Dalits and the Hindu American Foundation have both asked to present to us. According to what the county rules say, when a group does that and they organize that they can get a 20-minute portion. And so we are giving them that time. And I am going to utilize my vice chair at this moment. And if my vice chair would hold the honor of turning his phone to a 20-minute countdown, if you can do that, so that we can do that and then give a 5-minute warning and then a 1-minute warning to the group. That would be very helpful. As we move, after these two groups go, then as we move through other public comment speakers in the other, which folks are asked to raise their hands, which you have already done. And if any others wish to identify themselves as a group, we would need to pause as the clerk of the board will need to identify that among the participants in order to ensure they can speak collectively at that time. Please bear with us. We're trying to do the best that we can in this time. And I also need to ask you as well, because we have 40 minutes of this time that's going to be spoken. We now have enough people to fill us for almost 5.5 hours of public comment. So if you are going to be saying a lot of what is being said in these things, in these 20-minute presentations, please keep aware of that, and you can come back and respond. I really support the first group that spoke or the second group that spoke, and help move along the conversation that way. Justin, you have something to add.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Real quick, for those people who would like to make a comment but don't want to make a public comment, they can submit written testimony. We'll include a way to do that. Also, if members of the public are also members of the Hindu American Foundation who will be presenting in their 20-minute block, your time is being used up by that 20-minute block. So you would probably need to put your hands down at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's why Justin is great. great person to work with. And so let us move forward. And I believe that the first group that we have will be the group from Equity Labs. So if Equity Labs would, or Equality Labs would make their.
Hi, everyone. I am a disabled Punjabi Sikh Dalit. I am also queer and non-binary. I am a member and organizer with the Billy DeFrank LGBTQ Center. The intergenerational trauma my family and I carry due to caste-based discrimination both in India and in Santa Clara County has impacted our daily life. I was raised to hide my caste and to not use our real last names because it would give up our caste identity. Dominant caste people in this area still discovered our caste and have used slurs, engaged in physical assaults, verbal assaults, and have threatened people from my caste. I continue to endure many casteist experiences that intersect with my queer identity. Caste and queer liberation are intertwined. I experience extreme online bullying from students from Santa Clara County, such as San Jose State University. They send me death threats for speaking on caste issues and even mock my queerness and threaten to out me for talking about caste issues in the Punjabi Sikh community. They tell me that God hates me because I'm queer and because I'm a Dalit. The relentless casteist bullying has worsened my mental and physical health. Where do I report this discrimination if caste isn't even listed as a protected category? Even in queer South Asian spaces, I cannot escape it. I have worked so hard to create safe spaces for South Asian queers and get excited when I meet South Asian queer people, only to feel the deep heartbreak when they end up perpetuating casteist violence by making casteist music videos or refusing to date Dalit queers or engage with Dalit issues. It's not my queerness that has pushed me away from the South Asian community. It's caste-based discrimination that has distanced me from what I thought would be my queer community. Not only have I had to hide my queerness and gender identity for safety, I've also had to hide my caste. Hiding who you are to escape discrimination is very dehumanizing. I'm tired of hiding one part of my identity to feel accepted in another. Where do queer Dalits find safety? Where do we find acceptance and liberation? I want to let you know that it is extremely triggering to hear so many caste privileged people deny that casteism exists when I am living proof of it. It parallels to those who deny that racism exists. If you are committed to anti-racism and to protecting queer and transgender people, then please also commit to anti-caste policies, because these are all systemically connected and many of us exist at these intersecting identities. Casteism is a queer issue. It's a human rights issue. Please show queer Dalits like myself that you care about our rights and that we deserve protection against caste-based discrimination.
Your next person. Somebody has their mute on.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a Punjabi Dalit who was born into a Hindu family. I work as a gender-based advocate who works on many cases of gender-based violence for Dalit community. I work with child sex abuse survivors, domestic violence cases, and sexual harassment and assault. What I have seen is that because caste is not a protected category, many of the survivors in our community do not get the support they need. Many agencies lack the cultural competency in caste and don't understand how traumatizing it is to face double violence, both by these trauma and again by a service provider that does not understand how caste plays a role in these situations. Oftentimes, in the case of intercaste domestic violence, caste as a protected category will help survivors of these cases explain the conditions of their relationships and assist them getting protective measures like the U visa. It is significant a factor in understanding the risk as it would be in an interracial domestic violence situation. We have seen many cases of intercaste domestic violence and even honor killing in United States. And yes, in United States, the honor killing cases, I have seen those. If caste were a protected category, we could begin to build this necessary competency and create greater safety for all. I also speak as a parent who has been excluded and shamed for my caste by dominant caste networks. Parents will exclude me specifically for planning sessions at school or insult my child, yes, my child, who's barely 5 years old, a crucial age where my child is learning to build self-esteem. And these parents will demean oppressed caste overall. Even in their normal conversations, they are blind to it. It hurts me when another 5-year-old South Asian kid flaunts their dominant caste in school and says, I'm so-and-so caste, I'm superior. And my child comes home asking, what that means, mom? What am I supposed to explain my child about caste? Is it okay for dominant caste parents to teach their children to flaunt their caste and show others that they are inferior? I came to USA so that I can get the opportunity based on my skills and education and not based on my caste. I did not struggle to educate myself and immigrate to USA to experience the violence and caste bigotry here as well. At home, we have no political power, but in the United States, we have rights. And yes, that's why I'm here, to protect these rights. I want these rights to be protected. Caste discrimination is real. It must be stopped. We urge the Commission to add caste so that our community can get relief from the discrimination. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
There's
Remember, you only have 20 minutes total.
14 minutes remaining. I'm just putting.
Tech worker or whoever is next.
Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioners. Warm greetings to all. Hi, I'm a Nepali Hindu Dalit American. I'm MSW student at Cali State East Bay. I was born and grown up in Nepal as untouchable. I do not use the word untouchable as it is the slur. I use the word Dalit instead. I'm proud of my resilience to stand here despite all I have suffered. I have been humiliated, traumatized, and tortured all through my life because of my caste. My family, including me, was brutally assaulted in Nepal in 2014. The dominant caste groups attacked us in my home, and I had to escape Nepal's caste apartheid and finally came here in 2015. I thought America was the dreamland for all and people are educated, but I was wrong. Though they are educated, but their behavior is same as before. From the beginning, I was discriminated in the Bay Area because of my caste. It was not a single time, but many times. When I came here, I worked in the restaurant where I faced terrible caste discrimination by the oppressive restaurant owners and co-workers who practice untouchability and called me by my last names and caste slurs. I'm very sad and depressed with these kinds of evil practices even in the US. Yes, in the US. While I escaped, I eventually put myself through school and I'm very happy now being the first Nepali Dalit social workers in the state. As a social worker, I hear story after story of caste discrimination by Nepali Hindu Dalit Americans who face caste discrimination here in the county and throughout California, from housing to workplace to interpersonal relationships. The problem is so bad that Nepali Dalits are hiding their real identity for fear of losing jobs, their housing. Different incidents prove that wherever South Asians go, they take caste with them. The caste-based discrimination is increasing day by day, but they are underreported. It is because the US policy does not recognize caste-based discrimination. Don't you think these kinds of ill practices have to stop? Yes, this has to stop as soon as possible for human rights and social justice. And it begins by adding caste as a protected category. I have a kind request as a Hindu Dalit, please aid caste as a protected category as quickly as possible. As Dalits and caste oppressed people can't wait for longer. This is great opportunity for Santa Clara County to prove as the Dalit-friendly county in the whole world. Time has come to speak up against all forms of discrimination.
There are 11 minutes
So
left.
my testimony is for social justice and human rights, not to blame anyone. Please accept Dalit rights as human rights. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dalit Hindu who works in tech. I'm here to share my terrible experience. I come from the Valmiki caste, which is the caste known as manual scavengers. Because dominant caste forces us to pick up the feces of the upper caste. It is terrible, and my family have worked hard to escape this. I fled with my family to US to escape this discrimination, but it is my greatest sadness that there is no place you can escape caste, and to my shock, I even experienced it here. I had a coworker who did not like I was advancing in the company. After seeing that I might be assigned to take over her project, she began to ask me questions about my background and asked me my caste. I gave in thinking I was safe in United States. But next day over a technical discussion, she personally attacked me and said, "You people are mindless." When I asked her about what she meant, she referred to my caste. I was shocked. I wasn't sure what to do. And then I decided I'm going to report this. I shared this incident with my supervisor and HR, but it was too late. They fired me based on her fake complaint that was I was arguing with her. I tried to explain that it's about caste, but they didn't want it to listen. They could not understand. It broke my heart. And after this, I lost lots of hope. I then began to remember so many instances as a Valmiki, few dominant caste. Let us not forget who we are, even if we try to leave it behind. There was another incident of caste discrimination I faced from one of my neighbor. He was an educated doctor. He somehow got to know about my caste. One day I was running on a treadmill in the apartment community gym. He started to gossip loudly about me with another person, that these Bhangis are shameless. Bhangi is a caste slur which upper caste people use for my caste people. And dominant caste people use it like the N word. It is terrible. And for a moment, I felt so shame on myself and was so shocked by how casually he could insult me. And I realized I had nowhere to go. He lived in the same complex, and it reminds me everywhere we go, dominant caste people bring their bigotry. This is why I'm asking the county to please protect our community. Dalit people cannot handle the caste problems ourselves. We need protection, we need law, and we need it now. Thank you.
Hello
7
all.
minutes and 47 seconds left.
Got it. Thank you. Hello all. I'm a Dalit Buddhist who works in tech. I've seen caste in all of my workplaces. In my experience, when I worked under an American manager, I thrive. And when I worked under a dominant caste boss, their casteism gets in the way of me succeeding in the workplace. I had a boss once who was targeting me. He would exclude me from meetings, demean me in front of my peers, and pass over me in scrum sessions. When I would talk, he would either completely ignore me or openly challenge me, even though I had valid suggestions. The discrimination was so obvious to my non-Indian colleagues that they started feeling uncomfortable with his behavior and started to support my suggestions. This made my manager increasingly frustrated, and he told me not to touch a particular project because I was ill-fated. I flinched because this was a direct reference to me being from an untouchable caste. I never imagined that caste could manifest in this way in US to me. I would have reported him to HR, but they did not know what caste means. I was on H-1B visa. I was concerned about what would happen if I said, since caste was not a protected category. My livelihood was connected to my visa, and I could not go back because of a caste atrocity. In other companies where I worked, I was singled out by other dominant caste colleagues who would exclude me from lunch dates or networking events once they found out I was a Dalit. It was very difficult to deal with this over and over again in so many workplaces, and that is exactly how I understood that this is a systemic problem. That is why having caste as a protected category is so important. When caste is a protected category, many of the dominant caste workers will be more cautious because they will know that they will be held accountable. And we know protected categories work because that is why so many companies have diversity and inclusion measures. It is ridiculous to think protecting caste oppressed people leads to more discrimination when in fact it creates condition for more equity for all. Thank you so much.
Hi,
5 minutes left.
My name is Prashant. I am from the dominant caste of Hindu descent who has worked at tech companies like Microsoft and Facebook for over 2 decades. I have spent a long time living among people who come from the same background as I come from. I have studied our collective casteism for the last 5 years. Based on my experience, I asked Santa Clara County to add caste as a protected category as quickly as possible. As an insider to this community, I can assure the board that both implicit and explicit practices of casteism exist in Indian diaspora. It will be hard to imagine that we as a collective can magically overcome our bigotry over those communities whose exploitation our wealth and power is built upon. Indeed, if we had overcome our historical casteism, many of us wouldn't be here to gaslight the caste oppressed with our fragilities and deny them protection from discrimination. The idea that some people should not be extended protection from discrimination they have faced since birth, just because people capable of it could be judged for it is itself vile and bigoted. It would be a joke if it wasn't being considered so seriously. As documented in Washington Post in October, in a workplace discussion board at Microsoft, I witnessed a very intense debate on Indian caste-based affirmative action. In that heated discussion, dominant caste people let loose their bigotry, made jokes on vulnerable people, claimed that they were inferior by birth, and that the so-called higher classes were intellectually more gifted. Due to lack of policies around it, Microsoft HR was clueless on how to react, and there was no consequences for the participants. If it was in context of race, many of these people would have been fired. But as far as I can see, they are doing well in their career. Many of them are making hiring decisions every day. The chauvinism of many dominant caste engineers I worked with is appalling. They get away with it because Americans don't understand these slurs, microaggression, and harassment. Also note that several hiring opportunities under the garb of social network are even made using caste networks. This is why my dominant caste people oppose adding caste to workplace protection policies. They have enjoyed a level of impunity and privilege that will end. It is time my dominant caste brethren stop display of such arrogance. It reeks of their caste privilege and proves my point. Their resistance to equity and the battle for caste civil rights is ironic given that we are here because of the Black civil rights movement that won those rights for us. In face of this bigotry, I have also seen many colleagues not report because caste is not explicitly listed and they can't risk their jobs or their visa. As a dominant caste person, we are raised to be violent and dismiss the humanity of our caste oppressed peers. I have chosen to break away from this violence because people of conscience must do better. I know there are dominant caste people here who would deny caste just as some racists may deny racial experiences. Gaslighting is an art we have mastered, but I would ask them to be curious and put down their fragility and listen to our caste oppressed brothers and sisters. This movement is historic. Please join us. We are on the right side of history. And to the Santa Clara County, I would repeat the words of the learned Dr. Martin Luther King. Morality cannot be legislated, but behavior can be regulated. Judicial decrees may not change the heart, but they can restrain the heartless. Thank you.
There's about 1 minute and 44 seconds left.
That's all for testimony.
Great. Chairperson Franzen.
Then Mosey, would you like to take that last minute and 30 seconds?
Sure, absolutely. I would just like to share with the commission that, as you've seen from the numerous testimonies here, there is an incredible outrage and outpouring of grief and pain that is coming from the Dalit community. And in many ways, the time for action is now. We do not have the ability to wait, given the severity of the crimes and discrimination that our community is facing. And in total, what you're hearing is that Dalit rights are human rights. Dalit rights are civil rights. Dalit rights are queer rights, and that we are people for whom justice has been denied too long. We cannot suffer under apartheid, where every day our people are murdered, lynched, and raped at home. And even when we flee caste apartheid, to come here and face bigotry and gaslighting and a deplatforming of ourselves in a democracy where we are just beginning to feel what it feels like to be free. And fundamentally, what we are talking about here is that we need legal protections because we are not protected in any of the American institutions that we belong. And what I worry about is that the longer that we wait, the more harm that we will see. And the more that we will see the capacity of Dalit people diminished in the possibilities of what they can achieve here. So I ask the commission to honor their rights, honor our ability to be here as Santa Clara citizens, as citizens of the state of California, as citizens of America, and please give us the protections that we need. And if we do not get the protections that we need today, I want you to believe we will not stop until we are free. And when Dalit people are free, all of us are free, and we have risked everything today to give our testimony. There are people here who are terrified. There are people here who have faced rape threats, death threats, and other attempts to stop them from coming forward to speak their truth. And yet they came forward because for us, there is no other way forward except for freedom. And so we ask you, stand with us on the right side of history. Stand with our people. Let us be here together as we march forward in this moment. And for the people that would be on the other side of this conversation, I ask you to put down your sword of bigotry and join us in compassion and love and empathy. There is no law in the world that says adding a protected caste or class would take away the rights of another. It simply extends the rights for all. And that is what is the most powerful thing here, is I encourage those who are in this point of fragility to just for a moment be curious.
Thank you very much. I think we have met our times. So, yep, I just got the note. So, and now we have people from the Hindu American Foundation. And so I will let you guys.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So thanks the HRC members and commissioners for your time. My name is Sandeep and I belong to underprivileged Dalit communities and live in this beautiful county for more than 1.5 decades. Yes, that's me standing in my torn shirt and my mom with the torn clothes, but we don't have torn spirit. And I have gathered a lot of courage to speak to you here because I have been receiving a lot of death threats by the very people and very groups who claim to represent me and my faith in front of you as Dalit. I am literally traumatized to witness the consideration of groups that are really anti-Hindu hate groups, and they always propagate the hate on the internet, on the reports, and everywhere they go, but here they are claiming to represent Dalits. And I want to set the premise here. It's very, very important for the members to know a few things. Hinduism has the largest amount of Dalits on the earth. So if you or any reports or any survey exclude Hindus, you are excluding the largest amount of Dalits. It's very important thing to know. 70% of Hinduism literature, right from Mahabharata, Upanishad, Vedas, has been contributed by Dalit sages. And this is not from the ancient times. Right-hand side bottom picture, if you see, this is the Ammachi, is a Dalit sage. Modern day sage is called as Hagmom, revered all across the world. So essentially, if you hate or discriminate my faith, Hinduism, you essentially hate majority of Dalits and Bahujan. It is no exception. So essentially, most Hindus like me in US identify themselves as Hindus, not as Dalits, because I know that my caste, my background doesn't matter. Nobody can tell me what I am based on my color or my last name. Next, now let me also clarify, I'm not against any religion. I respect all the religions and all respect to all organizations. However, the organization is representing as a Dalit protected organization in front of you, it's openly exclusionary of my faith. And this is very, very hurting to me because essentially you are-
I'd like to redirect you, please. We're not having a forum on particular groups. And so this is not an Equality Labs forum. So I'd ask you to move on.
I understand because you're referring to the Caste report. That is why one organization, and I see everybody making circular references, but I'll skip to this point. Now look at this Caste report. I need to clarify a few things. Hindus in America are more than 3 million Hindus in America. We are thousands and more temples, so many religious groups and regional language organization. None of these groups were referred or asked to produce or participate in the Caste report. Out of 3 million.
Again, as I'm reading this slide, it's about Equality Labs, and this is not a forum on Equality Labs. This is a forum.
I understand. I'm not talking.
Please move on to the topic of the.
Okay, sure. So the report that being referred here by the commissioners is on the 1,500 samples from worldwide to represent me as the Dalit person here. So 300 million Hindus living here not represented in this particular report. And I'm going to
just again, we are not putting forward a report. This is a fact-finding discussion. We are listening to people's opinions, their experiences, and everything else. This is not.
This is my
We
experience.
are not putting forward any report this evening. Thank you.
That's fine. I understand. So I'll skip this. But my faith is being attacked here just because my faith has certain last names and so on. My faith is getting attacked by the founders of Equality Labs here. Again, I'm not against anyone here, but the founders of Equality Labs, and this is a political director, directly attacking my faith, arguing to salvage my faith Hinduism as a dominant caste rhetoric. So these are the kind of narratives that you have that are claiming to represent my faith. And I'm going to skip here. This is one of the persons saying that retrogrades Adi Shankaracharya. It is like saying retrograde Prophet Muhammad, maybe peace upon him, but it is no, I'm completely hurt and traumatized by seeing hatred towards my person of my faith and the sage of my faith. It is no less, and if you go to the bottom of this particular comment, this is again, one of the founding members saying Dalits who follow Hinduism are the most stupid.
Again, I'm gonna ask the HAF if they can move on to their next speaker. Because...
Okay, no problem. I'm going to go to the last point here, and I'm going to stop. The people you are claiming to have as an experts here, they are already they have appeared on the Equality Labs forum, and essentially it's a circular reference. And I will pause here and move on to the next speaker. The Cisco case was referred by multiple speakers already. The Cisco case was unconditionally withdrawn from the federal court, and it is going on in the state court, and nothing is proved now. So none of the experts called that out yet, and I want the panel to know that. I'll pass on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Suhag Shukla. I'm a Santa Clara County native and now serve as the Executive Director and Legal Counsel of the Hindu American Foundation. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this critical and complex issue. I was born in O'Connor Hospital and was a Fremont Union School District student from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. Little could I have ever imagined that the biggest stereotype that I dealt with growing up in this county decades ago would be an agenda item in the very same county and under consideration for recommendation to be implemented as a matter of policy. To the Commission, we share your admirable goals of standing up for human rights and eliminating prejudice and discrimination. We too strongly condemn all forms of discrimination, including caste-based discrimination. To those who testified about specific incidents of caste-based discrimination at work and school, such incidents should be brought to light, thoroughly investigated, and rectified. And where they can be rectified is under existing law and by extension, existing county and company policies. The solution to addressing caste-based discrimination is not in the creation of caste as a specific category, but rather enforcing existing law, educating people of their rights, ensuring companies are compliant with their legal obligations, and cultural competency training as our communities and companies grow increasingly diverse. Discrimination based on national origin as already prohibited under US law, and discrimination on both national origin and ancestry are prohibited under California state law and county policy. National origin, ancestry, and ethnicity have all been interpreted by the courts to include birthplace, ancestry or lineage, cultural background, or linguistic characteristics, all of which may be characteristics of caste. Caste is not race. This theory is itself rooted in racist theories devised by white Europeans about the dark heathens of the Indian subcontinent that date back to the early 19th and 20th centuries. The power of existing law to provide protection against discrimination and mete out justice in its wake is that all classes are generally applicable and facially neutral. Caste is not. Caste is a stereotype uniquely associated with Indians and Hindus, and South Asians by extension. By considering this proposal, you will uniquely target the South Asian, Indian, and Hindu communities for ethno-religious profiling, monitoring, and policing. The idea that caste is a state of mind, as suggested by Professor Brown, is counterfactual. No one is going to raise caste as either a claim or question in conflicts between two white people, two Latinos, two African Americans, or any two people of non-South Asian backgrounds. The unintended consequence is simple. The Commission, through this proposal, is considering jeopardizing the well-being, safety, and rights to equal protection and due process of thousands of people of South Asian origin working or living in Santa Clara County, including Dalit Hindus, Dalit Muslims, Dalit Sikhs, and Dalit Buddhists, because as many panelists spoke before, it's not outwardly recognizable. The Commission, instead of solving a problem, is creating a new one by unconstitutionally marking an entire religious and ethnic minority as a suspect class on the basis of our national origin, ethnicity, ancestry, or religion. No one should be discriminated against, so do the right thing. Enforce existing law, invest in cultural competency, rather than profiling a community on the basis of their national origin, ethnicity, ancestry, or religion. I yield to Mr. Milind Makwana.
There's 10 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Yeah, hi. My name is Milind, and I'm both a resident and worker in Santa Clara County. I come from a marginalized community under the Indian legal system, or what you may label low caste. I came to USA 15 years back on the very same H-1B visa. Equality Labs and your panel of activist scholars do not speak for me. All of these one-sided conversations being thrust upon companies, college campuses, and now this commission by groups like the Equality Labs and their allies have wreaked havoc on the safety, mental health, and well-being of tech workers, including me. Over the past few months at my place of work, a person naively started a Slack channel in response to all the media coverage around the Cisco case by the state of California, which also uncritically relies upon Equality Labs' non-representational, non-scientific survey. You should also know that this survey by them did not invite mainstream Hindu and Indian organizations to participate in the survey. While you have heard from them, but you haven't know this, that 2018 survey is imbued with the anti-Hindu hatred promoted by its founder and allies, as shown by Sandeep. What I and my other
again, I would like to say that this is not.
Yeah, I'll skip that part. I'll skip that part. Yes. But what I and my other Hindu and Indian colleagues have been witness to is watching with horror a Slack channel lighting up attacks on my Hindu faith and perpetuation of the worst racist and colonial stereotypes that have no place not in just corporate America, but America as a whole. Some of my Hindu colleagues try to counter these false attacks, but most just whispered quietly to one another, fearful that anything they would post would be misconstrued due to caste being such an old and entrenched stereotype about Indians and Hindus, and the utter lack of cultural competency among non-Hindus. The path the commission is going down, I'm afraid, is not going to protect people like me. It's going to endanger me. I ask that you spend our county's limited resources not on creating division and more discrimination, but educating the public about existing law and how it can support a Silicon Valley that is just and fair, no matter what one's background is. Thank you. And I yield to Mr. Samir Kalra.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Samir Kalra, and I'm a Santa Clara County native. I was also part of a group that led the Sunnyvale City Council redistricting initiative in 2019 to empower Asian American voters, and I serve as a managing director of the Hindu American Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this important issue. While we understand that you are treating this as a fact-finding forum, we are extremely concerned about how further actions and recommendations that may be considered and have already been proposed several times on whether to add caste as a separate anti-discrimination category. It is therefore the utmost importance that we discuss the potential ramifications of these actions now and before it becomes too late. The US Constitution guarantees equal protection under the law. Creating a category that marks only a single group out is the exact opposite. Caste is unlike any of the other non-discrimination categories. It is not broad, universal, nor facially neutral. Any consideration of caste as a separate standalone category would put a target on the backs of all people of Indian origin, regardless of their caste backgrounds. We are against all discrimination, whether against Dalits or any other group in the workplace, in schools, or wherever it may occur. We believe all should be treated equally. India's indigenous religions, Jainism, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Sikhism, all in their diverse ways, believe in the inherent equality of all people. Adding caste as a protected category, however, will result in more inequality because it will bring the British created legal category of caste when it is not an identity we want to keep as it was forced on South Asians. A certain group, religion, or ethnic group should not be branded and therefore made a suspect class. Adding a category of caste would do just that. How would Santa Clara County define what caste is in the first place, where there's no precedent in American law? If you ask 100 people what caste is, you will get 100 different answers, including among scholars. How will Santa Clara County and companies, for that matter, go about determining what someone's caste is? Will you keep a long database of our names and add a category for caste? Will you force individuals to wear some type of patch or armband that identifies our caste? Or will we be forced to carry a specific identification card or certificate? And for those who don't know anything about their caste, will you force one upon them? And how will you decide? Import Indian legal categories, which include thousands of caste categories, because caste, as has already been noted, is not readily apparent from appearance nor name for that matter. By adding a protected category, you would actually be further crystallizing and making caste identities rigid rather than moving away from that. These are the very real implications and questions you must consider before taking action or making recommendations on an issue that is still not well understood in the US. There is no concrete or reliable data on the extent to which caste-based discrimination may or may not be taking place in Santa Clara County, and whether it is a widespread problem or not. And where it occurs, it should be dealt with. But Santa Clara County should find a solution that is facially neutral and universally applicable to provide protection. Finally, I ask this commission, are you holding similar forums or considering taking new actions or making policy recommendations for standalone categories that deal with discrimination based on tribal, clan, sect, or social class affiliation from different racial and ethnic groups in Santa Clara County? If they came to you with some examples, but without any concrete data, would you take or consider similar action as you are here by generalizing and stereotyping the entire Indian and Hindu communities? Is the commission going to investigate the many social classes, clan, tribe, or sect affiliation in Middle Eastern or other communities, for example? Shouldn't we instead focus on ensuring that our current anti-discrimination policies, protections, and laws are enforced effectively and equally, regardless of someone's background? Thank you. I yield to Ms. Pushpita Prasad.
4 minutes and 21 seconds left.
Hi, thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity. I'm a longtime Santa Clara resident and a tech worker. I hope you can see my slide. Sameer's last point was a perfect segue into something I was wanting to share as well, something that you will all need to consider. How does caste play out if adopted in the Santa Clara County? I have never really known my caste growing up in urban India, and certainly never in the US, but it's a big, big, big process. And if we just look at it, in one of the 8 countries that's in South Asia, it's not that simple 5-step pyramid that we have seen ad nauseum in every article and book that there is. In just India, there are about thousands and thousands of castes and 1,200 scheduled caste, scheduled tribes that are national. But then it gets a little more interesting. If you look at the snapshot I'm sharing, it's just one part of a list that is 130 rows long, and that's for one state only. These groups vary from state to state, meaning each of India's 36 administrative units has its own uniquely different but complex list for other backward castes. And in India, people are continually lobbying to be taken on or off these lists. And I have not even mentioned 7 of the other countries from South Asia, each of which has its own system of governance, laws, demographics, and priorities. So I ask you to consider, what are you wading into? And is this really what we want for our life here in the US and in the county of Santa Clara? As a first-generation immigrant, I'm very empathetic with some of the testimony I have heard. I have struggled with being othered. It is part of learning to, I'm really struggling to navigate my way in a new place. And unfortunately, as a practicing Hindu, I'm very used to hearing slurs on my faith every day, unfortunately, in the hallowed halls of academia, the highest publications, and many other places. But beyond that, I want to call attention to the highly colonial and racist roots of caste. Because a few people have touched on caste, but caste is a Portuguese word with no equivalence in any Indian language. Like every other country, India has many, many types of groups, but Jati is not caste, Varna is not caste. And I wanted to draw attention to how this caste in process started with Lord Risley in his 1901 census. And I could speak a lot, but I really want you to look at the quote I have up there, a quote from Mr. Middleton, a superintendent working on the project, and what he had to say about his boss's pet project. We all know how we feel about our boss's pet project. And that should tell you of nothing else, that caste has nothing to do with South Asian culture and history and everything to do with our British colonial rulers. So yes, caste has a racist history. It was a system imposed on India to enable its British rulers to exploit it better, and exploit it they did. Our colonialism, lest anyone forget, was driven by the belief of the white man's burden of civilizing us brown folks. Millions of us perished in that racist colonial rule. We Hindus and South Asians are survivors of that genocidal rule. And I'm really traumatized when I see these white supremacist tropes like caste now make their way into the progressive county of Santa Clara and really make under the guise of human rights. I'm beyond traumatized, and I just want the commission to figure out what are they getting us into by reviving this horrible historical wound that we were just beginning to come out of. Over to Ms. Rakhi Israni.
There are 41 seconds remaining.
So, hello, my name is Rakesh Rani. I actually just have a few things to say. One is that, as I'm sure that all of you want for your children, I also wish for my children to grow up in a positive and nurturing environment. But yet the idea behind this resolution really strives to attach a stigma to any child of the Hindu faith. I don't know my caste. Unlike the person who calls herself the gender-based advocate, not a single one of my kids, any of their friends know their caste. I hope that you will all consider this, the danger that this resolution poses to people from my community as you proceed in your fact-finding process. Thank you.
Thank you. I just would like to clear up one thing. As the chair of this committee, I have no clue what resolution the HAF is talking about. That we have not received a resolution, that this is the beginning of a process where we will give a report afterwards. But there has not been a resolution, nor will there be a resolution that I know of that will be put forward. So at that point, we are, I've been asked to take a quick stretch break so that we can get things set up for the community dialogue. And so at that, let us take like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Let's do 3 minutes. So we'll adjourn back at 7:31 to.
Chairperson, can I just make a point of clarification in the reference to the resolution made by Ms. Rakhi Asrani? I think she meant to refer to the proposal that has been discussed here about whether a separate category should be added or not. We understand that you haven't, as the commission, yet proposed that formally, but just in reference to what has been discussed by many others.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I needed to make that clarification. So let's join back since that question. Let's join back at 7:32. So 7:32, we will begin the participant discussion.
Charisse?
Yes, Vice Chairperson Bourne.
For the folks who are in the organized group, in the two organized groups, should we move them back to attendee status?
If you would like them to be moved down to attendees, I can try. We are at capacity, so I'm not quite sure how Zoom will react if we try to move them.
Okay.
We can give it a try.
Okay. Well, we'll wait for the chairperson to give that.
Okay.
Or I'll just ask for the folks who already gave their presentation that we want to hear from the public. So please don't activate your camera. I think that'd be the best solution.
Yeah, I'm fine either way. The good thing with the way this is set up is the hands don't raise on the panelist side, so I will not be calling on any hands in the panelist column. I'll only be calling on hands in the attendance
That's fair.
area at this point.
Chairperson Franzen, we will go ahead and get 1 minute on the timer.
Okay, thank you. We can do that. Okay. Thank you all. We are back. As you can see, the 1 minute timer is up, and we are coming into this portion where you all have the chance to give your statements. Again, please be mindful of the time. If somebody is saying something that has already been said, please just reference that. We have amazing clerks that are on this call and monitoring, so they will be able to mark down that 40 people wanted to agree with, whoever. But please note that your agreement will be taken. But if you're just going to say something that somebody just said or has already been said, please remember to reference. Because again, I know as much as I love these things, 5 hours of discussion is 5 hours of discussion. And so thank you very much. And again, please remember that this is the beginning of a discussion. The things that we're looking for as a commission and how you can help us is by helping us to understand where you're coming from on this issue. That will give us guidance as we further decide the actions that we are going to take. Those are the things that are helpful. And we do want to also remind you that it's not helpful to be singling out groups or even individuals. That's not helpful for us. That we don't have any control over those groups or those individuals. We have, we're trying to help the county figure out how to move forward with this issue. Okay. And also, if your group has already spoken, please also refrain from speaking. So at this point, I've been talking a lot tonight, and I have an amazing vice chair. And so for the next for about the next half hour, I'm going to give it over to my vice chair, Justin, to chair the meeting for about a half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Franzen. We're ready to start public comments. And as Chairperson Franzen mentioned, if you'd like to tag on to a prior comment, you can just say that, or you can lower your hand. If you have written comments can be sent to BNC, that's Bravo November Charlie, at COB, like clerk of the board, .sccgov.org, BNC at cob.sccgov.org. If you'd like to submit a written comment instead, that might be ideal given the amount of time that we have tonight. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to please call names on the list. The clerk will ask you to unmute and then start the timer once you begin speaking.
Okay, as mentioned, we are going to give every speaker 1 minute. When I say your name, please unmute yourself. You will be given 1 minute. The speaker will start when you begin speaking. Our first speaker is Bijou Matthew. Please unmute yourself and begin speaking. Bijou Matthew? There you go.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Bijou Matthew. I am an associate professor of information systems and American studies. I am a labor organizer, one of the co-founders of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, and I am the co-chair of India Civil Watch International. And coming from all of these positions with both research and advocacy, the one thing I'll say is that I've studied two very specific populations: high-tech workers and low-wage workers. And if you look at the Indian diaspora from within these two, there's something very remarkable in terms of how it's distributed. In the low-wage work category, you'll find that there are barely any upper-caste workers. Almost every single worker I've encountered, and I've encountered several thousand, I would say in the range of 10,000 or more, are middle caste all the way down to Dalit communities and backward caste communities. You switch over to...
Our next speaker is Ajuni. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm Ajuni, and I strongly support the proposal to add caste. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Proceed. Hi, Ajuni. It looks like you muted yourself.
Hi. I'm sorry, I hear something in the background. I'm so sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. I'm Ajuni, and I strongly support the proposal to add caste as a protected class. As a caste privileged Sikh, I have witnessed caste my entire life in America and India, even as a part of an anti-caste faith. That is how strong the caste system is. It runs across faiths and oceans. I know personally, as someone seeking now to understand my caste privilege, that to the people in power, equity can at times feel threatening. Please use your power to protect the caste oppressed who are bravely speaking tonight at their own expense and risk. It is Dalit History Month. Please make history today and move forward this proposal. Lives truly depend upon it. Jai Hind.
Our next speaker is Manjeet Sethi. Manjeet, please unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is Dr. Manjeet Sethi, and I strongly support this proposal. I'm a caste privileged Sikh, and as such cannot even imagine the harms caste oppressed people have faced. I do not understand why anyone would oppose this resolution or proposal at this point. It is not to criticize any religion or nationality. It is a call for human rights and equality. It provides added protection to a certain group of people and does not take away anything from anyone else. When will people start treating each other as equal? If you don't practice casteism, that is great. But this is about protection of those who are discriminated against. I cannot know the experience of caste discriminated people. I can only listen to them and their hurt, and to the best of my ability and with the power and privilege I have, protect them from harm. I urge you to proceed with the proposal on the path to law to protect these people. Thank you.
Venkat N.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. My name is Venkat. I am from a humble background from India. I came to USA on H-1B like few expressed. I was living and working currently in Santa Clara County for over 15 years. It is very saddening and depressing to see such a resolution being discussed in Santa Clara County. Having caste as a protected category would divide the community, primarily Indians and Hindus at large. In fact, I do not like this idea of mentioning the caste. Passing this resolution would be like targeting and identifying only Hindus, Indians, and South Asians. So I strongly oppose this resolution. Please consider it. Thank you.
Sudha Nair.
Yeah, hi.
Sudhir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. I am low caste, but grew up and have been caste agnostic. I strongly oppose these caste measures. I agree with a Jain expert and the Hindu American Foundation team who said this witch hunt will cause more discrimination of Hindus in America by forcing us to get a caste badge. Where are we supposed to get this caste badge from? From the state of California or the Santa Clara County? I would like to know that. My children do not have a caste. My grandchildren will not have caste. So I am really curious how you will implement this and why you would single out one community to this atrocity. Hindus in US are not caste privileged. We may be economically privileged, but please do not denigrate the hard work and success we built from nothing. I'm a proud.
Our next speaker is Saira Kanwal. Saira, you are muted.
Hi.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Great. Hi, my name is Sarah and I strongly support the proposal. I am not from the Hindu faith background, but I do benefit from centuries worth of caste privilege. Today, people will try to convince you that those of us raising our voices in favor of this resolution are trying to pin caste on Hinduism in a Hindu-phobic attempt to malign and bully the Hindu American community. This is simply not the case. I'm here as a non-Indian, non-Hindu South Asian to let you know that caste exists across regions and faith groups of South Asia. And we as a people carry it with us everywhere we go, even to America, as the Cisco case regarding caste discrimination is highlighting at the state level. This resolution is not about attacking any faith. As we consider passing this resolution, we should be conscientious that Dalit voices be centered in this conversation, and they have been resoundingly clear about wanting and needing protection from caste-based discrimination. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Black Unicorn.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Rai. I'm trans, I work in tech, and I've worked with companies in Silicon Valley directly. I was raised in a Punjabi Sikh family and raised as a dominant caste person. Firstly, I want to say you need to center Dalit voices specifically and trans ones at that. I think ill-informed dominant caste speakers on video here cannot provide this committee with an honest response, and I feel that their presence is quite violent. Dominant caste violence predates British imperialism. I have personally witnessed and experienced caste privilege and the discrimination of others, both at work and within my family. Caste discrimination is absolutely rampant and must end. I ask that the outcome of this hearing is a just one, protect marginalized caste folks and make a decision now. Thank you, and remember that you are all on stolen, unceded Indigenous land, and sovereignty was never ceded. Jai Bhim.
Our next speaker is Shirin. Shirin, please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm speaking as a Muslim Indian community member in the Bay Area, and I'm here to urge you to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and diaspora, spanning different faiths and ethnicities. Caste oppressed folks leave South Asia in hopes of a more just and equitable life, free of violence, only to face the same discrimination and violence they face in their native country here in America. Casteism is analogous to racism, and if we have protections against race in America, it is just important to have these protections for caste. Chairperson, you said that the commission was founded to give voice to the voiceless. Dalits have had their voices ignored and silenced, and this is a chance to uplift those voices today and protect the lives they belong to. By adding caste as a protected category, it allows institutions to get the necessary education and training to better protect our Dalit family. Members of the community have risen concern that approving the policy will create division within the community. As a person of the broader South Asian community, I do not believe that this is so. Please pass this policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Misra.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Mirza Madra, and I'm an Indian community member of caste privilege from the Bay Area. I'm also a transgender person, and I'm here to implore the commission to add caste as a protected category today. As a transgender person, I've experienced immense hatred and violence from coworkers in the workplace and in universities. Having gender as a protected category, however, has protected me from institutional discrimination. Having those protections in place does not infringe on the rights of cisgender people in any way, but has protected me as a trans person. In the same way, adding caste as a protected category would not infringe on the rights of caste privileged or Hindu people, but would only serve to protect caste oppressed people from discrimination. Caste oppressed people have to change or hide their last names to ensure that they will not be discriminated against by other South Asians in the community. Think about the fear and violence that they experience by being open about their identities. Listen to the experiences of Dalit people. This is a basic human rights issue. Those who oppose this are showing their true fragility. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe Joseph.
Hi, my name is Joe, and I'm a caste privileged Christian Indian American speaking in support of this measure. I'm here first to vehemently stress that caste is not a problem limited to the Hindu community. Real tangible evidence and scholarship on casteism in the Indian Christian community and diaspora includes segregated churches, quantifiable economic suppression, social stigma, etc. The idea that casteism is solely a Hindu issue erases the diversity of the Dalit lived experience and highlights the danger of a non-intersectional and privileged approach to the understanding of caste. I'm also standing here before you as a high school history teacher, and I feel heartbroken and disparaged to hear such ingrained opposition to Dalit rights based on blatant misinformation and manipulation. I see this as a systemic failure of our societal responsibility to listen to, prioritize, and uplift Dalit voices. History shows us that policy conversations that do not center marginalized voices are pernicious instruments of state violence. I ask this commission, what kind of conversation is this one? Will you listen to and stand in solidarity with marginalized people, or will you instead choose to submit to the insidious?
Our next speaker is Shiv.
Hi, I'm a caste privileged Indian American raised in the Hindu and Jain faiths. I grew up in a large, dominant caste South Asian community, and I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara's anti-discrimination policy. Discrimination happens on the basis of caste, not only in South Asia, but within the diaspora and beyond. In a world where half of Dalits report living in fear of having their caste outed, caste absolutely constitutes its own category that warrants protection from discrimination. Santa Clara has the opportunity to be a national leader on this critical civil rights issue and to make sure that all members of its community feel safe and are extended the support of the law. I strongly urge you to add caste as a protected category. Thank you.
Alana Rolfe.
Hi, I'm a white American here to speak in strong support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara's anti-discrimination policy. As a human rights commission, I urge you to center the humanitarian need here. Caste oppressed folks are describing their experiences with caste violence in Santa Clara County, and so you have a duty to offer them equal protection under the law. I'm here because this is a human rights issue, and I want to reiterate that if the goal of this commission is to hear the voices which are silenced by oppressive structures, then Dalit voices need to be centered, and they have been very clear. It is imperative that you choose right now to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Jasjeet Singh. Jasjeet Singh.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hi. My name is Jasjeet Singh. I'm a Sikh. I actually sit on the board of the Interfaith Council of Alameda County. I'm also on the board of Clara movement, which is the largest Sikh youth nonprofit in the United States, and I professionally work in the philanthropic sector here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm here to speak in support of the policy of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Casteism is a global pandemic, one that extended far beyond the reaches of India and South Asia and is finding spaces in our own backyards. Without even acknowledging caste, there's no path forward towards justice or accountability. We must center lived experiences of caste oppressed folks. The rigid hierarchy has been used to exploit outcasts for thousands of years. I can't understand how anyone would oppose this effort, as opposition to this would be opposing human rights and civil rights. I urge the Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission to offer all equal protection under the law to communities who have been suffering for thousands of years. Thank you.
Nithya K. Nithya? It appears that Nithya does not have the ability to speak at this time. We will move on to Sid.
Hi, I'm a privileged caste Hindu. I support adding caste as a protected category because caste is a problem that plagues my society. It is not a new problem. Not having to think about your social identity in the world is a great privilege. For my fellow privileged caste folks, this will understandably cause some discomfort because it means we have to think about our own identities and introspect about how we practice casteism. But I think we should welcome this move to learn and grow as a global South Asian community. And the only way to do that is by centering Dalit Bahujan voices and not standing in the way. I could easily become caste blind. I have the privilege to make that choice, but not everyone does. And doing so would be denying the voices of Dalit Bahujan people. It would be denying reality. Thank you.
Harsha Bhatt. Harsha, please unmute yourself. There we go.
Dear Commissioners, I'm a proud resident of Santa Clara County for the past 8 years, and I am a Hindu. I oppose including caste as a protected group. First of all, not one of the panelists represent me or my opinion, and I feel in spite of being a taxpayer resident of Santa Clara County, I am not represented here. The so-called fact-finding exercise is not very simple because the community contains over 250,000 people. This requires deliberation, debate, and discussion longer than 1 minute per person before arriving at a conclusion. The whole narrative scares me because I have lived here without my caste or name being a problem. But now, by asking me to recognize the caste, it only makes me question my decision to make this great county my home. The allegations are proofless, baseless, and created out of thin air. I request you, please let me live here in peace. Thank you.
Vaibhav S.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Dear Commissioners, I'm a resident of Santa Clara County, and as a concerned resident, I'm here to strongly oppose the proposal of a caste as a category that you're trying to bring. I'm deeply hurt, and my family is losing literally sleep and going under trauma to even have a thought that HRC at Santa Clara County is acting like a taxation without reservation on me, my faith, and 250,000 Indian Americans living in Santa Clara County. Why are you just giving me 1 minute and other hate groups like so red carpet? I cleaned public toilets and picked up trash to pay my rent and then studied 14 hours a day to attain education. I read the false reports, hate groups reports, and they are 1,500 cherry-picked data that you are considering to make a decision on the whole community at 250,000. They are doing crocodile tears in front of you and you're believing them. Would you be able to sleep peacefully at night by playing with our Hindu lives? Do you really think that is worth it?
Ankur Pandit.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Ankur Pandit. I am a caste-privileged Hindu from the Nepalese diaspora. I'm here to speak in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and the diaspora, spanning different faiths and ethnicities. This is not a religious issue. It is a civil rights and human rights issues. Individuals should not be facing discrimination because of their caste. As a human rights commission, I urge you to center the humanitarian need here. Caste oppressed folks are describing their experiences with caste violence in Santa Clara County. Adding caste protections will allow Dalits and caste oppressed people to speak up about their experiences without fear of backlash against them. Thank you. I rest my testimony.
Deepak A.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Deepak Alwalia, and I'm the legal advisor for Khalsa Aid. Today, we're speaking because a practice that is centuries old, namely caste-based discrimination, has made its way into one of the most lucrative and progressive sectors of the United States. Failure to see that this form of discrimination is absolutely equal in force, and in fact, just adding to the existing racial or gender-based discrimination, is the result of outright willful blindness. It would defy all logic for the people of the United States to depart from the ideals of fairness, liberty, and the pursuit of American dream, and instead refuse to protect its citizens from this ingrained form of discrimination when the nation in which it originated has claimed to have legally broken ties with it and has the ability to penalize its practice. As a humanitarian organization dedicated to the ideal of recognizing the human race as one, Khalsa Aid stands in support of our Dalit brothers and sisters and urges strong protections against this ancient baseless form.
Maya.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
My name is Maya Acharya, and I was born in and have lived my whole life in Santa Clara County. I graduated from Stanford last year, and I currently live and work in the county. I am very grateful that the county that is my lifelong home is taking on this critical issue. My parents both come from dominant caste Hindu families in India, and they moved to the Bay Area over 30 years ago. I am speaking strongly in favor of adding caste as a protected category. My mom was unable to join the Zoom before capacity was met, but she is listening with me and supports this as well. I'm grateful for the many Dalit individuals and groups, including those who bravely spoke tonight and the folks at Equality Labs, for the education work they have been doing patiently in the Bay Area communities for years. Many of us from dominant caste backgrounds still have a lifetime of unlearning to do around casteism we may not even realize we have internalized. But in the meantime, Dalit communities should not have to wait any longer for protection and justice. Thank you.
Maya Bardwaj.
Hi, my name is Maya Bharadwaj. I'm a community organizer and an academic studying South Asian diaspora. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara. I come from a culturally Hindu South Indian Brahmin family, and our privilege far predates colonialism and British Empire. Claiming not to know our caste privilege is itself a privilege, and that privilege exists in the US. For example, previous speakers claiming nativeness to Santa Clara and erasing Indigenous folks is an example of the way that caste privilege folks work. Caste agnosticism doesn't exist. We should step back and center Dalit speakers. As a queer person, human rights protections have supported me. Dalit Americans deserve the same. Casteism is a human rights issue. My parents were able to immigrate here because of access to education in India. That is about caste. No Hindu should be afraid of a policy that protects caste oppressed people. We are already protected, and I urge you to support these protections. Thank you.
Michaela Brody.
Hi, I'm here today in support of adding caste as a protected category under this policy. I'm a Jewish woman, so policy currently addresses both my gender and my religion, and any policy that excluded one of these would be incomplete and completely ineffective, since sexism and anti-Semitism are separate forms of discrimination. In the same way, including caste as a protected category would not remove any protections that currently exist against religious discrimination or racism, and it would provide security to caste-oppressed folks. Caste affects the entire South Asian diaspora, including citizens who right now can't even report caste discrimination at work or school because it's not a protected category. As a Jewish kid, I did not have the luxury of being unaware or agnostic of religion when pennies were thrown at me, and Dalit folks don't have that luxury either when faced with discrimination. Just because some here are pretending or wishing there's no caste discrimination doesn't mean there isn't. So I'm urging you to listen to the Dalit and caste oppressed folks who are bravely sharing their lived experiences with you today and add caste as a protected category to county policy. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sahe or Sage. I am not sure how to pronounce that name.
It's Sage. Hello. I'm speaking as an Asian American transgender person who works at a tech company. I'm here to speak in support of adding caste as a protected category. When talking about casteism, we need to be centering and listening to Dalit and caste oppressed people. Similar to how race and racism is not defined by those who benefit from it, the lived experiences of Dalit and caste oppressed people are the only testimony necessary to include caste as a protected category. Claiming not to see color in regards to race does not address racism and those impacted by racial discrimination and violence. Claiming to be caste agnostic does not address the reality of those who are affected and harmed by the caste-based discrimination and violence. I urge you to listen to the caste-oppressed folks here today describing their experiences with caste-based discrimination in Santa Clara County. As the Human Rights Commission of Santa Clara County, you have a duty to offer them equal protection under the law, and I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Megan W.
Hi, I'm here today speaking as a mixed case woman, and I'm here to speak in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a global issue that impacts people in South Asia as well as globally throughout the diaspora, and it is immoral to let a very particular group of people, in this case Hindu caste privileged Indian folks, gaslight and uphold this argument and withhold protected status from oppressed groups who participate in various religions, including Hinduism, Sikhism, Islam, and Christianity. This is not a religious or national issue, as caste is present throughout South Asia and is present in the religious communities I just mentioned. Caste is a human and civil rights issue, and your position on this commission mandates you to act and to add caste as a protected status in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lino.
Am I heard?
Yes, you are.
Thanks. Hi, y'all. My name is Lino, and I am a PhD student. Though I am neither caste oppressed nor the South Asian diaspora, I am advocating for the addition of caste as a protected category. As a Black man born in a country founded on anti-Blackness, I see many commonalities between the oppression and discrimination I and my Dalit loved ones have experienced. Voting today on including caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County will be a first step towards rectifying generations of trauma experienced by caste-oppressed peoples. I yield the remainder of my time.
Divya Chandran.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. I'm Dalit and Hindu by birth. I live and work outside India. Wherever Indians live, caste has permeated beyond religions. There are various ways how people from the upper caste in any religion identify the lower caste and oppress them. These are called the caste markers. I would like to bring your attention to some of the violences. Physical violence, sexual violence, where oppressed women are at the intersection of caste and gender, emotional violence, the fear of being caste identified and discriminated against, psychological violence of intergenerational trauma of over thousands of years, spiritual violence, the religious spiritual practices of Dalits are considered impure and the Brahminical purer practices are forced and coerced upon. Cultural violence practices of the upper caste are what the Indians are identified with. Verbal abuse, certain caste names are used as abuse words, trigger warning, paraya, chamar. Financial violence, means to financial ends are denied and controlled. Neglect, the system that neglects all these forms of violence adds to the violence itself. Caste has been rigid for thousands and thousands of years, and we'd like to, escape from the repercussions. We will.
Gayatri Girajan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Gayatri. I'd first like to thank every single caste oppressed person who spoke. I'm here as a Hindu caste privileged person with family in Santa Clara, and I am in support of adding caste as a protected category. A company vice president responded to Equality Labs' survey of caste in the United States, saying that South Asian employees use caste slurs against him. This corresponds with data showing 67% of Dalits experience discrimination at work. I see how my own caste privileged community dominates professional and social networks, which means that when a caste oppressed person wants to speak about discrimination, they're often outnumbered. Adding these protections will be one more layer to ensure the civil rights of all, and I implore you as a Human Rights Commission to center the humanitarian needs of caste oppressed people who've been fighting casteism for hundreds of years, even before British colonization. Thank you.
Kavita Phillip.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm a professor of history in the University of California. I'm an Indian, I'm a caste privileged Christian, and I'm a Californian. I've witnessed caste discrimination in Hindu as well as Christian communities in India, as well as in the USA. Caste in India is often explained with reference to its origins in Hindu scripture. The Indian constitution, however, does not hold that caste discrimination should be enshrined as a religious right. Rather, it outlaws it and holds perpetrators of caste discrimination liable for prosecution and punishment. The US, too, should not permit, encourage, or protect caste-based discrimination. Caste is not just in our past, it is reproduced daily in our present today in the US. As an educator, this is of concern to me. I've dedicated 2 decades to the California public education system. I work to support equal access to education, regardless of birth, religion, background, and national origin. I speak in support of adding caste as a protected.
Alejandra Hernandez Chavez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm here to speak in support of the policy for adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. As someone not affected by caste, I was taught it was a thing of the past, but that is not the case. Dalits and caste-oppressed communities experience real violence today. According to the survey cast in the United States by Equality Labs, 1 in 3 Dalit students reported experiencing discrimination during the course of their education. 41% of Dalit students surveyed reported facing discrimination in educational institutions in the diaspora. We must recognize the humanity of people experiencing caste-based discrimination and violence. Right now, Dalits and caste-oppressed people are unable to report discrimination at work, school, and other places because caste is not a protected category. It should be. We can't erase the lived experiences and needs of caste-oppressed people. The deeply personal and traumatic testimonies we heard today and the work of Dalit and caste-oppressed scholars and organizers establishes that caste-based discrimination exists.
Morgan Worthington.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I'm a member of a Jewish Voice for Peace South Bay, which is located in Santa Clara County. I've lived and worked in the area. I work in the tech industry. We stand in solidarity with people from oppressed castes. Being a descendant of Holocaust survivors, the history of minorities being oppressed is my history. I also stand against far-right nationalism anywhere, white supremacy in the United States, Zionists in Palestine, or the Hindutva, the Hindutva, what's the word, way of thinking in India. All these movements have one thing in common: the justification of denying human rights under the guise of religious practice. We need to include caste as a protected category to denounce the rise of fascist tendencies of the far right and motivate.
Praveen Agarwal.
This is Praveen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, thank you. Hello, everyone. I really appreciate. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak here. And I am a resident of Bay Area and strongly oppose this caste resolution. I know a lot of my friends who have been through, but I really I do not support this resolution at all. And my reasoning behind that is we all need to think that South Asian countries have suffered a lot because of these caste system. And if we are going to introduce that in this beautiful country where we are spending most of our time, imagine what is going to happen to this country. Rather than, I urge all of my friends to come and support abolishing these rules from the South Asian countries where it is hampering the country's productivity. So I strongly oppose this resolution and raising my voice against it. Thank you.
JF. JF, please unmute yourself. There we go.
Good evening. I am speaking as a white queer disabled woman working in public health, and I'm here to speak in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Just as I have protections as a woman, as a queer person, and as a disabled person, adding specific caste protections will specifically address caste discrimination and give them legal protection. Caste-oppressed individuals are describing their experiences with caste violence without legal protection, and they deserve equal protection under the law. We must center the marginalized voices and believe the stories of those who are asking for protection. Thank you.
Stella.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm a white master's student from the Bay Area, and I strongly support adding caste as a protected category. I obviously don't experience caste discrimination. However, when we talk about casteism, we need to center and listen to Dalit and caste oppressed folks. Just like we as white people don't get to define what race and racism are, caste privileged folks don't get to define what caste and casteism are. The lived experiences of Dalit and caste oppressed folks are the only testimony necessary to include caste as a protected category. Denying their experiences is in itself reproducing caste violence. The Dalit and caste oppressed folks testifying today are putting themselves at a huge risk and have no current protections. As the Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission, you have a duty to offer them that protection. Doing so takes absolutely nothing away from existing protections to any other group. Arguments to the contrary are distractions, and they are perpetuations of the very violence we're trying to protect against. Focus on the evidence that this is a human rights issue.
Aisha Gokil.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Aisha. Firstly, I would like to thank the Dalit folks who testified for their emotional labor and energy today. As a resident of Santa Clara County for the past 20 years with friends who have faced caste-based discrimination, even in spaces where they thought they were safe, I would like to voice my strong support of policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy, as it sets a precedent of accountability for perpetuators of casteism. Caste going unrecognized in policy as unlawful grounds of discrimination has denied low caste Americans justice in the past after they have experienced harassment in work and school environments explicitly and clearly due to their caste background. So to protect the most vulnerable, it is imperative that we commit to adding caste as a protected category to anti-discriminatory policy, and that we prioritize that. Thank you.
Prishi. Prishi.
Hi, I'm a caste privileged Indian raised Hindu, and I ask you to recognize caste as a protected category in the anti-discrimination policy. This is a human and civil rights issue that impacts people from many countries and religions outside of India and Hinduism. Growing up on the West Coast, my dominant caste friends were required by parents to date and marry within their caste. These are groups of dominant caste members that exist outside of India that still encourage casteism in 2021. A quick Google search will show you that casteism wasn't brought to India by the British, but rather through a Hindu text known as the Manusmriti. When systems exist to perpetuate casteism, caste cannot be ignored. I want to emphasize the importance of centering the lived experiences of caste-oppressed people when discussing caste. Please don't let the voices of caste privileged members who claim they're triggered by the caste system that benefits them drown out the voices of the caste-oppressed people who required protection by being recognized. Thank you.
I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Chairperson Franzen.
Our next speaker is Sridhar. Sridhar, please unmute yourself. Okay, we will go on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is AK.
Yes, hi. I'm deeply, thankful for, for you to give me this opportunity to speak. I wanted to say I'm deeply traumatized by listening to all the people who, without facts, have stated that by protecting caste, people will have to self-incriminate. You will have to just make people, draw up lists and have them admit to something that they don't identify with. So this is really traumatizing to hear, this hearing, the way it has been carried on, where the people who are speaking for this to be included as a protected category have been given way more time. And most people here who live in Santa Clara County, they don't know that this is happening. So just from my perspective, it's very traumatizing for me. Thank you for letting me speak. And I hope at the end of it all, sense will prevail. Thank you.
Neela Koduri.
Hello, I am speaking as a Telugu Hindu caste privileged university educator who's born and raised in Santa Clara County. I support the policy addressing caste, adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and the diaspora. As a Hindu, I believe it is my responsibility to speak in support of caste-oppressed folks. And as a Hindu, I do not believe that adding caste as a protected category will at all result in my religious discrimination. Thank you.
Vinay Hedge.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Vinay Hegde, and as a Hindu, I'm concerned to see so many non-South Asians testifying today. My family imbibe American value of equality for all. I'm afraid the erroneous addition of caste as a category would lead to discrimination of my children. In the interest of time, I'll state that I oppose this resolution and I yield my time. Thank you.
Suresh Krishnamurthy.
Hello, my name is Suresh Krishnamurthy, and this hearing is premised on the idea that caste-based discrimination is endemic, an idea that is based on the survey by Equality Labs. I teach financial risk management at Mercer University with an emphasis on statistical inference. I'm convinced that the Equality Labs caste report is statistically flawed based on three important factors. By their own admission, the report was not based on a random sample, the results were not tested for statistical significance, and some of the responses were edited after the fact or discarded to fit the narrative better. When I immigrated to this great country, I certainly had a lot more on my mind than worry about what the caste of my coworkers was. I hear speaker after speaker talk about being caste privileged Hindu or Sikh, and I wonder, where was my privilege? Any dominant background we or our ancestors might have had or might not have had disappeared the moment my toilet backed up in my apartment. I assure you, I did not look for the nearest Dalit. The dominant caste narrative is eerily similar to the anti-Semitic tropes that were visited upon the Jewish community for being successful. I thank you for hearing me, and I urge you to reject this.
Shaila Kulkarni.
Hello, my name is Sheila. I am an upper caste Hindu and a lifelong resident of Santa Clara County. I am strongly in support of the addition of caste as a protected category in the Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. As a caste privileged person, I and my family directly benefit from caste oppression. When we see the percentage of Dalit Americans who are discriminated against in their workplace, and hear the stories today of caste oppressed people being discriminated against, upper caste individuals are direct beneficiaries of this oppression in a way that is analogous to the function of caste in India. This is not a religious or national issue. Caste is present all throughout South Asia, in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, as well as Muslim, Sikh, and Christian communities. Caste is a human rights issue and caste is a civil rights issue. This requires recognition of caste as a rigid hierarchy used to exploit Dalit, Bahujan, and Adivasi people at all levels. Please adopt caste as a protected category. JB.
Amita Khan.
Hello, I'm speaking as a caste-oppressed South Asian Muslim, and I'm strongly in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category. The only people who have the luxury of not knowing their caste are caste-privileged people. As caste-oppressed people, we are ostracized within dominant caste spaces and cultural organization. I am Muslim, and my family and I have been subject to casteism both here in the US and in India. During the COVID catastrophe in India right now, it is Dalit, Bahujan, and Adivasi people who are most disproportionately affected. According to a recent UN report, Dalit women on average die 14 years younger than dominant caste women. We carry historical trauma in our bodies. Caste is not a quote unquote Hindu stereotype. It is a social, structural, institutional problem. Protecting vulnerable members of our community is not quote unquote divisive. It is the responsible thing to do. We must include the protections for Dalit workers to feel safe reporting incidents of discrimination without fearing retaliation, and including caste as a protected category is absolutely necessary for this. Thank you.
Neha. Neha, please unmute yourself.
Hello, I am a queer South Asian resident of Santa Clara County who has gone to school in Cupertino as well as the Fremont school districts, and I personally support the inclusion of caste as a protective category in Santa Clara's anti-discrimination policy. I have firsthand seen caste discrimination and its effects on the individuals around me. At my Indian classical dance studio, the teacher proceeded to ask one of my parents extremely targeted and derogatory questions about their caste. Throughout this forum, we have heard many brave caste-oppressed folks speak about their violent and traumatic experiences with caste violence in their schools, workplace, and in the Santa Clara County. When reflecting back on this forum, I want to remind you to center Dalit voices and experiences, because adding these caste protections would allow Dalits and other caste-oppressed folks to talk about their experiences without the fear of backlash against them. Thank you.
Ravi Sankar.
Namaste, this is Ravi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, very good. Okay. So I'm in the Bay Area for last 25 years, worked as kind of major roles in some microsystems, Cisco systems, and many companies. I never came across this kind of a discrimination based on caste. So it's absolutely nonsense to have this kind of a system, including Santa Clara County. It's going to divide people. It's going to create more problems. So that's my opinion. So I'm going to oppose this move. 30 seconds back to you. Thank you.
Kanak. Kanak, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Dalit American living in California. So I support the commission to include caste as a protected category. Caste is a cancer in any society. If you just let the few cells go untreated right now, so it's going to multiply slowly and destroy the plural society of this American land. So I strongly support and protect us from, we were already vulnerable in India, and we definitely don't want to be vulnerable in America. Please protect us. Please include caste as a protected category and protect us. Thank you very much for organizing this.
Gayatri Narayanan.
Good evening. I am speaking from Dakota and Anishinaabe homelands in Minneapolis, and I am here in support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I was raised Hindu in a Brahmin family in India. Claiming ignorance or disappearance of caste speaks to a violent amount of privilege and power. This is a human rights issue, and I call on you to use your power today to honor the experiences of Dalit and caste oppressed relatives. Thank you. Jai Bhim.
Harmeet Kamboj.
Good evening. My name is Harmeet Kaur. I'm a Sikh interfaith leader, seminarian, and a non-binary trans person. I'm also a first-generation immigrant and originally come from a privileged upper caste community in India. I urge the Commission to add caste as a protected category in the county's anti-discrimination policy. More than 500 years ago, centuries before Europeans colonized South Asia, Guru Nanak Dev established an anti-caste community in modern-day Pakistan that would eventually become the foundational community of the Sikh faith. Guru Nanak understood how intentionally violent the rigid caste system was and sought to abolish it in their community. Guru Nanak's wisdom 5 centuries ago stands true today. Despite the 10 Sikh Gurus' call to abolish caste in our faith, caste oppression continues in our community, a testament to the ways upper caste communities wish to maintain their power over those they perceive as lesser than them. I urge you to listen deeply to those who have been harmed by the caste system here today and in your communities. Thank you, Jai Bhim.
Myra.
Hello.
Yes.
I am speaking as a caste-privileged Hindu in support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County. Dominant caste people like me asserting that they are caste agnostic or caste blind is only by virtue of our caste privilege. For dominant caste people to insist that these protections are not necessary is to devalue the caste-oppressed people who have spoken tonight about their lived experiences. It is not a privilege to be protected from discrimination on the basis of one's identity. Rather, it is a fundamental human right. As experts have testified tonight, adding more robust protections for caste oppressed people will not reduce the overall rights of any group. Even if caste protections are supposedly already present within existing legislation, as the Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission, you must ensure that these protections are made explicit. I look forward to seeing protections being adopted and enforced. Thank you.
Rated the moon.
Hi, I'm speaking as a Sikh disabled caste privileged professor. I'm here to speak in support of the policy to add caste as a protected category. Casteism is an interfaith, intercaste, international issue that started thousands of years ago. It's a civil rights and human rights issue that impacts various groups, including those who are Sikhs, Hindus, Buddhists, Muslims. And what we need to do is center and listen to Dalit and caste oppressed voices who are taking huge risks by speaking up about these issues. I have personally reviewed the methodologies used to collect data on caste oppression and confirm that it is rigorous. Merely adding caste protection doesn't take away from anyone. Caste certainly intersects with religion, national origin, and ancestry, but it's not the same. For example, you don't have to be religious to face casteism. Please put caste on the policy. This will not create more divisions, but instead it will provide a strong avenue to make it safe.
Manmeet Sahiba.
Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sahiba, and I'm a student leader urging you to add caste into the anti-discrimination policy. Just 2 weeks ago, the Cal State Student Association that officially represents 500,000 students across California, including all the students at San Jose State University here in Santa Clara County, voiced their support in adding caste as a protected category. Social change is often led by young people, and I am here today as a student leader from the CSU telling you to get with the times, because adding caste is historic but also long overdue. I'm speaking today as a caste privileged queer Sikh and one of the primary writers of that resolution that passed today to testify that this initiative has been an interfaith, intercaste, multiracial, and a collective commitment to centering the most marginalized. Listen to 500,000 students that are telling you to add caste as a protected category and ensure that caste oppressed people outing themselves today are ensured protections. Thank you.
Nambi Singkaran.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
As a concerned citizen of USA and a father of 11-year-old, I strongly oppose caste as a protected category. You will not find caste in shops, malls, temples, movie halls, stations, or anywhere. Not in India, not in USA. My daughter doesn't know anything about caste. So are her friends. None of them know anything about caste. Caste is dying without its colonial masters. Leave it alone. It will disappear from the face of the earth. I strongly oppose the imposition of caste on Indians. I give back you the time. Yeah.
Ram Argowal. Ram, please unmute yourself. Okay, we will go back to him. Anil Waj. Anil.
Hi.
Thank you.
I support caste to be added as a protected category. Some of the opposition points are, it will tarnish Hindu religion image. They also say caste is not a Hindu problem. My answer to that is really? We are not here to discuss if caste originated in Hindu religion. We are here to emphatically state that caste exists, and so does the caste-based discrimination. To protect people from caste-based discrimination, caste must be added to protected category. If it helps, let us say that the caste is a South Asia problem, but include it in protected category. Some opposition was, caste does not exist. Let us make society caste blind. My answer is, caste is like a cancer and can't be ignored or forgotten. Cancer does not go away by forgetting. Body pain doesn't go away by forgetting. Similarly, caste will not go away by forgetting. We need to guard against it and raise.
Thank you very much. We are at half past, and I want to make sure that our commissioners are all with it and everything. And so I want to take a quick stretch break. So we're going to take 3 minutes. So we'll come back at 8:33 and resume our discussion. So take a stretch break now, and we'll be back and reconvene at 8:33. Thank you. Hello, we are back. We are having an amazing discussion. However, I see that there are only about 20 less hands up than when we started, and we've listened to a lot of people. So please, if somebody has said what you've already said, please just say, I agree with so-and-so or this point and move on. We are, with that many people, we're still at about 5 hours of testimonies. So please keep that in mind as you continue with this discussion. But on that, let us move forward. Sharice.
Our next speaker is Rajiv Narayan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Rajiv Narayan, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Public Health Justice Collective, which represents over 700 Bay Area-based public health workers, which include nurses, doctors, educators, scientists, and attorneys. Many of our members live or work in Santa Clara County, and we are all committed to public health and justice. I am also speaking today as a person of South Asian heritage and Hindu faith. My family immigrated to San Jose from the Fiji Islands, where caste very much exists, as it does here. Public health researchers have studied the impact of discrimination and the health imperative for anti-discrimination laws. Discrimination is what we would call a social determinant of health, by directly and indirectly affecting Dalit people's economic conditions, social networks, legal recourse, and access to supportive resources. Caste harms health and public health. Recognizing caste as a protected identity is an important step towards promoting health and health equity. Thank you.
Berkeley Center for Media, New Media.
Hi, that's me. My name's Sophia Hussain. I'm a queer person and I'm a caste privileged Pakistani American. I grew up in the Bay Area and I currently work at UC Berkeley. And I'm here tonight because I stand with this diverse coalition in support of making caste a protected category. Growing up with the last name Hussain, I encountered bullying and Islamophobia ranging from hostile laughter to terrorist. I was a young person who grew to be more withdrawn, afraid of what would happen if I was noticed at all. My experience of humiliation and wanting to hide within a minority group is why I stand in solidarity with the Dalit and Bahujan community. Dalit speakers tonight have shown incredible courage in sharing their experiences. We know that caste-based violence is not the story of a few incidents, but is widespread in our community. Caste supremacy cuts through all religions in South Asia, including Islam. As Angela Davis wrote, Dalit activists and intellectuals have been making connections with the fight for Black liberation, stretching back to the 19th century. Tonight,
Mugda.
Hi, my name is Mugda and I'm proud practicing Hindu. I have been calling Sunnyvale my home for last 12 years. Holi, the festival of colors, and Diwali, the festival of lights, are two of the most well-known festivals celebrated by Hindus around the world. Both of these celebrate the victory of good over bad, and good are great occasions for families and communities to come together and celebrate the positivity and love for each other. However, there are some hate and fear-mongering groups, which is group number 1 here, Equality Labs, that have taken it upon themselves to attack my Hindu faith and show it in a bad light whenever they possibly can. And they have not even spared these beautiful festivals. They have cooked up some fabricated and far-fetched logic using which they are branding themselves, these festivals, as anti some sections of Hindu community. And they are aggressively pushing these narratives on social media sites.
I'd like to just interrupt for a second and ask to please not wage any attacks on any particular group.
Okay, so I oppose the caste, treating caste as a protected category. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gunrun Guron.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm a caste privileged Sikh Punjabi American student in the University of California system, and I'm here to speak in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I strongly believe that caste needs to be added as a protected category. Many Dalits and caste oppressed people are here today testifying and outing themselves, which puts them at risk since there are currently no protections in place to ensure their safety. To all saying that caste is not an issue in America or California, Cisco is currently being sued by the state of California for caste-based discrimination. I strongly urge you to pass a resolution, especially as this is Dalit History Month and we need to center Dalit voices and their lived experiences. We must center lived experiences of caste-oppressed people over statistics and data. Thank you.
Ravi N.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Hello, good evening. My name is Ravi Narayana. I'm a Santa Clara County resident living for the last 20 years and a registered voter. I strongly oppose this proposal and urge Commission not to introduce caste as a protected category. Here is why. I come from a teacher's family. We are always thought all are created equal, and the world is Vasudeva Kutumbam, that is one family. And my kids are born here and brought up here, don't know the caste. Imagine what will happen if people were to be identified by caste at schools and colleges, where it will lead to expulsion of some of the people in the events and networks and harassment, maybe leading to potential violence and suicide, whatnot, and everything. Our county thrives on innovation. Caste will divide our community and is detrimental to our innovation. Once again, I urge commissioners not to consider the proposal of introducing caste as a protected category. Thank you very much.
Anandi.
Hi, as a queer Indian woman from a dominant caste Hindu family who grew up in Santa Clara County and now works in the tech industry, I'm strongly in favor of adding caste as a protected category. Inclusion of caste will not jeopardize existing protections in place for any religious or ethnic group. Within my own family, I've seen how casteism gets swept up under the rug as an irrelevant ancient artifact. Caste privileged folks should not be defining what caste and casteism is. We need to center Dalit and caste oppressed lived experiences. Erasure or denial will only continue reproducing caste violence. Casteism is rampant in the South Asian diaspora today. The deeply personal and traumatic testimonies we hear, as well as the work of Dalit and caste oppressed scholars and organizers, establishes that this discrimination and violence persists. This is a civil and human rights issue. I urge you to add caste as a protected category on this call. Thank you.
Ushbu Gulati.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Kushbu, and I'm speaking as a queer, caste-privileged Indian community member in deep support of caste protections. Today is an opportunity to honor the dignity of Dalit people, which means centering their voices. I want to emphasize that not seeing caste is a sign of privilege, whereas Dalit and caste-oppressed people are always forced to be made aware of their caste. I want my caste-oppressed friends to feel protected and have access to opportunities and spaces without caste discrimination. We have a collective responsibility to create a world that ensures deeper care and safety for the most marginalized communities. And as a Human Rights Commission, I urge you to think critically when hearing oppositional statements that discredit basic human rights requests for protections. We cannot deny the lived experiences of Dalit people. Making caste a protected category is about defending and supporting Dalit futures and freedom. Jai Bhim.
Priyanka Gulati.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Priyanka, and I am also a queer Indian caste privileged community member. And I'm also in deep support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Casteism is a global issue that has caused so much harm, trauma, pain, and injustice historically and in the present. We need to honor and listen to Dalit and caste oppressed communities. The safety and care of Dalit and caste oppressed voices and people needs to be prioritized. We must cultivate a society that supports justice, safety, and healing. Thank you.
Radhika Marwaha.
Hi, I'm speaking as an oppressor caste, specifically a Khatri Hindu caste Punjabi student at UC Davis. I'm here to speak in support of adding caste as a protected category. At UC Davis, like at other institutions, we've mobilized to make caste a protected category because of the rampant discrimination that exists across organizations and community spaces in the South Asian diaspora. My roommate in college asked me what my caste was. I work at a Sacramento clinic where my patients asked me what my caste was. It doesn't matter where or when caste began. What matters is that our Dalit siblings are traumatized today and we are indebted to giving them protections. If you don't know your caste, that's your ignorance, not a Human Rights Commission's problem. Thank you.
Sheila N. Sheila, are you able to unmute yourself? We will return to Sheila. Janavi Verma. Janavi?
Hello. Hi. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello. I'm a caste-privileged queer Indian student from a Hindu family. I'm speaking in support of the motion to include caste as a protected category. I strongly support this motion because caste goes beyond the religious and affects multiple aspects of cultural life for non-Hindu individuals as well. Caste-based violence and discrimination is rampant in the South Asian diaspora today at the hands of caste-privileged individuals, regardless of religious affiliation. If this motion results in caste-privileged parents having to explain caste to their kids, it is about time that my caste-privileged peers acknowledge and learn more about the subtle and overt ways in which we contribute to a system of oppression. We cannot erase the lived experiences and needs of caste-oppressed people because only the privileged have the luxury of ignoring oppression. Thank you, and Jai Bhim.
Ravi Vijaya Satya.
Hi, my name is Ravi and I live in San Jose. I was born as a caste privileged Hindu, though I'm an atheist by choice. All my family continue to identify as Hindu. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category. I was born in India and spent the first 21 years of my life in India before coming to the US. And I've lived in the US for the past 21 years. I know that caste discrimination is real, and I know that it is a problem in South Asian communities in the US. South Asian tech workers like myself are predominantly from privileged castes. There are very few Dalit tech workers. Dalits are a minority among a minority in the US, and therefore it is very essential to protect them against discrimination. I do not see any merit in the argument against extending the protection. Caste-based discrimination is illegal according to Indian law, though it is not enforced in reality. It looks like the folks opposing this proposal want to be able to continue to practice caste discrimination with impunity. Multiple panelists were of Dalit identity. The people opposing this proposal were claiming that they were not represented in the panel. It looks like they're claiming Dalits are not Hindus.
Julia Brokaw.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julia, and I'm speaking as a community member. I'm here to speak in support of the policy to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. It's important to me that caste be included for the reasons that many folks have mentioned and to center Dalit voices. There's so much violence happening locally and globally, and they're speaking out nonetheless. Many other institutions have done the same, including UC Davis, Brandeis, and Cal State East Bay. So please do the right thing, center the voices of the most impacted, and vote today. This is urgent. It makes communities safer for everyone. Thank you.
Anjali Arundakar.
My name is Dr. Anjali Arundekar, and I am a professor and historian of caste, colonialism, and sexuality at the University of California, Santa Cruz. More importantly, I am here today as a Bahujan, lower caste queer person to testify to the detrimental material, psychic, and historical effects of casteism. Casteism is not a myth, something made up by the radical left, or an unfortunate prejudice that somehow exists in South Asia. Rather, it is here in California, in our backyards, in our universities, in our workspaces, in our lived environments, a dehumanization of people like myself and my Dalit kin. I have lived here in California now for over 20 years and can recount endless encounters with day-to-day casteism that rarely get addressed or recognized. Caste must be recognized as a protective category in Santa Clara. End this injustice now. Jai Bhim.
Prema R.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Prema Ramasamy, and I fully support to include caste as a protected category. There was a concern that it would label all people of Indian descent members of a suspect class as a matter of policy. When we ask to declare caste as a protected category, that doesn't mean it brands everyone as guilty of discrimination by default. Instead, it seeks to protect the vulnerable from the perpetrators. We protect gender as a category, and that does not mean all men in the society become a suspect class as a matter of policy. It exists to protect the women from the men who still believe in male supremacy. Same way, we request to include caste as a protected category when evidences are plenty. Thank you.
Sujata J.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm here to strongly oppose the caste as a protected category policy. I'm a proud Hindu American living in and working in Santa Clara County for last 23 years. Adding caste as a protected category, you are creating a divide in this peaceful, diverse, community-caring county. I come from a very humble background. My father had to work 3 jobs so that myself and my brother can get the best education. I came to this county with the same hope that my kids gets the best education at the same time they keep their pride about their religion, culture, and progressive roots. My kids don't know the caste. With this fabricated information, you're creating a hostile environment for my kids. We, especially our next generation, will get bullied, traumatized, and hurt. Children will lose faith, they will develop the inferiority complex. I'm sure county wants a healthy, diverse community to thrive here. I hope Santa Clara County will protect.
Liz McLaughlin.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Liz, and I'm a white, queer, disabled Muslim woman, and I'm here to speak in support of the addition of caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County. As someone who has experienced discrimination on the basis of my gender, sexuality, religion, and disability, and who now ostensibly benefits from legislation protecting me on a federal, state, and local level, I urge you to act in favor of adding caste as a protected category. Caste protections are an additive approach, providing an additional layer of protections to ensure civil rights, just as adding sexuality, disability, and gender was an additive measure at one point in California history. There is no reason why a caste-oppressed person should not have the access to the same legal protections against targeted discrimination that I am afforded as a queer, disabled Muslim woman. Thank you. I yield my time.
Paros Sarkar.
Hello and namaste, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I am devastated as a Hindu American listening to this motion in Santa Clara. I thought that I had left behind all the injustices across all castes, regardless of whether higher or lower. The political establishment in India has used that to the nth degree to divide and rule. And this is now being imported into America to denigrate and demonize us. The same people that are saying that they speak up for Dalit rights have us silenced when we try to speak up for minority rights in Pakistan and Bangladesh. We are silenced. We are not allowed to speak about it. And this is what is coming to shame, shame, America, that you are politicized.
Our next speaker is Sarah.
Hi, I am a scientist and student, and I'm strongly in support of adding caste as a protected category. I urge you to center the humanitarian needs of caste-oppressed people and listen to their voices and stories that they've bravely shared in this conversation. We must recognize the humanity of people experiencing caste-based discrimination and violence and believe them when they share their experiences. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa.
Hello, my name is Teresa Enghardt, and I'm speaking as a white ally in strong support of adding caste as a protected category. I live in Santa Clara County, and I work in the tech industry here on a work visa. I'm not caste oppressed, but caste oppressed people are speaking up about the discrimination they face, and we need to believe them. We need to make it easier for them to speak out and to protect them from discrimination. So please add caste as a protected category. Thank you.
Krishna.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Krishna. I'm a resident of San Jose. I strongly oppose this proposal to make caste a protected category. In fact, I'm appalled at this fraudulent proposal, which has no representation from the majority Dalit community, which are Hindus in the South Asian, representing about 250,000 people in the Santa Clara Valley. The US is still regarded as the model of fairness and equality. A medieval and regressive concept like caste has no place here. In a progressive state like California, this smacks of a well-planned effort to discredit Indians and Hindus in particular. Just like politicians and colonial masters have been doing this to divide society for millennia, this is what it looks like here. My children growing up here, they haven't even heard of caste. They don't care about caste. Now this will be thrust upon them. Whether they like it or not, they have to identify. The sad stories of discrimination we heard today are no doubt real. I do sympathize with them, but they are not widespread. In the past 30 years, working in the high-tech companies, I have never seen or experienced any caste-based discrimination. The concocted reports.
Our next speaker is Archa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Archa Tadi. I am a South Indian STEM PhD student and I'm a caste privileged person of Hindu descent. I'm here in support of the policy to add caste as a protected category. Without explicit policy-based recognition of caste discrimination, there is no way to move towards justice for the people who experience this discrimination. I was educated in an elite Indian college consisting of individuals from across India, and I have observed caste-based discrimination during my undergrad and master's education while in India. It is ubiquitously present in the Indian subcontinent across religious and regional backgrounds. Myself and my peers have moved abroad to work and continue our education, and when people move abroad, they bring with them their own culture, both the good and bad aspects. And therefore, caste-based discrimination is prevalent and very much present in US. Please add caste as a protected category. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Asaya Mir.
Hi, my name is Asiya Farah Mir, and I am a Kashmiri Muslim located in LA on stolen Tongva land. I'm speaking in support of the Dalit community. I implore the Commission to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste-based discrimination, as we have heard from so many brave people tonight, is rampant and unacceptable in its current state. Adding caste protection will not shift major power dynamics. It will not take power away from anyone else. It will offer much needed legal protection for our Dalit siblings, for a vulnerable population. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Sadvik Ravindran. Sadvik, can you please unmute yourself? We will return to that speaker. Our next speaker is Mantangi Kumar. Mantangi?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm speaking as a caste privileged Indian American and a university student, and I am in support of the policy of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and the diaspora, spanning different faiths and ethnicities. Adding caste as a protected category will support people all over the South Asian diaspora, and any preconceived notions that this will cause Hinduphobia or discrimination is false and has been proven false by the amazing scholars that have shared their lived experiences earlier today. When talking about casteism, we need to be centering and listening to Dalit and caste oppressed folks who are speaking bravely today despite facing oppression. Erasing or denying their experiences is in itself reproducing caste violence. Having caste as a protected category does not take rights away from any community and is solely only adding it as a protective category. As a Human Rights Commission, I urge you to center the humanitarian needs brought forth today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Jai Bhim, Jai Savitri, everyone. I'm speaking as someone of the Brahmin caste and of Hindu descent, unequivocally in favor of the inclusion of caste as a protected category in Santa Clara policy. Caste is a global interfaith, intercaste issue, and because it transcends nationality and faith, existing protections do not encompass the unique experiences of caste. I've both witnessed and committed caste violence as someone of an oppressor caste identity, both in India and in the US, and I can confirm that us caste oppressors have in fact mastered the art of gaslighting Dalit folks. You've heard from several caste oppressed folks today about their real experiences with violence in the US around caste. That is all the evidence you need to act on this human rights issue as a Human Rights Commission. Oppressed caste folks are experiencing unchallenged caste violence today, clearly unprotected by existing policy. Center these voices, center Dalit Bahujan voices and needs, and give them equal protection under the law. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joshika Moni. Joshika?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. My name is Joshika, and I'm speaking as a caste privileged person from an Indian and Hindu family. I'm also a concerned medical and public health professional, and I wholeheartedly support the addition of caste as a protected category. Similar to whiteness and other constructed forms of oppression, casteism is often able to go unseen to those of us who hold privilege. For those of us, as many have stated today, who did not grow up knowing our caste, please understand that this is the direct result of our privilege. We do not know because we were not forced to know our caste through violence and discrimination. I urge those who are in opposition today to extend compassion to and center the Dalit voices we heard today who shared their stories with us at great personal cost. Caste-based discrimination will not disappear by simply denying its existence. We cannot cite imagined future harm as a reason to stop current, ongoing, and real harm. We need to add caste as a protected category. Thank you.
I am going to hand the moderating back to Justin for a while.
Our next speaker is Sukman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm caste privilege and I'm caste privilege and of Punjabi Sikh descent, and I'm in support of adding caste as a protected category. As a queer Punjabi Sikh woman, I'm familiar with feeling out of place and concerned for my safety, and I'm grateful for the protections that have allowed me to thrive in spite of this. I think that everyone deserves to be included in those protections. The proposed resolution is an additive protection that won't hurt Hindus or the caste privilege. It will only serve to help the caste oppressed. Not knowing your caste is a privilege. Dalits and caste oppressed people have a right to feel safe in their environment, and they have a right for their voices to be heard. If you're not protecting the most marginalized groups, you are not protecting the entire community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashwini CK.
Hi, dear commissioners, I'm a professional working in diversity and inclusion sector for the last 5 years. I don't support any kind of discrimination. Any person facing discrimination has a comprehensive right of recourse in this country under the broad spectrum of Title VII, including caste. However, including caste as a protected category will result in perpetuation being made systemic. We as a family of South Asians have faced subtle discrimination based on our food, names, dialect, festivals, gods, etc. Often assumptions are made and we are treated with derogation through micro gestures and demeanors. My son was totally devastated when his peers shamed him and called him names after the lessons in school associating Hindus and caste. Other religions might have casteism, but the primary perception links it to my faith. Our children who don't understand caste at all will bear the brunt of this for years to come. I also feel discriminated against by this commission. I feel disenchanted and powerless that I was not given equal time and chance to present my view. I feel my voice is being muffled and silenced. And see what has...
Our next speaker is Priyanka.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm a dominant caste Hindu person, a Brahmin, and a resident of Santa Clara County working at a pharma company, and I am here to speak in support of caste protections. The narrative that caste is a thing of the past or isn't practiced within the US is totally false. I have always known and seen caste being practiced within my own circles. To date, I still come across people from dominant caste backgrounds treating their coworkers and friends from oppressed communities differently from their own, passing off caste as slurs as jokes, and looking down on Dalits and caste oppressed people right here in the US. I'd like to reiterate that by adding caste as a protected category, we're only centering and protecting the lives of those who are marginalized and vulnerable, as you should be as a Human Rights Commission. April is Dalit History Month, so we must take this extremely necessary step to end caste-based discrimination and provide equal protection for them under the law, and I urge for this to be taken into consideration right away. By doing so, you're in no way dishonoring or harming the Indian Hindu community that I myself am a part of. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sisha. Sisha, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to oppose this proposal and request not to proceed with this discriminatory proposal. I think workplaces, schools, and colleges should be non-discriminatory and merit should be given priority. I'm a proud student of San Jose State University, and what mattered to my professors was my hard work and grades and not my race or my caste and where I come from. I think that it is very important to maintain this ecosystem. This is definitely discriminatory against one faith or one group like Hindus, and I request not to process this proposal. And I second all the HAF speakers. Thank you and good night.
Hayden Spice.
Hello, I would like to voice my strong support for this policy, which is important to me.
by virtue of individuals I hold dear and by my own interest in human rights, which would only be protected by this additive measure, which only supplements and strengthens existing protections. This is a global issue, and caste discrimination in our country is evidenced not only by firsthand testimony of those who have made themselves only more vulnerable by speaking up, but also by empirical data corroborated by reputable publications. Choosing to disregard lived experiences is itself a form of discrimination and violence. As a Human Rights Commission, it is imperative that you both recognize and act upon the need to protect those discriminated against on the basis of caste. Thank you.
And Sharma.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm speaking as a Hindu caste privileged community member who is here to speak in support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I recognize that the experiences my caste-oppressed colleagues have had within professional and academic spaces are vastly different from my own experiences. Caste-based oppression is rampant in US institutions, and many brave caste-oppressed folks have shared their stories of discrimination and violence with us tonight. I call on you to honor these stories and offer caste-oppressed people protection. Adding caste-based protections is an additive approach. In no way does protecting caste-oppressed groups take away from any existing protections to any religious or ethnic group. It does not lead to discrimination against anyone if we offer our most vulnerable community members additional support. In fact, it is the humanitarian thing to do to ensure civil rights for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Arul.
Hi, my name is Arul, and I had a different paragraph prepared for speaking here, but listening to the arguments here, I think I should address the very privileged argument of I'm Hindu and I'm casteless. We are here to support the legal protection of the people who face discrimination of caste right now. Anticipation of being discriminated because someone else is protected has no base. I am a Dalit and I did not feel discriminated. Fine, you're lucky. It's not the base for invalidating another person who's a Dalit and who's being discriminated right now. So right now, there are arguments made in the law of courts that caste discrimination exists and it may be practiced. But US law does not protect the caste-based discrimination, so it is legal to practice caste discrimination. So legal protection is the only means to protect the vulnerable. Hence, I urge the Human Rights Commission to recommend enacting legal protections for the oppressed castes that live and work in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hina.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Hina Sharma, and I am speaking as a dominant caste Indian Hindu who is a queer educator and writer in New York City. I'm here in support of adding caste as a protected category. Even though I'm in New York, I care about this because I think you all have a chance to be on the right side of history and set an important precedent for other cities and states to follow. There are dominant caste Indians all over that feel the caste system doesn't matter anymore, but that is because they benefit from that system. Even in India now, it is Dalits and caste-oppressed people who are burning the virus-stricken dead, who are denied healthcare every day, and who face inordinate amounts of sexual violence. How can we pretend the system doesn't exist in the States when we see the discrimination and violence in universities, workplaces, and our digital spaces? Dalit voices are constantly censored by American tech companies and they experience rape and death threats. Caste is a global issue and we must stand with Dalit oppressed folks.
Our next speaker is Jay.
Hello. I'm speaking as a trans Bay Area resident, and I am here to speak in support of adding caste as a protected category. I want to urge the importance of listening to the lived experiences and needs of Dalit and caste-oppressed folk. Listening to these voices is essential, as well as first taking responsibility for ensuring protections for these individuals. Without these protections, they will never feel safe enough to speak in their daily lives and workplaces, which means you will continue to not hear about the struggle they face in their daily lives. In your daily life, you will not hear about it. So you must provide a safe place for these voices before they can ever be visible advocates. Please fulfill your duty to uplifting and protecting Dalit and caste-oppressed people.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I am a queer public elementary school teacher from Santa Clara County with caste privilege and of Hindu descent. I am here to speak in support of adding caste as a protected category. This is a global issue that needs to be addressed, and thanks to the brave voices of Dalit and caste oppressed folks, we know for a fact that this oppression is occurring today in Santa Clara County. I firmly believe that if you're objecting this policy, you have not listened to and centered the voices and experiences of caste oppressed people, and are in fact, in turn, allowing violence to occur. I want our youth to grow up in a world where they feel safe and have strong examples of what solidarity, protection, and reparations look like. Caste privileged people and their children should know their caste and address their privilege so that they do not continue to replicate harm. This is the time to be having transparent and open conversations about the realities of caste-based discrimination and to honor the requests of people that have been marginalized and oppressed for generations by adding caste as a protected category. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Archana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Hello, commissioners. I'm Archana, resident of Santa Clara County for the past 20 years. I'm opposing this caste proposal. As a public school teacher, I understand the importance of standing against all forms of discrimination. From my understanding, this proposal does not state what definition of caste will be used to determine this protection. How is this going to be executed? There are 8,000 plus castes and subcastes. Also, does this mean my American-born kids who have no idea about what caste they belong to need to check caste boxes on applications? Is this where we are headed? Is this the kind of segregated society that we want for our kids and grandkids? I am sorry. We are certainly creating a wrong problem. Please do not support this proposal. This topic needs deep understanding of the social issues at play.
Our next speaker is Amy M. Wananen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm speaking in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I'm a Christian and I'm speaking today because caste oppression is a humanitarian issue that concerns people of all faiths and communities. I'd like to echo the message that failure to recognize the present harms and divisiveness of caste discrimination is a privilege. I ask the Commission to center caste oppressed people's voices and act without delay to add caste as a protected category. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anu Mandavili.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a caste privileged immigrant from India, and I'm here with Ambedkar King Study Circle in support of making caste a protected category. When women ask for legal protection, for example, from physical and sexual violence, they're not doing it so they can attack men. They're only seeking protection. When members of LGBTQ communities fight for protective legislation, their intent is not to attack straight people, but to simply protect themselves from discrimination. Similarly, when caste oppressed people are asking for protective legislation, they're not doing so to attack Hindus or because they're Hindu-phobic. They're simply seeking to protect themselves from targeted discrimination. It is therefore inaccurate at best and dishonest sophistry at worst to claim that making caste a protected category somehow injures Hinduism. It does not. Please make caste a protected category.
Our next speaker is Anand Cherukupali.
Hi, I'm Anand, and then I'm living in Santa Clara County for more than 12 years, and I never came across any of the caste differences in the work environment or temple or malls or even the flights. Wherever I go, I never came across this kind of division. And basically, I just want to conclude this with one Turkish proverb where it says like the forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe as its handle was made of wood, and they thought it was one of them. So I think here the forest is like Hindus and the axe is like Hindu divisive forces. So like Equality Labs, who pretend to be like supporting the Hindu Dalits without considering real numbers of Hindus living here, and it is going to have bad impacts on our kids who have to live further in US. So I oppose this resolution.
Our next speaker is Niraj K.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Greetings, commissioners. I am Neeraj Ateki and a resident of Santa Clara County, and I am here to oppose the proposal to include caste as a protected category. Please note that I am against any kind of discrimination. The reality is none of the cases, including the Cisco case, is proven. People who reported the discrimination on this call can already file against existing laws. If one thing to express your, it is one thing to express your discrimination, is another to demonize the entire community by codifying a regressive concept. With 4 million South Asians in USA, why is that the caste survey had to rely on 1,500 samples from worldwide? Why was me and my community excluded from this survey? This report does not stand for me. This report oppresses me. Also, why am I seeing that some of the experts called out today are connected directly to the same group that produced this questionable report? This is circular referencing. I request you to do your due diligence before making any decisions today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anmol.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm speaking as a caste privileged disabled Punjabi Sikh and Tamil member of the South Asian diaspora, and I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara's County anti-discrimination policy. As a caste privileged individual, the fact that until I went to college, I myself thought that caste, much like many of the opposing group, was an issue of the past and only in India is incredibly harmful and alarming and shows the inherent caste privilege that I carry. As you heard from prior lived experience, oppressed caste folks are always aware of their caste. Therefore, to not include caste as a protected category would be to perpetuate systems of oppression that have existed for centuries across global borders. As a Human Rights Commission, I strongly urge you to center the humanitarian need here. I sincerely ask the Commission to not be swayed by attacks on Dalit leaders, scholars, and research. We must listen to Dalit and Bahujan experiences and center and uplift their voices. The lived experiences of Dalit and caste oppressed folks are the only testimony necessary to include caste as a protected category.
Our next speaker is Manali.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Manali and I'm speaking today as a caste privileged Indian raised in a Hindu family. I'm here to strongly support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara's County's anti-discrimination policy. As a former Bay Area tech worker, I can attest to the lack of awareness and attention around caste discrimination in tech companies. As the Dalit members of our community explained, if caste were a protected category, institutions and workplaces would be forced to build the foundational competency around caste and be able to start to support their students and workers. Moreover, there would be accountability that does not currently exist to prevent caste discrimination from happening in the first place. Right now, Dalits and caste-oppressed people are unable to report discrimination at work, school, and other places because caste is not a protected category, and they fear retaliation and are concerned for their safety. We need caste to be a protected category, and we urge you to push for this legislation change quickly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pavitra.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name is Pavitra Suresh. I'm speaking as a caste privileged Brahmin Hindu American. I'm a PhD candidate in cultural studies and I'm writing my dissertation on caste in the US. I support adding caste as a protected category and have found that virtually all scholarship on the topic shows that caste discrimination persists in South Asian American communities. Due to the detrimental and far-reaching effects of this discrimination, it is essential that caste-oppressed folks like Dalits, Adivasis, and Bahujans are protected under the law. This additive proposal is a way to protect all members of our community. Recognizing the impacts of caste is not Hindu-phobic, nor is an attack on anyone's freedom to practice their faith. Protecting people against caste discrimination is simply an assurance that all people can live with dignity and safety. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arya.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi,
My name is Arya. I'm speaking as a caste-privileged Hindu Indian American, and I'm here today to speak in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I sit here tonight absolutely devastated by the unspeakable violence and vitriol perpetuated by other Savarna Indians and diasporic Indian Americans. And I think that tonight has been evidence enough that caste is definitely an all-pervasive violent force. So many Dalit and caste oppressed folks are here today testifying and outing themselves as caste oppressed, which puts them at a huge risk given the fact that there is no set of protections in place to ensure their safety. I call on you to honor them tonight and ensure they're protected, especially as they are so vulnerable right now by outing themselves. Thank you, and Jai Bhim.
Our next speaker is Fel Pandya. Fel, are you able to unmute yourself? We will come back to Fel. Our next speaker is Afia Rahman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm speaking as a Muslim Bangladeshi American and a member of the diaspora in the US. Currently, I'm a student and I'm here to speak in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I want to emphasize that I am a South Asian American from the Bangladeshi community. Growing up, I can personally attest that there is a large effort to distance ourselves from caste, especially in the United States, but it is largely seen as just a Hindu and just an Indian problem, but it is not. I can say that as a student, as a South Asian American, caste is an all-pervasive issue that does not just affect one nation or one religious group. Just as we cannot ignore race in America, we cannot ignore the oppression faced by marginalized groups. We cannot define what caste or casteism is, especially coming from groups who are incredibly privileged enough to say that caste does not affect them, that they do not see caste, just as many white people can say that they do not see racism and they do not see race. I'm deeply saddened by the disgusting violence and physical and verbal abuse that have been faced by many Dalits in America.
Our next speaker is Neha K.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hello, I'm speaking as a community member of Indian American Hindu Brahmin descent, and I'm here to support the policy adding caste, also known as Varna or Jati, as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I've been witness to casteist behavior and thought in my own family and community, and ignorance of caste is no excuse to claim lack of privilege. Caste and casteism are issues affecting individuals across multiple South Asian religious communities, not just in the Hindu community. In the name of preventing bullying due to white supremacy, we cannot erase the voices and experiences of Dalits in the US still facing casteism today. I've benefited from discrimination protections for minorities myself and believe that those who could be targeted by casteism should be protected from it in universities, the workplace, and everywhere they can be. Thank you, and Jai Bhim.
Our next speaker is Sonia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm an Indian American Christian and caste privileged. I implore the committee to include caste as a protected category. Caste is not limited to any one religion or country. I can attest that caste exists among Indian Christians. Even in the diaspora, Indian Christians are socially and politically segregated by caste. This has absolutely been my experience across states in the United States. In my nearly 25 years of experience of living here. What this means is that caste oppressed people, regardless of religion, are vulnerable to caste discrimination and violence and must be protected. It is urgent to include caste as the protected category. In fact, it is the only ethical choice. Equal rights should not and cannot depend on the feelings of privileged and dominant groups. In this, the voices and testimonies of Dalit people must be centered. It is important to understand that not having knowledge or awareness is a privilege and has no meaning in the experiences of caste oppressed people. Jai Bhim.
Our next speaker is Rajani Goodvaletti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, I am Rajani. I am 36 years old and I have considered Santa Clara my home since I was 2 years old. My dominant caste Hindu Telugu immigrant parents made a home here for me and my brother. Caste must be added as a protected category. Growing up, I had the privilege to not know the meaning of the word caste. Thank you to Dalit teachers, I have learned that ignorance of caste does not erase caste. Santa Clara is a home I love, but a home where I experienced racism and sexism as a child of the Santa Clara Public School District. But thankfully, I was a dark-skinned girl legally protected by the county's anti-discrimination policy, while my caste-oppressed schoolmates were unsafely isolated. Caste-privileged Indian Americans feel we are rid of the caste system, but we are the ones with privilege who don't feel its consequences and violence. My heart hurts for the dominant caste Indian American children growing up in Santa Clara right now, who, like myself so many years ago, don't know the violent power of caste over South Asian kids. You have the power to recommend a new policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shiva Kumar. Shiva Kumar, are you able to unmute yourself? We will come back to Shiva. Our next speaker is Sid Gamoji.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Sid Gamoji. I'm an upper caste Hindu. I've been living in the US for 8 years. I would like to show my overwhelming support for every Dalit here who has put themselves at great danger talking about their discrimination. And I am in overwhelming support of the resolution that is trying to be passed today. Whether caste does not oppress any upper caste Hindu. Caste protections are only serve as a necessary barrier to protect caste oppressed people against discrimination. It's very important that this resolution is passed today when they're in Dalit History Month, yeah, thank you.
Our next speaker is Job Varghese.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Joe Burgess and I speak as an Indian in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in the Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Centuries of intergenerational trauma has not even found a halt, even in the United States. This fight for human rights should happen on the high plane of dignity and discipline. No one should be called inferior just because they were born into a certain caste, not an American soil. And that's why caste is not limited to a single region, and every religion should support this civil rights initiative. When you add caste as a protected category, you will be initiating an affirmative action which can enable a Dalit to truly experience America, which is the land of the free and the home of the brave. I yield the remainder of my time.
Our next speaker is Padma.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm a proud American citizen and I strongly oppose the proposal to add caste as a protected category. I'm also a proud Hindu American, mother of 2 children now in their 20s. I want the commissioners to hear my lived experiences in the United States. I came here as a student. I'm a Girl Scout leader, mother, educator, and a community servant. My children, born and brought up in the Midwest, my brown Indian children attended both private and public schools. Growing up, they had Indian friends, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, atheists, white kids, black kids, Chinese kids. Never once have they been asked about caste by their Indian friends. In fact, I have been asked about caste and my kids by non-Indian Americans the entire 3 decades I've lived here. My Hindu Indian community came as one group to build the first ever place of worship. My youngest daughter is going to commission as a 2nd lieutenant in the United States Army in exactly 4 weeks from today to serve her country proudly. I want to warn the Santa Clara County Commissioners to look before you leap. California is a pioneer of this great country, and the rest of the country follows California's lead. Please don't sow divisions, fear, and hatred among a religious and ethnic non-Euro-Christian.
Our next speaker is Ravi Valetti. Hi, Ravi. Are you able to? Oh, there we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Ravi Valetti. I'd also, like my sister earlier, who I want to thank for helping teach me, because she took the time and dedication to learn from our Dalit and caste oppressed brothers, sisters, and siblings on how those of us who grew up with caste privilege didn't have to know our caste growing up, but we should have. And the excuse that maybe some people are giving in opposition to this, and I support adding caste as a protected category, the excuse that children may be troubled, well, children can be fostered to expand their empathy. I also represent STEM equity movements like March for Science, which had problems in the first couple of years of its existence, uplifting Black, Indigenous, Latinx, queer, and trans folks. It has come a long way. Caste should be included, not just in STEM, but everywhere as protected.
Our next speaker is Luis. Hi, Luis. Are you able to unmute yourself? There we go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Luis, and I'm speaking as a graduate of Stanford, a Bay Area resident, and an employee of a Bay Area Serving Foundation. I'm here to speak in support of adding caste as a protected category. As a Mexican son of immigrants, I empathize with the stories of invisible suffering that people face in their lived experience as a result of caste-based discrimination. My experiences as a racially marginalized person have taught me that just because someone's oppression isn't seen or felt by people with greater power and privilege, it does not mean its impact is not real. We have heard from many people suffering from caste oppression that discrimination against them has been rampant and has impacted multiple aspects of their lives. As a Human Rights Commission, I urge you to do the right thing so that, as we've heard from Dalit and caste oppressed people on this call, they can live, receive an education, and work in Santa Clara County without the fear of discrimination. Thank you.
So it has been 1 hour since we last took a break. I'm going to call for another short recess of just 3 minutes. So we'll resume at 9:33. All right, it's 9:33. We're going to call the meeting back to order, and I'm going to turn the chair role back to Chairperson Franzen.
Thank you very much. Let us move forward. And as we move forward, I just would like to remind you that if you are saying something that has been said before, please just reference that, and we will definitely make a note of that comment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anika Guhan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm a 22-year-old Sikh. I'm a caste privilege, and many of my South Asian peers don't discuss caste or are even aware about the underlying caste hierarchy because we live in a society of ignorance and unawareness. This is an issue that should listen to the experience of violence and discrimination of Dalit people. With my privilege, it is my personal and moral responsibility to look out for the well-being of Dalit folks by being mindful of caste oppression. Caste discrimination often runs rampant in the guise of caste pride in my own Sikh community. The Sikh diaspora globally has created a culture of boastful pride, resulting in violence against anyone who expresses their oppression. I'm providing this testimony in support of adding caste as a protected category. Caste privilege has been strictly upheld based on fallacies, and I urge you to extend your humanity outside of your caste, race, and religion to protect Dalit individuals who experience daily discrimination. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Johanna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So I'm a concerned Bay Area resident, and I'm here to oppose the proposal to make caste as a protected category. Caste in Southeast Asia was dominant in one region and non-dominant in another region. And in the past 2 centuries, the dominant status has changed to many castes. There are 8,000 plus castes and subcastes, and people are grouped to identify with their caste and for associated privileges from the state. So by making caste a protected category, which caste group are you protecting out of these 8,000 castes? What if the person doesn't know their caste and the current status? So by not effectively providing justice under existing laws, we Hindus are being targeted by ethnically profiling the entire community. I urge the Commission to please reject this proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kriti.
Hi, my name is Kriti, and I'm a caste-privileged Hindu Indian college student representing the CSU system and my school's South Asian Student Association. I'm also a lifelong resident of Santa Clara County, and I strongly urge the Commission to add caste protections today. Although I'm not oppressed, I have seen caste play out in my life. In middle school and high school here in Santa Clara County, I saw my caste-privileged peers brag about their higher caste status and the immense wealth and power that comes with it, at the expense of Dalit students. Additionally, my South Asian peers would literally harass and distance themselves from me if I were eating meat because they associate meat with Dalit people and untouchability. Please prioritize the voices of Dalit people who are suffering in all regions of South Asia and the folks who are testifying here today who are risking their safety. Just a few weeks ago, the official voice of the Cal State University system, the CSSA, voted to support adding caste protections, and I urge the Commission to do the exact same. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kripa.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm Dr. Kripa Patil, and I'm a scientist. I'm a caste-oppressed woman, and I strongly oppose the inclusion of caste as a protected category. I'm from very humble background, and my father struggled to study under street lamps and could barely do with 1 meal a day. I remember running pillar to post to get a caste certificate, which was even hard to get in India. How are you going to implement the logistics here? Will there be a registry checking everybody's castes? During the 20 years that I have spent in the US, I have been able to get my PhD, and I've been discriminated against as well. However, I was able to counter all of the discriminations against me with the protections that are currently in place with the civil rights law: race, color, religion, gender, or national origin. So I was able to use them to sufficiently address any discriminations I faced as a caste-oppressed person with the HR. The report that was used to formulate this proposal was not neutral. I strongly oppose this proposal, and I urge you to strengthen the community and not create more divisions.
Our next speaker is Ram Kumar S.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ram Kumar. I'm speaking today as a caste-privileged Hindu of Indian origin. I live in San Jose and I work in the tech industry. We heard powerful testimony today on the caste-based discrimination and harassment faced by many in university and industry in the United States. These stories agree with my own experience. Throughout my education and career in tech, I have seen how caste-privileged people like me get or benefited at the expense of others. Some of my fellow caste-privileged Indian Americans have suggested that they do not see caste, or highlighting caste as an issue is problematic, or can't we all just get along? But as with anti-Black racism, history has taught us that colorblindness is just another form of racism. We cannot achieve equality by refusing to acknowledge inequality. I want protections in place so that my fellow Dalit tech coworkers can feel safe reporting discrimination without fearing retaliation. Please listen to and center voices of caste oppressed people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Skylar Wharton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Skylar, and I'm a white American transgender person. I am also a Bay Area tech worker. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County. It is essential that we center the voices of Dalits and other caste-oppressed people on this matter. Quite simply, caste protections are vital to human rights, justice, equity, and dignity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Meghana R.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Meghana, and I work in higher ed in Santa Clara County, mental health. I'm a Hindu Indian American from a dominant caste, specifically Brahmin, and I support caste protections. As a person in mental health, I work closely with survivors of violence in higher ed, and I know how important institutional protections are for people to get basic access to the resources they need. I also study and know that systemic oppression impacts the well-being of people, and in order for healing to happen, recognizing the problem is just the first step. My family has been in the US for 20 years. I know caste is still practiced within my family here. It determines who we socialize with, who we marry, and how we treat others. Caste discrimination is real. It exists in the United States. As a Hindu with caste privilege, I can also tell you that caste protections will in no way harm my community or increase discrimination against Hindus. It will not require people to disclose their caste identity. It will only protect caste oppressed people. The lived experiences of Dalit folks are the only testimony you need to make this decision. Please listen to and center Dalit voices and make caste a protected category. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cam Singh. Cam, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, I'm a community member that is a second-generation immigrant with Sikh heritage, and I come from a caste-oppressed background. I also have a master's in human rights law from Oxford University. Caste-based protections are human rights. These protections are necessary in order to meet our commitments for equality and non-discrimination and ensure that caste-oppressed people have access to legal frameworks to address discrimination and violence. The need for these protections is clear. 1 in 3 Dalits report being discriminated against during their education, and 25% have reported facing verbal or physical assault based on their caste. Brandeis University, Cal State East Bay Student Senate, UC Davis, and Cal State Students Associations are some of the educational institutions that have passed protections against caste discrimination. I wish these protections had existed for me when I was an undergrad, when I was targeted by dominant caste students, when I was nominated to run for the South Asian Student Association and received targeted hate mail. The people who targeted me were also second-generation South Asians. Casteism does not disappear with the diaspora in America. Thank you.
Lakshmi C.
Hi, I'm a caste-privileged Hindu Indian residing in the Bay Area. I'm here in support of the policy to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara's anti-discrimination policy. Today, casteism expands across different countries, faiths, and communities, and caste-oppressed folks continue to experience violence, exclusion, and discrimination. But many members of dominant caste groups continue to believe that caste is an issue of the past, and that progress exists in not speaking or thinking about caste. This has never been true for any form of oppression, and this is certainly not true about casteism. This line of thinking allows casteism to continue to exist without acknowledging that casteism exists. It allows caste-privileged folks to continue to benefit from casteism while denying protections and reparations to those who are harmed by it. Passing policy that explicitly provides protections for caste-oppressed folks will be a step towards ensuring that they feel safe, supported, and valued in Santa Clara County. I hope that you will center the voices of and experiences of caste-oppressed folks today and stand in support of them always. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mona.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm a Hindu, a Santa Clara resident for last 20 years. I strongly oppose caste proposal and request you to look at the fact that the Hindu community is neither represented in the Human Rights Commission sufficiently nor consulted when drafting this resolution. This is disappointing that you are defining us without consulting us. I am totally with each one of them who has faced discrimination, but we already have laws to file discrimination. We do not need any more division of a Hindu or any other community. Why is that the caste survey had to rely on 1,000 sample from worldwide? Why was me and my community excluded from this survey? How come the regressive concept is being introduced in the most progressive society?
Our next speaker is Jennifer Miller.
Hi, I'm a Catholic who works in Santa Clara County, and I am speaking in support of adding caste to Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. When talking about casteism, we need to be centering and listening to Dalit and caste-oppressed folks. Just like I, as a white woman, don't get to define what race and racism is, caste-privileged folks don't get to define what casteism is. Caste-oppressed folks face double discrimination through racism and casteism. This is an additive layer of protections to ensure civil rights. Adding caste as a protected category will in no way detract from existing protections to any group. As a disabled person, I have personally benefited from having disabilities protected under anti-discrimination policies. And I want those protections to extend to anyone and everyone facing discrimination. Right now, Dalits and caste-oppressed folks are unable to report discriminations at work, school, and anywhere else because caste is not a protected category and it needs to be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shika Srinivas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm speaking as an Indian American Hindu caste privilege student, specifically a Brahmin, residing in Santa Clara County. And I'm here to speak strongly in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category. Today's testimonies show that caste is a hugely violent force across the diaspora. Caste-oppressed folks have risked so much to educate us and to speak their truth today. And I agree with the points made that 1, choosing to acknowledge caste is a privilege. 2, using a caste-blind approach continues to perpetuate violence and erase important history and present-day struggles. And 3, that protections only bring safety to everyone in the community and do not hinder any other rights. Rather than the dominant Hindu upper caste narrative, we must center the experiences and voices of Dalit folks if we truly care about equity, human rights, and dignity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is
I would like to just take a quick moment of privilege. I want to make a note that actually the Human Rights Commission has a higher percentage of Indian representation than is the population in the county.
Our next speaker is Dilpreet Dayal.
Hello. I'm a caste privileged Punjabi queer Sikh, and I strongly support the policy to add caste as a protected category. Ignoring the existence of an oppressive structure will not erase the reality of its violence. If your children do not know about caste, then it's your responsibility to teach them, because you cannot erase history, you can only try to learn from it and do better. Adding caste as a protected category will not take away existing protections given to other religious or ethnic groups, and this added protection will not require people to disclose their caste. These protections will provide oppressed caste communities with the safety of the law behind them when advocating for themselves. Members of caste-oppressed communities have shown up today to testify, risking their safety by outing themselves as caste-oppressed. It is vital that we center and listen to their lived experiences and do better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Arushi Mohan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Arushi. I'm a person of oppressor caste, specifically Brahmin Hindu descent, who grew up in India and has since lived in so-called United States and Canada. I'm here to speak in strong support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I want to support the comments of Divya Chandru, Hamida Khan, Kanak, Anjali Arundekar, Kam Singh, and the group of Brave Dalit speakers who gave their comments at the start of this public comment section. When talking about casteism, we need to be listening to Dalit and caste-oppressed folks giving testimony today at great risk, and they have made clear the need for these protections. You've also today heard gaslighting, violent rhetoric from fellow diasporic oppressor caste people. And I just want to say this is all derailing. And honestly, I know that I couldn't begin learning and acting as an accomplice until I could name the harm I've caused and how I benefited from caste capital. Adding caste as a protected category is so important for Dalit and caste-oppressed folks to experience legal protection since we can't address systemic violence we cannot even name. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ganga. Ganga, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah. Hi, I am Archana, a Santa Clara resident, and I am a Hindu Dalit, and I strongly oppose the caste proposal. I have never faced any bullying or discrimination in India or America because I am a Dalit. People who reported the discrimination on this call today can already file against existing law, but they didn't and won't, as they know these false stories won't stand in court, just like the Cisco case. Passing this proposal is like giving the caste priority during COVID vaccine. I have few questions. How did you choose the experts on the panel today? Why we were not explained the agenda before? Why was the process of choosing experts hidden? I'm sorry, but I see there are issues with the process here. This whole setup traumatizes me. I can see people talking for this proposal have deliberately included she or her or he or his in their name. Is it some kind of a clue? I strongly oppose this proposal and urge the commissioner to check the authenticity of this data. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sadviq Nair. Sadviq, are you able to? There we go.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm speaking as a caste-privileged Hindu and lifelong San Jose resident in support of adding caste as a protected category. My family has been ostracized from the Bay's so-called vibrant South Asian communities because my parents married outside their caste. I myself have heard caste-related microaggressions from my own Indian American peers. However, I am still caste-privileged, so please continue to listen to the voices of our Dalit community members, both tonight and after this long meeting. We are not here to discuss caste from a religious or historical framework. Casteism exists and needs to be addressed. Adding caste as a protective category is not profiling, and it does not require people to disclose their caste, check boxes, or be on a nationwide or countywide registry. Institutionalizing protections against caste discrimination, on the other hand, is going to be an extremely valuable resource for folks from Dalit and caste-oppressed communities. It will be the first of many steps in ensuring we are truly an inclusive community. Thank you, and Jai Savitri, JP.
Our next speaker is Sonja.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am from California, and I support the policy to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and the diaspora, spanning different faiths and ethnicities. Though I don't experience caste personally, I am white, and I understand that privileged classes cannot define oppression, and it is our duty to consider the lived experiences of Dalit and caste-oppressed folks as the only testimony necessary to include caste as a protected category. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tushar Shinde.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Dear commissioners, I'm Tushar, resident of Santa Clara County. As a proud Indian American Hindu, I strongly oppose this caste proposal. These people representing Dalit group is like Nazis representing Jews. Check these people's background, their social media footprints, their source of funding. It will reveal their real identity and their political and financial interests behind their acts. As a Santa Clara County taxpayer, I ask you to provide me the authenticity of the data. Just because someone shares crocodile tears doesn't make any data authentic. I'm surprised and concerned to see that you have not verified the authenticity of the data provided to you by them. Commissioners, I want you to reject this hate-spreading, discriminatory caste-based proposal. A stitch in time saves 9. May God save America from such a fake propaganda. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Satya Munugoti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm speaking here today as a Telugu caste privileged person whose families come from India in support that caste be added as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Casteism is a structure of oppression that has violently persisted throughout thousands of years and affects people globally throughout diasporas. Furthermore, adding caste as a protected category does not take away from any existing protections and is not a religious argument, nor does it require people to disclose their caste. This is a human rights and civil rights issue. It is about adding protection against the discrimination on the basis of caste. I implore the Commission to recognize the vast difference between the discomfort of privileged folks being confronted of the harm and violence that our years of sustaining casteism has caused and the actual lived experience and voices of Dalit Bahujan people. As a Human Rights Commission, please prioritize the lived experience and leadership of caste-oppressed communities. Please support this clause. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Dakshata. Dakshata, are you able? There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm so thrilled actually today to see a huge number of Brahmins, meaning upper caste, standing up and supporting their Dalit brothers and sisters. I think that proves the point. Yay. This is the reality. Truth comes out no matter how many fake fabricated reports and testimonies are presented. With immense confidence, I oppose this proposal.
Our next speaker is Shlok Lili. Shlok, are you able to unmute yourself? There you go.
Respected commissioners, my name is Ajay. Shlok is actually my child's account, so I'm actually showing that name. And I'm a resident and tech worker in this county for the last 12 years. I strongly oppose the caste proposal under consideration. Many of the previous speakers have quoted statistics from a caste report. I want to alert you that this caste report, which the so-called experts are also trying to sell you on, is a cooked up report where cherry-pick responses from a very selective set of respondents picked up from their own circles have been used to make wild claims to further their propaganda. In one of the other surveys conducted by the organization in question, they explicitly instructed non-US respondents to use 95134, which is the Santa Clara zip code, while submitting their response. So all worldwide responses show up as Santa Clara responses. This will show you how easily and with what impunity they will manipulate the data to suit their own needs. Please understand the real nature of this manipulative organization.
Our next speaker is Kiran Khalid.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Kiran, and I'm speaking as a caste-privileged Pakistani CSU student. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in the anti-discrimination policy. I have personally witnessed caste-based discrimination within the Pakistani diaspora in California. On the night of my best friend's wedding in the Bay Area, her father had threatened to kill her and her husband simply because they were of different castes. Caste-based violence is real, and it is happening in the United States right now, within families, within workplaces, and educational institutions. Adding caste protections will allow Dalits and other caste oppressed people to speak up about their experiences without the fear of violence. This is an interfaith, intercaste, and international issue. It is a civil rights and a human rights issue. I urge you to honor and center the Dalit voices that have shared their very real experiences with us today. I urge you to add caste into the anti-discrimination policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Santa Clara resident.
Hi, can you hear me?
We could hear you, but you are very low.
Yeah, I'll speak up. Hello, JB. My name is Shriyan, and I'm from Jain dominant caste background. I'm a renter and a tech worker in Santa Clara District 2, and I urge the council to add caste as a protected category. Adding caste as a protected category only promises that the oppressed are not alone in the system, and it's a promise that we have to make. The other side's narratives are specifically tailored to drown an unassuming ally like yourselves with weighted and gaslighting questions like, should I check a box with every form I fill? Hence, letting them control the narrative like they have done forever. Then they will try to convince you that doing nothing is better than doing something that might be wrong. Please don't fall for it. And don't be scared that caste is very complicated and involves a lot of work. There are a lot of people and organizations who can help you with it, like every other policy that you make. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Archana Shindi.
Hi, I am Archana, resident of Santa Clara County for 6 years. I am a proud practicing Hindu, and as a Dalit member of a Hindu community, I strongly oppose this caste proposal. My caste was never an obstacle or any help for me. Are you serious when you consider this as authentic data? While talking about caste or Dalit people, why didn't you approach temples or language groups or people like me? It is disappointing to see one of the best and diverse counties like Santa Clara in the Bay Area is falling in the trap of these cunning foxes who pretend to be guarding the hens. Seems like these hate-spreading people have strategically managed to schedule the hearing so late in the evening today on a limited participants forum like Zoom to get this proposal passed based on biased portrayal. I strongly oppose this proposal and urge the commissioners to check the authenticity of this data. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sahidi B.
Hi, I'm here. Good evening. I'm a caste-privileged Indian Hindu in the arts sector, and I'm here to support the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and the diaspora, spanning different faiths and ethnicities. As someone who has lived in both India and the US, I've read, heard, and witnessed casteism in both countries with many parallels. If casteism has not been combated back in South Asia societally, institutionally, and systemically, it only makes sense that casteism is brought along with us dominant privileged caste folks who migrate into the diaspora. This is why caste is a global issue. We must center Dalit and caste oppressed voices to move towards an anti-caste society. Caste is a human rights issue. Caste is a civil rights issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vani.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Great. Hello, my name is Vani. I'm speaking as a caste-privileged Hindu community member working at a large tech company in Santa Clara. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Casteism is rampant in the tech sector, as the testimonies we have heard clearly show. During job interviews in Santa Clara, people have explicitly brought up their dominant caste identity and tried to convince me to join their team using caste supremacy and lack of diversity as a selling point. One can only imagine how caste-oppressed folks would feel in such toxic environments. As the Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission, you have a duty to center the humanitarian need of caste-oppressed folks and offer them equal protection under the law. Thank you for your time. Jai Savitri, Jai Bhim.
At this time, I am going to hand the moderating back over to Vice Chair Warren.
Our next speaker is Nishant.
Hi, my name is Nishant and I'm speaking as a person of dominant caste Hindu descent. I grew up in India and currently work at a big tech company in Santa Clara County. When the state of California sued Cisco for failing to protect a Dalit employee against caste discrimination, and yes, the state of California used Equality Labs' data for this, I was not surprised because I've seen firsthand how such discrimination plays out in tech companies. The Cisco case is just the tip of the iceberg. None of my friends are comfortable speaking up for fear of retaliation because caste is not a protected category here. Who is going to protect them? Do they not deserve to be protected? Caste discrimination is a workers' rights issue. It is a civil rights issue. It is a human rights issue, and it is urgent. I urge the fair-minded people on the Human Rights Commission of the Santa Clara County today to stand on the side of justice, lead by example, and protect our communities by adding caste as a protected category. Thank you so much. Jai Savitri, Jai Bhim.
Our next speaker is Arman Jaffer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. I want to start by thanking those from caste-oppressed communities who shared their experiences tonight. It was powerful, courageous testimony, and I'm sorry that you have to hear such violent language. I am a Muslim Indian American who grew up in Los Altos and now works in Redwood City. I had the privilege to learn about caste in public school, but that's not the lived experience of many oppressed caste folks. I strongly support making caste a protected class. I want to share that caste exists in my community as well. This is not a Hindu issue. Recognizing caste will bring legibility to atrocities already happening. This is very similar to how recognizing racism doesn't increase racism, but calling it what it is. I also want to note that no one today has denied the violence that is perpetrated against the Dalit community. The status quo is unacceptable. I would implore this group to listen to the voices of those marginalized by the caste system rather than those who have benefited from it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom.
Hello. I'm here speaking as a gay white man, and I'm here to voice my support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste protections could help many of my loved ones and their families, and I really hope that you see this legal protection as an act of love for the communities you serve. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Garde S.
Hey, hi. I live and work in Santa Clara County and no one till date asked me about my caste and judge me. I strongly oppose this caste proposal. US Embassy approve visa based on the ability of the person, not by checking which caste they belong to. My cousin married to a Dalit and they have a son. What will be the caste of their son? Do we have answer? I strongly oppose the imposition of caste on our kid. Stop dividing the community and spreading hate and discrimination. Please give equal opportunity and time to Indian American organization to talk. Dear Commissioner, please investigate the claim before making any decision and work with experts. Mahatma Phule and Dr. Ambedkar reformed the society to create equal opportunities, and using their name, few people are trying to divide the Indian community. Stop spreading the hate and fake propaganda. I strongly oppose this proposal. Jai Savitri by Phule, Jai Bhim, God bless America. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Arvid I.
Hi, I'm Arvind Iyer, a resident of Santa Clara County since 1994. I have mopped floors for minimum wage when I started my American dream. No privilege whatsoever. I strongly oppose the proposal to add caste as a protected category. There is no systemic caste discrimination problem in America. The issues we hear everyone goes through: inequality, immigration, overcritical boss. Think different. Don't make these outlier issues into a caste identity. Propose anti-bullying in the workplace instead, just as an anti-bullying law for students in classroom. California state has settled lawsuits for promoting wrong colonial narratives, such as the caste pyramid. A federal court has ruled against University of California, embarrassingly exposing Hindu-phobic conversations with professors. Don't be misled by fake scholars, even from top universities. The report that you're relying on, the dubious report, is being contested in courts. Don't fall for sinister and suicidal misadventures. Solving wrong problem can only cause future repercussions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Myra Patel. Myra, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, I'm Myra Patel, and I'm speaking as a caste-privileged Indian American of Hindu descent. It is nearly impossible to define caste without discussing ancestry and national origin, which are all protected categories. And as such, I am in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I've witnessed countless acts of caste discrimination throughout my life in various settings. There are also many Dalits speaking out about the oppression they have faced despite being gaslit and facing retaliation. I implore you to listen to these brave voices and add these protections. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shyam Paletti.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Shyam Paletti. I'm a US citizen, taxpayer, and resident of the Santa Clara County. For the last 2 decades, I'm against this county's bringing the casta in Spanish or caste in English under the rights of protection without clear-cut definition. Caste system exists in many societies in Latin America, Europe, Japan, and South Asia. I want the Commission to really come up with a clear-cut and universally applicable definition of the caste without targeting any nationalities, religions, ethnic groups living in the United States. Any further digging into the imaginary caste discrimination and narrowing to target dharmic religion in South Asians in New York is a neocolonialism and perpetuation of that British colonialism. You cannot discriminate in the name of discriminating. You cannot start discriminating Indian Americans, Hindus, or any category under the any category discrimination. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pradeep Kihal.
Hi, my name is Prabdeep Singh. I am Sikh and a queer, non-binary person and a sociologist of racism and colonialism. I'm a California citizen born and raised in Los Angeles with family in the county and from a historically caste-dominating Punjabi background. I'm here in support of adding caste-based protections. Though my religious communities reject caste as a religious doctrine, casteism is also a social practice of exclusion in the public sphere, one that is active within my own religious and ethnic Punjabi communities. From Dalit experiences, we know casteism is the active practice of discrimination and is not encompassed under existing policies of racism and sexism. We don't need to create lists of people's castes to determine if a negative status was used to unfairly discriminate, but we need to know that the people will be protected when such an act happens. Casteism is kept alive because casteism remains protected rather than the targets of casteism. You can create this protective floor to ensure that people from oppressed caste backgrounds can live fuller lives in Santa Clara. Thank you to those of Dalit backgrounds who have shared their experiences today in the hopes that others will be with you in this moment.
Our next speaker is Venkat Srinivasan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I'm Venkat Srinivasan, a resident of Santa Clara County for the past 22 plus years. I belong to a 3% minority in India, despite any merit, who was deprived of any opportunities for 3 to 4 generations. Even today, I cannot even join certain political parties or certain organizations back in India. So I have realized the implication of caste. Making a statement that caste is made to be protected and things like that, it's very easily said than done. And caste is like a cluster bomb waiting to explode in the community. Once it explodes, no one would have any control on it. And this is exactly what is happening in India. Caste is being used as a weapon against Hindus and Hinduism. I fully empathize with all the people who have stated their experiences, bad experiences, negative experiences, but there is no way anybody can go.
Our next speaker is Rakesh Pathak. Rakesh, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes. I'm Rakesh Pathak. I have been a resident of Santa Clara County for more than 28 years. I strongly oppose this caste proposal. In the last 3 decades, I've lived in many cities and have worked in many companies in the Bay Area. I've never come across any talk about caste at work or in the community. Even the friends and family that I have all over the USA have never mentioned this as an issue. Therefore, reading about this proposal clearly shows to me that it is based on non-representative and cherry-picked data in a report that is clearly Hindu-phobic. Rather than enforce the existing laws, trying to bring in caste in the American society is going to cause division and discord, rather than address the problem. I see that the current process is also very flawed. Some of the experts in the panel today are actually publicly allied with groups that prepared that non-representative report, Equality Labs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarika.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Sarika and I'm a Sikh Punjabi caste dominant person. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category and think it's essential that the county do so to advance the civil and human rights of Dalit and caste communities in the US. Just as gender and race are protected categories because racism and sexism exist, adding caste would recognize that casteism does exist. Professor Brown earlier named that current categories do not offer explicit protections, and this is why we need caste to be its own category. Already, we've seen a vocal minority on this call opposing protections against caste discrimination, trying to invalidate equality labs using disinformation and bigotry to distract from the calls for civil rights. I would urge you all to not be swayed by their attacks to Dalit leaders and scholars and researchers. We must listen to Dalit and caste oppressed people to speak about their experiences without fear or backlash and discrimination. Please support this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vivek.
Hi, my name is Vivek, and I'm a caste privileged person from an Indian Hindu family. I'm here in support of adding caste as a protected category and in support of the courageous Dalit speakers who've shared their stories with you today about the caste discrimination they face. I was struck by a common theme in their testimonies, as well as Professor Brown's testimony, that Dalit workers who report caste discrimination must be able to do so with legal protection against retaliation. This is why we need caste as a protected category. Caste is a hierarchical system of oppression that we are born into. Like racism, the impacts of casteism show up in who does and doesn't have access to various systems, like education, housing, healthcare, employment, everything. Its impacts are real, current, and not just in South Asia, but inform our class positions and upward mobility once we come here. It's far from a relic of the past. Healthcare is salient because as India battles this horrific wave of COVID, caste-oppressed peoples are disproportionately affected because of all these systems.
Our next speaker is Apurva.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Firstly, thank you to all of the Dalit and Bahujan people here today for your constant labor and energy in this fight. I'm an Indian person of Hindu caste privilege Brahmin descent living in Fremont on stolen and lonely land, and I'm in strong support of adding caste as a protected category. The ignorance of caste does not erase caste. Not seeing or knowing your caste comes from privilege and erases the present day lived experience of caste oppressed communities. We must include protections for Dalit workers, students, community members, and others to feel safe reporting incidents of discrimination without fearing retaliation. Caste violence is very clear in the ways Dalit professors, organizers, students, workers, and others today on this call cannot show their faces and names for safety, but caste privileged professors can show their faces, share their names, and universities they teach at. This is an additive approach, an additive layer of protections to ensure civil rights. I urge the Commission to make a decision in this call. Thank you, and JB.
Our next speaker is Vandana Pathak. Vandana, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Respected commissioners, I see that the premise of the whole hearing is Equality Lab's caste report, but people are not allowed to show the fault in the report. Why? See page 5 of the report. Why is it not allowed to reveal that the report excluded Hindus from the survey? See page 9 of the report. Why does a caste report specifically targets Hindus? And it's okay. But why is it not okay if you expose the hate and trauma propagated by the creators of the flawed survey? See page 19 out of the 52 pages of the report. Why is it okay to blame Hindus in the report, but not okay here to talk about this hate? Why is it okay to tell the hardworking Hindus to caste privilege? So I strongly condemn this. Please consider, take a moment to ponder on the points. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Savita Kulkarni.
Respected members, I am an educator and mother of 2 kids and a practicing Hindu. I strongly oppose the caste proposal because this is discriminatory, irrelevant, and unjustifiable. We, as part of the vast majority of Hindus, are not represented in the proposal. Few things worry me. I see that the whole premise is built upon the caste report, but people are not allowed to explain how this report is flawed, biased, and singularly targets my faith. Have you done the due diligence? I also appreciate the panel for bringing some experts into the discussion. But what if I told you that the most of these experts are allies of hate groups? Please check their history. How did you choose the expert? Why that was not explained in the agenda? Why was the process of choosing experts hidden? Why are you dividing the community? Also, why did none of the Indian American organization get 1 hour time that hate groups got in January? I strongly disapprove this caste proposal. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Priya Dawakar.
Hi, everyone. I'm speaking as a dominant caste Hindu South Indian residing in Santa Clara County. I'm here to speak up in support of including caste as a protected category. This would be an additive measure to provide further civil rights protections on anti-discrimination policies already in place. I'd also like to note that not personally observing caste discrimination does not mean that it doesn't exist, and denying the existence of caste is in and of itself a form of violence. I believe that Santa Clara County has an obligation to include caste as a protected category as a starting and foundational basis to further address caste-based violence in the Bay Area. I'd also deter the Commission of entertaining baseless and blatantly casteist allegations around the Equality Labs report. I urge this Commission to further center caste oppressed groups in these discussions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is RK.
Hi, I'm a queer Hindu American taxpayer in Santa Clara County, and I am strongly opposed to this. Unlike the British government or former colonial oppressors who impartially investigated caste issues in the United Kingdom themselves, you instead have deferred to blood libel cynically dressed up in social justice rhetoric. As a result, you and the DFEH appear to lack knowledge or commitment to guarantee equal protection for all South Asians under the Constitution. Instead, you're treating us as guilty until proven innocent, which is simply un-American and wrong. Do not mistake a lack of professionally coordinated presence here at this forum for a lack of community opposition. Thank you and good night.
Our next speaker is Jivan Singh. Jivan, are you able to unmute yourself? We will return to Jivan. Our next speaker is Lakshmi Venkachalam.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Respected commissioners, my name is Lakshmi and I speak to oppose the proposal to include caste as a protected category. While people keep dividing people up into dominant and oppressed castes, what does that mean in the American context when there are 8,000 plus castes? How will Santa Clara County even accommodate that? You can create two categories and put everyone into them. It's nothing but a systemic perpetuation of trauma, division, and fomenting hate. Growing up back home in India, despite being a so-called upper caste Hindu, my family never received any special privileges or favors. On the contrary, we had to struggle at every step to obtain basic comforts, admissions in good schools and jobs, all purely based on our merit and capability. The same ensued even when we moved to the United States as immigrants. It's taken years of hard work, struggles with immigration, and pure merit to get to where we are today. Where does caste or anything to do with the caste system come in what I've just described? Nowhere. Sadly, we are being reminded of on purpose of a non-existent bias to divide us and introduce discord, hate, and inclusion.
Our next speaker is Aswini Malakoti.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Amazing. Hi, my name is Ashwini. I am a trans person from a low-caste Bahujan family of Hindu descent. I'm speaking in support of caste being added as a protected category. Casteism is a global issue. My family has experienced caste discrimination in India and the US in the form of harassment and intimidation, and is exhausting and should not be on the caste oppressed to prove that casteism exists. Trying to invalidate Dalit Bahujan scholarship, like the work done by Equality Labs, is casteist. Trying to validate Equality Labs is a feeble attempt to distract us from the call from human rights at hand. If you empathize with our stories, then you will fight for our rights. Dalit folks are here today sharing their lived experiences, which they shouldn't have to do. It is important we center their voices and ensure that they are protected. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Simran Singh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm a caste privileged Sikh who works for a large employer in Santa Clara County, and I'm speaking in support of adding caste as a protected category in the anti-discrimination policy. Caste oppressed families who have systemically been discriminated against for centuries deserve protections and safety for their marginalized identity. I want to emphasize that the coalition of support for this resolution is an interfaith, intercaste, and multiracial coalition. It's important to note that caste-based discrimination is not limited to any one specific ethnic group or religion, so this should not be misinterpreted as anti-Hinduism, as some speakers tonight want you to believe. Rather, casteism follows wherever South Asians go, and with the influx of South Asians in the Bay Area community and workforce, it is alive and thriving in Santa Clara County. Therefore, I disagree with what Garish said earlier that we need to be caste agnostic, see no caste, and tell our children caste does not exist. It's real, and we need to address it.
Our next speaker is Prasanna B.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Prasanna. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I'm a cybersecurity and compliance expert. I strongly oppose including caste as a new protected category as proposed by the ad hoc commission. I oppose all forms of discrimination, and I'm satisfied that the existing anti-discrimination laws provide adequate protection against all perpetrated forms of discrimination. Caste is not a universal term defined in the Constitution of the United States. What is caste to you? It is not as easy as identifying whites and blacks. How will you decide which caste I belong to? Who do I need to go and talk to and show what? That to claim that I'm a Dalit? Do not burden me, please, and my future generations with carrying a tag which has no legal, philosophical, or religious basis in this country. I come from a disadvantaged family. I stayed in hostels that provided free lodging and boarding, and I cleaned toilets. So did all other students. I have reached where I have entirely due to my hard work.
Our next speaker is Smita.
Hi. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Hi. I'm a 20-year resident of Santa Clara and I'm strongly opposed to this proposal. I heard that caste is not a religious issue. Pick up the California Social Studies 6th grade textbook. 1/3 of the content written on Hinduism is focused on tagging Hindus with the caste label. Ask any student in California about caste and they'll associate it with Hinduism. So like the CA textbook, this proposal very much targets a particular religion. Let's not deny that. I'm worried about the impact of this proposal on the safety of Hindu kids at schools and colleges. Hindu students will be looked upon with a caste lens, stereotypes as racist and discriminated against. India worked hard to erase the caste lines over the past 70 years, and these lines are blurry today in Indian society. Unfortunately, with this proposal, we will draw strong dividing caste lines in the American society, which will be disastrous to the future of this nation. I kindly request all council members to read unravelingthetruth.org to understand the ties of equality labs with the radical groups and their sinister.
Our next speaker is Sharat Lin. Sharat, are you able to unmute yourself?
I'm just trying to unmute. Yes, yeah, thank you. So my name is Dr. Sharat Lin. I'm with the Dr. Martin Luther King Legacy Committee and a human rights organization known as Human Agenda, as well as several others. So I urge the Human Rights Commission to support the addition of caste as a legal category of discrimination. The very fact that the vast majority of participants in this forum are from privileged caste speaks to the existence of casteism as a filter for immigration to this country. I personally come from a privileged caste family as well, and I have experienced it even in my family because my own marriage was an intercaste marriage, although both of privileged caste. So so it's very important to have these protections in place for all, not just elite, but all lower caste or caste underprivileged communities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aparajita Mathur.
Respected commissioners, I'm Santa Clara taxpayer, Asian innovator, tech professional, and a mother, and I do not support this proposal. I'm from Caste, and I do not know what my fellows speak about when they say privilege. I came to US on my merit. I have debts, and I've worked very hard like my other fellow Americans. I have been on H-1B for 10 years, and I have never experienced caste-based discrimination. This is shocking to hear, and I'm really, really scared thinking about implications of it for my family and my 4-year-old son. Caste is not binary, it's very, very complex. It's going to increase hate events based on color and ancestry. It's going to cause problems for Asians and people of color. I do not recommend this. I recommend you consider educating the community on their rights and use laws we have in place to fight this discrimination instead. Please think about it.
Our next speaker is Sharat Joshi.
Respected commissioners, my name is Sharat Joshi and I've been a taxpayer of this county for 25 years. I note the Hindu-phobic report that you are basing your decisions off, and even to encourage a stage for this is ludicrous because Hinduism is basically the target, and it seems very evident in appearing at 19 different places in the report. How do you place credence when the scripted speech is delivered over and over again? It seems to be a well-orchestrated engine here. So I would caution you that the land of the free and the brave, let it be free rather than constrict it with religious and casteist-related backgrounds and then confuse it more. I was so thrilled to become an American, but this is going the reverse way now. This is very un-American to go by caste and divide the country. So let's not do that. So I hope your due diligence prevails and you do a proper
analysis before you act. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Samina Usman.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman. I'm the Senior Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations, and I'm also a member of the Hate Crimes Task Force Advisory Member. I like to speak in strong support of adding caste to the list of protected categories in the county's non-discrimination clause. This is truly a civil rights issue. It is interfaith, intercaste, and international issue. This is not a religious issue, and that is a distraction. I truly want to say that I commend those who spoke their stories and expressed, how they have experienced discrimination on the basis of caste, and we must listen to their stories. We must listen to, what they have to say, rather than call it as though that they're lying or whatnot. We must support them. We must consider caste as part of this non-discrimination clause.
Our next speaker is Mati.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am a white trans disabled alum of the UC system and the partner of a trans disabled caste privileged Indian immigrant who grew up in Santa Clara County. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. My partner did not grow up Hindu and still benefited from their family's caste privilege, as well as witnessing the violence against caste-oppressed individuals in Santa Clara County, even within their caste-rejecting religious community. Caste is an issue that extends throughout the diaspora, spanning many different faiths and ethnicities. Casteism is not a religious issue, but an interfaith, intercaste, and international civil rights and human rights issue. We must center Dalit voices and in this discussion and believe them when they tell us their stories. We need tangible legal protections for caste-oppressed people like the ones that I have as a trans person and a disabled person. Casteism affects every aspect of the South Asian diaspora and as is the case with other forms of oppression like racism and transphobia, ignoring it won't make it go away.
So it has been an hour since our last break. We're going to take a very short 3-minute break and we'll be back at 10:34. So we stand in recess until 10:34 p.m. Okay, we're going to get started again, and we're going to go back to our speakers list in just a minute. Of course, all the speakers have spent their time and are present, and so the commissioners will want to hear your voice, and that's why we're here. So with that, I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Commissioner Franzen.
Thank you very much. And again, I'll remind you, if you are repeating something somebody else has said, just make a note of that, and our clerks will also make a note of that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Swami.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I live and work here in San Jose, and I oppose this proposal. Here's why. My grandmother's family as a little girl were victims of the 1921 Malabar Hindu genocide. Her family lost everything but escaped with their lives. She survived by seeking asylum and becoming a court singer performing Harikatha in the Kochi Maharaja's court. My father studied under street lamps. Looking for a job in the city, he had slept in the streets, unable to afford a room for the night. I grew up in a 340 square foot apartment where my grandmother would sleep in the kitchen. We belong to the much vilified so-called privileged Brahmana community. When hearing charges of upper caste privilege, we can only laugh in disdain. Our community was specifically targeted in the 1990 Kashmiri Pandit genocide, the medieval Goan inquisitions, and the 1971 Bangladesh Hindu genocide. Even today, our community faces a string of hate crimes of lynching, murder, and brutal violence owing to false hate propaganda. The org behind...
Our next speaker is Nikhil Dharmaraj.
Hi, I'm speaking as an Indian Tamil Brahmin person of Hindu descent and a community member residing in Santa Clara County. I absolutely support adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste violence undeniably structures the South Asian diaspora in the US. I know that because I have seen and benefited from it my entire life. A vocal minority of groups have been opposing these protections, trying to invalidate equality labs, using disinformation and bigotry to distract from the call for civil rights. I would ask you to not be swayed by their attacks on Dalit leaders, scholars, and research. The work of Equality Labs has been featured in the Washington Post, New York Times, NPR, and scholarly articles around the world, and the survey was conducted under the mentorship of Dr. Cornel West from Harvard. It has also led to the first congressional briefing on caste discrimination in Congress, co-sponsored by Representative Pramila Jayapal. Trying to invalidate the work of Dalit Bahujan scholarship is casteist. We don't need to intellectualize trauma. We owe support and credence to the Dalit folks who have testified tonight and have been for generations. Let's add caste as a protected category for human rights now. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Manish Priyadarshini.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Yeah, so what I wanted to speak on is when I check West Indian, I already have to out my caste. And I'm speaking to you as someone queer, Bahujan, and within tech, that caste is real and needs protection. As a history lesson, caste was the sole reason we were forced into indentureship 200 years ago across the Caribbeans. We've lived its real effects across borders, religion, and across South Asian, Black, and Latinx communities. This protection isn't a branding, it's for accountability when harm occurs, which addresses two things. Caste blindness comes at a cost that obstructs data collection. So now they can say that we aren't expert enough. When we don't recognize caste, harassment and abuse can be kept behind closed doors. This survey is already validated by Harvard and Dr. Cornel West by Equality Labs. We have to protect caste so that we can scale this work and be heard. Second, recognizing caste will have global impacts due to the majority of big tech being based in US. I've seen firsthand HR dismiss caste because they don't have legal protocol. We have the opportunity to create protection that can reflect the global.
Our next speaker is Mahendra.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, Day Commissioners. My name is Mahendra and I'm a resident of Santa Clara County, living in 95124 San Jose zip code. I strongly oppose the caste proposal. I come from upper caste family and my family really struggled to raise me with less than $200 earning per month. I live here in Santa Clara County from past 14 years, studied here and working in one of the top company, and I was never asked about my caste. I have a very simple question. So many people talking about caste discrimination. How do you know these testimonials are authentic? Because nothing is proved in the court or anywhere in this country yet. So we are going to use our consideration based on one organization and verbal claims. Have we researched the authenticity of the caste report? As a father, I'm really worried about my kids' future who never know what our caste is. As a resident and tax.
Our next speaker is Bargarvi Garmela.
Born and raised in San Jose. First of all, thank you to the Dalit folks who are risking their mental and emotional health and personal security to be here today. And also thank you to the commissioners for your patience and time. As an upper caste person, I have firsthand seen the violence and bigotry of caste oppression. Even in elementary school, I remember a Brahmin family refusing to allow their child to interact with children from a caste oppressed family. For my entire life, at work, at school, and in my family, I have seen dominant caste people gaslight, discredit, and attack Dalit people, Dalit history, and Dalit experiences. Please give caste oppressed people the protection they need. It is the only humanitarian option. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Santosh.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Santosh, and I am working in Santa Clara County as a tech employee. First of all, I belong to a Bahujan background, that is a quote unquote caste, but I'm a proud Hindu, and I'm outrightly rejecting, condemning this proposal with a strong voice of having caste as a protected community. Now, why? Because I grew up in a family of 5 in a 150 square feet house, and my father used to drive auto rickshaw to make our ends meet. This kind of underprivileged life I lived. However, every month we used to enjoy our Hindu festivals along with all this Hindu society, irrespective of caste and creed. And I would like to have the same environment in being in US. Now I can see these fringe elements are claiming me or my identity without.
Our next speaker is Srijit S.
Hi, respected commissioners. Thank you so much for your time. I oppose addition of caste as a privileged category as proposed by this esteemed forum because it serves the basic violation of the principles of US Constitution and equality among people. Having a community within community is further dividing us abruptly, and it will add serious implication for my kids, children, and grandchildren as a resident of California, Santa Clara County. I had struggled to come to US through an H-1B visa. Having a single parent's son, I had sailed my way very hard to find my education, not because of identified by a caste. So bringing in a 500 years, 750 years beyond regressive form of discrimination to US is not a good area to dwell into.
Our next speaker is Goreng Desai. Goreng, are you able to unmute yourself? We will return to him. Our next speaker is Ambedkar King Study Circle.
Respected members of the Commission, I am Karthikeyan Shanmugam, working in Santa Clara County. I represent myself as a Secretary of Ambedkar King Study Circle. I support the proposal to include caste as a protected category. A couple of Hindu temples in the USA openly advertise Upanayanam ceremonies for Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas alone, the 3 highest varnas in the caste order. These are the rites of passage where the male Hindus receive their sacred threads. They are an exclusive right of the dominant caste, and they inject shamanism into the Hindu minds at a young age. I repeat, caste shamanism, not Hindu shamanism. When the young minds of the dominant caste are injected with such a discriminative practice, what would be the attitude of these caste children to the oppressed caste? What is the response from the state institution to protect the children of the oppressed caste? Legal protection is the only means to protect the vulnerable. Hence, we urge the Human Rights Commission to recommend enacting legal protections for the oppressed caste, that live and work in the Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chandra W.
Yeah, hi, hello. I am against the proposal. I am oppressed caste person, came on H1B. I did not see anywhere I was asked about my caste. I worked in Cisco for 20 plus years and never heard of any caste biases or discrimination. In the beginning, one speaker mentioned about women entry in one of the Hindu temple, but did not mention about several Muslim mosques which doesn't allow women entry. Why only Hindu mentioned here? Isn't the hammering of Hindus started from the beginning of this hearing itself? What is the proof you need to show how caste discussion leads to Hindu bashing? It is surprising for me to have such a discussion during the pandemic situation. We all are in tremendous distress socially and emotionally. India is going through such a tragic situation on a daily basis. News are coming of losing dear ones. Under such circumstances, we all have to be together to sail through it. It is ironic that county brought up such divisive proposal on the table. I strongly suggest to postpone or reject such proposals. Thank you and good night.
The next speaker is Connie C.
Hello, I am here speaking as a Korean American Bay Area resident, Christian, queer woman, and life partner to someone of South Asian heritage and Hindu faith from Santa Clara County. I support adding caste as a protected category to Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Naming forms of discrimination and abuse, especially uniquely intersecting forms of oppression, matters materially both in its formal recognition and the certainty of protection under law. I commend the Dalit and lower caste folks who are so brave to speak out tonight, and I would ask that the commission listen to their experiences, the experiences of those who have actually faced caste-based discrimination. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Amula.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Amulia Yarapothu. I'm a queer Hindu Indian American with caste privilege. I've lived in the county for 20 years, graduated from Stanford last year, and I'm a registered voter in District 3 of Santa Clara County. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category. When talking about casteism, we need to listen to and center Dalit and caste oppressed folks. The testimony you heard today is all you need to include caste as a protected category. Casteism is real and it has real impacts today. Some argue that acknowledging casteism is somehow oppressive towards Hindus or Indians. As a queer Hindu Indian person, I want to stress that this is absolutely not true. This is a human and civil rights issue. Just like protecting me for my queerness is not an attack on any faith or nationality, protecting Dalit folks is not an attack on any faith or nationality either. While caste privileged folks have a lot of listening and learning to do, the county can't wait or hesitate in the face of ignorance and misinformation. It needs to act now to honor the Dalit folks who put their safety on the line today and make caste a protected category. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vinod M.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to express my objection to the idea of including caste as a protected category. The very idea is based on a biased, flawed, and propaganda-driven report. It would be great injustice if the county work on this without getting the correct facts and without consulting the large Hindu community. Hindu kids here in the US would not even know about the caste. I mean, how do you determine the caste of kids whose parents belong to different religion, race, and so on? By adding caste as a category, the county would be forcing caste upon the citizens. If not rejected, this would affect the present and future generations in a negative way. I find it strange that the few members of the expert panel today are publicly associated with the Equality Labs. I expect the panel should be neutral. Thank you for the time.
Our next speaker is Anjali C.
Hi, I am an Indian from a privileged caste Hindu background who grew up in Santa Clara County and live and work here now. I support adding caste as a protected category. In my own community of family friends I grew up with, I see caste replicated in the glaring absence of anyone who isn't caste privileged. And that is a reality for many caste privileged folks in the Bay Area. It is because of these insular communities of privilege we exist in that many caste privileged people believe that caste, quote unquote, no longer exists. However, it is clear based on the testimonies here today and the accounts in the highly credible Equality Lab survey that this discrimination is still alive and well. I implore the commissioners to listen to the perspectives of oppressed caste people here and allow them to define your decision-making today, rather than the other oppressor caste people here attempting to replicate the systemic silencing of Dalit people that has existed for centuries by claiming casteism is no longer an issue. No one is claiming oppressor caste cannot experience hardship, just that said hardship is not because of caste.
Melissa Tangari.
Hi, all. My name is Melissa, and I'm a caste-privileged Indian American from a Hindu family, and I strongly support the addition of caste as a protected category. First, I want to say that today, in this call, I learned that an insult commonly heard in my extended family is a casteist slur. This shows that even if I think we are caste blind, which may I add has ableist undertones, it infiltrates our whole lives. Thus, it is a privilege to not know your caste, because that means you have never had it made clear to you through discrimination. Choosing not to see caste also means you aren't seeing patterns. How will you see caste-based discrimination against anyone if you pretend caste doesn't exist? I want to add, as a non-binary person, I know that gender is also something you cannot see. Even though gender is protected, no one has to wear any armbands or badges denoting their gender. This suggestion is ridiculous because caste would work the same way. And even if you want to pretend British colonizers invented the idea of caste, that doesn't make it less real. People still discriminate based on it. Also, I want to ask, what is the point of saying you want to have a dialogue if you won't listen? You have more than 200 people just in this call who are trying to tell you what is happening to them and what they need. I'm begging you to listen. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Suresh Ayohia. Suresh, are you able to unmute yourself? We will come back to him. Our next speaker is Kay Jaha. We will also come back to that person. Our next speaker is Satyajit R.
Dear Commissioners, I am Satyajit Rai, a proud member of Indian American community. I strongly oppose the proposal of caste as a protected category. While growing up in India, I have always known caste to be a social level, and the last few generations are trying to move away from caste-based identity, and it's increasingly becoming irrelevant. In the USA, I have never met anyone who has asked me about my caste or anyone's caste around me. My teenager son doesn't know what his caste is. In fact, when I heard about this hearing, I asked him if anyone ever asked his caste, and his answer was no. I don't want my future generations to be divided on caste basis, stereotyped, and I don't want my Hindi community to be demonized. I urge you to reject this proposal that targets the Hindi community in particular and attempts to divide us. I also support the points raised by Lakshmi Venkat and Chandra W, who spoke earlier. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Prasanna Kulkarni.
Dear Commissioner, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Prasanna, resident of Santa Clara for 12 plus years, and I strongly oppose this caste proposal. I'll be making 3 points tonight. Point number 1, this entire hearing is based on a fringe group's caste report and their statistically invalid data. They are trying to bring caste into a mainstream society in US, which is an outdated concept altogether. Point number 2, looking at today's so-called neutral panel, it looked like judge, jury, and witness were are all from the same side. I strongly urge the commission to do some due diligence and identify hidden head groups behind this report. Point number 3, California in general and Silicon Valley in particular has always shown the world bigger and brighter ideas. This caste proposal is extremely regressive and has no places in today's modern society. It will only take us backwards. Is this the legacy you want to leave behind? I again want to say I oppose this proposal and request the city.
Our next speaker is Diva.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm here to support adding caste as the protected category. The mere fact that caste is outdated as dictated by others is really false. You should think about how our Honorable Vice President's mother was able to travel to USA as a 19-year-old student in 1958 for her admission into UC Berkeley. That is what the caste privilege of higher caste people gives them. On the same note, it has denied education for most of the people belonging to the lower caste. That is a proven fact. Personally, I have been embarrassed to ask to remove my shirt in one of the Hindu temples here to reveal if I belong to, if I'm wearing a sacred thread or not. I strongly support adding caste.
Our next speaker is Lokshwari.
Good evening. I'm Lokeshwari Mahantesh, resident of Santa Clara County, and I'm working in Santa Clara County from past 8 years in tech industry. I thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to express my concerns regarding caste proposal, which I strongly oppose. The very reason I'm here today because I'm scared and traumatized. I'm worried how this proposal, if implemented, will instill discriminative thoughts in people's mind and provoke people to take sides. Even though these castes does not make any sense or not at all relevant in our Santa Clara County or anywhere in US. I'm worried how these thoughts going forward divide people in community and disturb the peace, and how it affects our children who don't even know the caste exists and don't even want to recognize themselves with it. This proposal is not a solution, but a cause for discrimination. Please drop this proposal. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Ankita.
Hello, I'm a Nepali American and I'm in support of adding caste as a protected category. I am caste privileged, and still one reason my parents left Nepal was to escape intolerance because they had an intercaste marriage. Unfortunately, casteist beliefs are manifested in the US as well. Caste is not limited to India or Hindus. It exists from countries that have never been colonized by the British, like Nepal. Even if you disagree on the origin of caste, the reality is that caste oppression, harassment, dehumanization is happening now. Adding caste as a protected category does not mean people will need to be identified by or disclose their caste, and it does not invalidate anyone else's struggle. Please, as caste privileged people, we cannot center ourselves, feel a false sense of threat, or have arrogance in proving our success or listing obstacles we've faced, which are valid but can coexist with caste oppression and are not relevant to this protection. It's my duty to listen to the Dalit community, and I urge you to do the same and listen to Dalit voices and center them on this matter. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mehul C.
Dear Commissioners, my name is Mehul and I have been resident of Santa Clara County for 8+ years. I strongly oppose this proposal. This can and will be used to divide my Asian Indian community. We are a minority community in the US, and Human Rights Commission, instead of upholding our rights, is getting swayed by bogus, false, and hateful reports from equally bogus organizations. I was raised by a single parent with an income of less than $5 per month, and I have worked very hard to get a good education and build a life for myself and my family here in the US. How can I be branded as privileged and bigoted just because my birth is in a particular lineage? Existing US laws already provide protection against various forms of discrimination. By passing this resolution, you would knowingly or unknowingly be party to further an agenda of ill will and divisive politics. I request you to discard this proposal and do away with it completely. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neela Damaraj.
Hello, I would like to thank the caste oppressed people who have spoken today for their courage in sharing their caste-based discrimination they've experienced. I am speaking as an Indian Tamil Brahmin Hindu race student from my Santa Clara County, and am here to speak in support of the policy adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Adding caste as a protected category would not require people to disclose their caste. It is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and the diaspora, spanning different faiths and ethnicities. Casteism is an interfaith, intercaste, international issue, and it is a civil rights and human rights issue. Hindu caste privileged Indian people withhold protection from caste oppressed folks throughout South Asia and the world who are from various religions. Adding caste as a protected category will support people all over South Asia, especially in Santa Clara. Please note that knowing your caste is a privilege. Oppressed caste people are always forced to be made aware of their caste. Universally, caste is a rigid hierarchy used to exploit outcasts, specifically Dalit people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mahantesh.
Good evening. I'm Mahantesh from South Asia, residing in Santa Clara Valley from past 9 years and an employee of tech industry. As a deeply concerned resident, I'm opposed to include caste as a protected group. I'm hearing so much gaslighting of Hindu voices on this call. So many voices have pretended that this is not an Hindu issue by claiming that they come from Sikh, Muslim, and other faiths. I'm happy to hear them, but I want to point out that all the data used by Santa Clara and that offered by 4 or 5 experts you had on your panel are a part of Equity Labs ecosystem. Unless that biased data is thrown out, this window dressing of mentioning other faiths is just that. I have also worked and socialized with people of all backgrounds, including those of South Asian origin. Never once I was questioned about caste nor discriminated against. I have personally spoken to many South Asians changing or leaving their job. It was never a caste issue. Caste was never a...
Our next speaker is Nikhila Lakshmanan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Nikhila Lakshmanan. I identify as an agnostic theist and a Hindu. I have caste privilege, and I wanted to say that the practices of casteism and untouchability are grave moral evils and social injustices that are rooted in superstition and are violently oppressive. Caste should be a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy, and there should be a legal ban on caste-based discrimination. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Satish M.
Before you start, I am going to pass the moderating over to Justin. Thank you.
Satish M, you may proceed.
Yeah, are you able to hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Satish. I have been living and working in Santa Clara County for the last 2 decades. I strongly oppose this nonsense caste resolution or proposal, you say. Hate groups are trying to import a problem in this country which does not exist. I'm surprised this topic is in agenda and getting discussed here. If a caste is the important topic for these hate groups, then they should move to Pakistan or Bangladesh and work on resolving the issue over there. This is not America's problem. Get it clear, period. This is not America's problem. I have my own startup. I'm wondering, do businesses need to consider caste of prospective employees while hiring them? Doesn't make sense to me. How about the merit, qualification, skills of an individual? So I urge you, the commissioners, recognize this emotional drama of these hate groups and take a practical and right decision. Thank you, and God bless America.
Our next speaker is Ram Prasad Joshi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, respected commissioners. My name is Ram, and I'm a proud Hindu living and working in this Santa Clara County happily for the last 23 years. I strongly oppose this proposal to include the caste as a new protected category because it will create the divide in this peaceful and the diverse Hindu community caring for this great country, United States of America. There are many other pressing issues for us as a community to resolve, the current being like a pandemic. Instead of that, we are discussing this proposal, which will only create the problems in future. There is no systemic caste discrimination in all of the US. Rather, there is ample evidence that there is a systemic intent to malign one particular community and the country. Please do not consider this proposal based on the flawed and the biased report. We don't want to raise our children in divided society based on caste. They are unaware of this. Let America progress on meritocracy only. Thanks.
Ambika Nogihali.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Ambika, and I was born into a caste-privileged family in the Bay Area. My dad works in tech in Santa Clara County, and I strongly support adding caste as a protected category in the county's discrimination policy. The biggest thing for you to take away from this conversation is that you need to listen to Dalit voices. Everything I know about caste discrimination and casteism is thanks to the education of Dalit Bahujan activists and scholars. I am confident you can get the full picture if you do the same. Now, I've also noticed you've been allowing criticism of Equality Labs as well as Islamophobic hate speech from some of the members in this meeting. It is your duty to shut down this kind of speech, especially since the research done by these Dalit leaders at Equality Labs is your best shot at understanding the situation. It's your best shot at understanding the state of caste discrimination in the US. The research done by Equality Labs has been corroborated by publications including NPR, India Abroad, Al Jazeera, The Washington Post, New York Times, NPR, and scholarly articles around the
Our next speaker is Ray Deshpande.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Ray. I'm queer, a former resident of Fremont, California, and come from an upper caste Brahmin family, and I urge this commission to include caste as a protected category under your anti-discrimination policy. The first step to denouncing and eradicating caste is to acknowledge that it exists, especially in the United States, where caste-oppressed folks are doubly affected by casteism and racism. For all of those fellow upper caste and caste privileged people on this call, ignoring caste protects us and perpetuates the harm of casteism. If you are offended, you are part of the problem. And commissioners should not mistake upper caste fragility as trauma. Trigger warning, just last week in the Times of India, there was a case of rape and murder of a Dalit girl. Please center and consult Dalit, Bahujan, Adivasi, and other caste oppressed folks as you move forward defining caste and how to protect those most marginalized. This is the bare minimum. Jai Bhim, Jai Savitri. Jai Savitri.
Our next speaker is Deepa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Deepa, and I'm a queer, caste-privileged Tamil and Malayali American from a Hindu family. Thank you so much to the Dalit and caste-oppressed folks who have spoken tonight. I strongly support adding caste as a protected category because Dalits face unique violence and oppression not only because of national origin or ancestry, but specifically because of caste. For evidence of that systemic oppression, I urge you to listen to the Dalit voices you have heard here tonight, as well as the robust and highly respected research by Equality Labs that is being continually undermined for no reason. Designating caste as a protected category would not infringe upon my rights as a Hindu person, and caste agnosticism is a myth. Just like white privilege, the concept of caste privilege does not mean that dominant caste people can't face very real struggles in life, but it does mean that dominant caste people like me won't face institutional oppression because of our caste. Dalits do face oppression because of caste, and so you need to center the voices of Dalits in this discussion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sahiba.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Sahiba. Yes, we can hear you.
But yes. Hello, respected commissioners. My name is Saiba. As a caste-privileged Punjabi Sikh, I urge this commission to include caste as a protected category. Those who insist that caste discrimination is not an issue in the US are privileged enough to not see the problem. Just because you have never experienced caste-based discrimination or had caste brought up in your social circle doesn't mean you can discredit the lived truths of those who have. We must remember that protecting a marginalized identity is not an attack on those who have privilege. Privilege doesn't mean your life has not been hard. It just means your life has not been hard because of your caste. It's incredibly disheartening to hear folks label the harassment and discrimination faced by caste-oppressed folks as propaganda, hate, and drama. These experiences are not propaganda, hate. They are not fabricated or exaggerated. They are the reality of caste.
Our next speaker is Pankuri.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So first, I just want to thank all of the speakers, the caste-oppressed speakers that spoke today. It was very brave of you, and I just want you to know that I stand in solidarity. I am a Hindu Indian American caste-privileged woman, and I support adding caste as a protected category. I also urge the commission to center caste-oppressed people in this conversation. People like me cannot speak for the impact of casteism because we have the privilege of not thinking about it or being discriminated against because of our caste. Thank you for your time, and I hope the commission ensures that caste-oppressed people are given the protections they need and deserve. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next speaker is Amitabh Mittal.
Good evening, counselors. I heard many times, you can hear me, right? So I heard many times name of Reverend Martin Luther King mentioned today. So I'm just going to quote his words. I have a dream that one day this nation will dwindle down to where we hold each other accountable and no man is created equal. I have a dream that one day sons of former slaves and sons of former slave owners will be at each other's throat. I have a dream that one day even state of California will be transformed into the oasis of blood. I have a dream that little children will one day live in a nation where they will be judged by the color of their skin and race and not by the content of their character. I say not such divisive ideas be brought into the community of America, say no to creating divisions on this proposal, and live a true dream of Reverend Martin Luther King and be united and live his dream. Why are we creating hate in this society? I simply reject this kind of thinking.
Our next speaker is Ramesh P.
Hi, I'm Ramesh and I live in Santa Clara. I've been here for close to 2 decades. I worked in a lot of tech companies. So I'm considered as the so-called oppressor or whatever, but I totally reject this proposal. I've never felt oppressed or anything in the years I've stayed here. No one actually questioned my caste. No one, it's not brought up in any of the discussions. And people trying to save me or trying to uplift me, I really don't need any of that. We had got enough opportunities back in India as well. So I totally reject this thing. I don't believe that these people who are trying to represent us actually represent us. This is total nonsense. I mean, I don't know how to deal with this with my kids on this because none of us actually told them, I mean, what it is and what they are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Meenakshi.
Respected Commissioner, my name is Meenakshi Rai. Thank you for your time. I strongly oppose the proposal to include caste as a protected category. This is a social evil that has harmed the peace and harmony in my country of birth, India. My kids don't even know their caste. If my kids ask me about caste, I don't even know how I will be able to explain it to them. It's much easier to explain them about equality, hard work, and fairness. This proposal is a step backward, and I am afraid that it will greatly harm our kids and divide our community. Our kids will be named, called, and bullied based on their caste. So, urge here to please leave everyone in peace without any discrimination. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Namita Moni.
Hi, thank you so much for organizing this. I'm speaking as an Indian caste privileged person of Hindu descent and community organizer in support of the policy to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County. Dalit caste oppressed communities experience real violence today, and trying to invalidate the work of Dalit Bahujan scholarship is casteist. You cannot try to intellectualize trauma. Also, making caste a protected category will not require people to have to disclose their caste. It will hold oppressor caste people accountable for their violence and discrimination. This is an additive approach and an additive layer of protection to ensure civil rights. Adding caste as a protected category will not distract from existing protections to any religious or ethnic group. It doesn't take anything away from anyone nor lead to discrimination for anyone. Across the nation, institutions are adding caste into their anti-discrimination policy to further.
Our next speaker is Ruvani.
Hello, my name is Ruvani Fonseca, and I support the proposal to make caste a protected category. I am a caste-privileged Sri Lankan American woman of Sinhala Buddhist descent, and I'm also a South Asian faculty member at a Cal State campus here in the Bay Area. Over the past year, I have had the opportunity to learn from a caste-oppressed student who has bravely shared their struggle facing caste-based discrimination here in the Bay Area. In this academic year, my department, the university's academic senate, and recently the Cal State Student Association have all voted to define caste as a protected category against discrimination. I encourage you to join us in recognizing the humanity of caste-oppressed individuals and to decide today to make caste a protected category here in Santa Clara County. Thank you. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Surya Naga.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hi,
can.
I grew up in Santa Clara County, and I just want to respond to the whole idea of roots, the whole roots argument. It doesn't matter where caste come from because, you know, as we said, a lot of Dalits are Hindu, and like if that exists now, then we have to help all of them now, right? It doesn't matter who invented it. Like, that discrimination exists. And the whole thing about how Hindu issues have been silenced, I think that's true of what's going on in Bangladesh and Pakistan, but I want to remind you that even those Hindus are predominantly caste oppressed. So like caste follows everywhere, and like even the Hindus that are caste oppressed also face the same Hindu phobia you're saying you face, right? So I feel like that I just wanted to address the opposition's argument on that, and say that I fully support caste, adding the legislation of caste as a protected class. Yeah, thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Akshay Iyer.
Thank you for recognizing my comment. I'm speaking to you as a dominant caste Indian American from a Hindu family who works in Santa Clara County. I urge you without hesitation to include caste as a protected category, and I urge you to make that determination as quickly as possible. This is a clear and urgent humanitarian need. Dalits and caste oppressed people have bravely shared their experiences tonight with caste violence and discrimination that is happening here in Santa Clara County. You must absolutely center their voices, experiences, and testimonies in your deliberation. Additionally, to the commissioners, during this testimony period, we've witnessed multiple instances of casteist, anti-Black, and Islamophobic hate speech and disinformation, in addition to the unwarranted attacks on equality labs. I request stronger moderation on the part of the commission for the safety of the vulnerable communities who are present here. In Santa Clara County as a whole, I urge you, the commissioners, to swiftly add caste to the list of protected categories to protect and uplift the equity, dignity, and
Our next speaker is Dalit Indian. The person labeled Dalit Indian, are you able to unmute yourself? Our next speaker will be Divya. Divya, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that it is disingenuous for anyone from South Asia, India specifically, to claim they don't see caste, much the same way a white person may dismiss the issue of racism by saying they don't see color. The comments that refer to the existence of thousands of castes being a hindrance in implementing protection against caste-based discrimination are irrelevant. The proposal is not about affirmative action, so there's no question of requiring caste certificates. It is about human rights and equal treatment, and for there to be a recourse for a victim of caste-based discrimination in the US, where there is limited awareness of the way caste hierarchies and caste-based exclusion, oppression work within South Asian communities. Yes, I'm totally in support of including caste as a protected.
Our next speaker is Rachita Varshni.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Richita and I am in 10th grade. I have been living in Santa Clara my entire life. I strongly oppose that proposal to include caste in the anti-discriminatory policy. To be honest, the caste system is very irrelevant to me. I don't even know my own caste or my friend's caste, and I do not care to know about it because it's not important anymore. I have been deeply involved in my Hindu culture my entire life, yet the only time I ever heard about caste system is when they taught about it in school. If you vote for this policy, it will force all Hindus to know about their caste, and that will cause many problems in itself. Kids and teenagers will start comparing their castes at a young age, which will cause unnecessary bullying. It will force all Hindus who live in America to see that they are different from each other, which will divide us as a community. Overall, this policy would be doing more harm than any good, and that is why I strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Niraj.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I'm Neeraj, a resident and tech worker in Santa Clara County for more than 2 decades. My parents brought me up on $3 a month salary. So I am from a poor class. I have 2 children who have benefited from public education of Santa Clara, and I'm here to strongly oppose this proposal for the future of those children. The adoption of any policy by the Commission that singles out or applies to one community is based on any race, ethnicity, or religion will unfairly target members of that community only. And any policy by this Commission that is not neutral and doesn't apply equally, regardless of background, would add Hindus and people of Indian origin as members of a suspect class and deny them protection under law. Our President Joe Biden, in his first speech, said it is time to heal, and he vows not to divide but to unify this country. It is my appeal to you, Commissioner, to oppose.
Our next speaker is Saket.
Hello, I'm a sophomore from Louisiana. On the topic of the hearing today, I'm reminded of Elie Wiesel, the great Nobel laureate and Holocaust survivor. He once said during a speech at the White House that indifference is not a response. Indifference is not a beginning. It is an end. It's always the friend of the enemy. It's more dangerous than anger and hatred. You see, you can respond to hatred, you can fight it, you can criticize it. But what's the appropriate response to a community with no response? What I have heard so far in requests from the opposition to be indifferent to the plight of the Dalit community, in fear of misrepresenting what the Hindu community is all about. I believe my religion is not about hatred, but I do believe that unless we dissociate ourselves and also strive to bring change, at least from a legal standpoint, we have wasted an opportunity to show Santa Clara County what Hinduism really represents to us. I believe that this is a God-given opportunity and should not be wasted on polarized indifferences. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shirikira Thirangama.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I'm a dominant caste Christian Sri Lankan Tamil, and I'm also the Associate Professor of Anthropology at Stanford, and I actually conduct research on caste with Hindu and Christian Dalit communities in Kerala, South India, and Sri Lanka, and I am definitely speaking in support of the policy of adding caste as a protected category. Caste is a systematic form of stratification stretching over hundreds of years. And just like race in this country, we South Asians need to reckon with it. Why do people want to go out of their way to deny rights to others? As a scholar, I profoundly object to some of the testimony that some people say the caste system is recent and colonial, some say it's medieval. There is evidence of discussion of practice of untouchability in ancient Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu religious texts. People suggest that we deny the rights of Dalits to protect the culture and religious sensibilities of dominant caste Hindus. This is like some white Americans defending the use of the Confederate flag and anti-Blackness as their heritage and cultures, while others imagine a different world in this country. Some slang.
Our next speaker is Vinita.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hello, respected members. I'm Vinita, very much local for 20 years now. It's been 7 hours and one message is loud and clear. All voices against discrimination. What does it mean? No more fragmentation. That's precisely why I strongly oppose to having caste as a protected category. Caste-based division is a thing of the past which was imposed by external forces. With globalization, that basis is completely irrelevant today and detrimental to today's society growth. US Constitution's equal opportunity values are held so high in the society. There should be absolutely no room for such distinction. Caste protection promotes division, discard, and shaming. In a place where merit and justice hold highest values, let's not demonize it further. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's look forward to a no caste.
Our next speaker is Suhas Akshar Kumar.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I live in Santa Clara Valley for the past 4 years, and I've never been asked about my caste, nor have I asked anyone. So I'm wondering if the same such standard is applied to other communities like the East Asian, Middle Eastern, African and European communities. So why single out the Hindu community? It's also interesting the community hasn't reached out to the Hindu community of Santa Clara Valley before legislating on this topic. Now, many people say they were one of the few privileged ones to be able to come here and they carry the privilege. Again, is the same standard apply to any other community? Do we ask Jewish community? Do we ask the Italian communities the same question? And also, it's if caste is not self-identified, will the state resources be used to spy on the community?
Our next speaker is Pranjali D.
Dear Commissioners, I am proud Santa Clara County resident. I oppose this policy consideration on the grounds that it only promotes Hinduphobia and India hatred and further divides our community by using false narratives. The organization which has introduced this policy in front of the board has a history of using fabricated data and hiding and faking reports. Being a Hindu of Indian origin, I belong to a minority community here, and so this policy will directly affect my livelihood here. I'm all for human rights, civil rights, but I want to understand how the county is planning to implement this here and why I don't get 1 hour when Equality Lab gets red carpet. I have been living here, working here on a visa for over 10 years. I have a daughter who is 7-year-old. No one has asked me or my daughter or my husband ever what caste we belong to. It is irrelevant. What matters is qualification and nothing else. I urge this panel to reject adding caste as a protected category. America stands for equal rights and fair opportunity to all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rupal.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I strongly oppose this resolution. For the past 70 years, my lower caste Dalit community have enjoyed the reservation in India and is still continued after the 70 years. That has made many upper caste youth escape the country. And caste is by the choice and not by the birth. As a mother of 2 boys, I'm worried who is going to decide their caste. As a lower caste, I have seen many upper caste face discrimination in college, school education, and even in the government jobs. I have seen several upper caste families suffer for the past 3 generations and become the victims of this caste imposed on us by the Britishers. Many of us who are here have been economically privileged at the cost of the upper caste. My community faces the threat not by my Hindu community, but by the Muslims who are trying to convert my community into Muslim and Christian missionaries who are trying to convert them into Christians. So,
our next speaker is Kanchan Wag. Kanchan, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, yeah, thank you. So I am oppressed caste woman, and it is disheartening and ironic to hear all these people testifying from dominant caste communities, trying to tell me that the best way to protect me is to create a separate category of caste. That is extremely patronizing and disingenuous. We already have laws in place that can help people from my Dalit community. I don't want to be identified under some new separate caste category added to Santa Clara County Discrimination Code. Please do not add any caste category that will single out my community. I oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Geeta. Geeta, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dear council member, I'm strongly opposed the proposal for the caste. It's really very disheartening. We follow our dreams to this country. We are not here to follow the dream forced by our ancestor. I strongly agree with Chandra W, Mahesh G, and Lakshmi Venkat. I have 2 kids and they don't know about the caste. I got married to an intercaste marriage and we don't discuss about the caste. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Rose A.
Hi there. I strongly support legal protections. It's interesting that most of those opposed to adding caste as a protected category either have caste privilege or want to conceal that caste is an issue, which is only proving the necessity. So far, the main arguments in opposition are for vanity. Quote, it'll look bad, or it'll unnecessarily highlight my caste, or it will have a negative impact on my religion. This is categorically false, a gross show of gaslighting the marginalized, and a way of avoiding accountability for a civil rights issue. I'll also remind you that ideals of the church and state are supposed to be separate in this country. Notice the generational divide of those who support versus reject. Based on who we've overwhelmingly heard from tonight, the youth, your children, they've already experienced hearing about caste. You've just failed to personally educate them. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shreya.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Your voice is a little faint.
Okay, I'll speak. Hi, my name is Shreya, and I have been a resident of Santa Clara County for 6 years. As a practicing Hindu, I strongly oppose including caste as a protected category. Hinduism teaches every soul is potentially divine, and hence discrimination to any group of people will be antithetic to this principle. With this provision, Hindus will be singularly targeted at workplaces and social gatherings, contributing to the already prevalent Hindu phobia. As Ben Okri, a Nigerian author, says, to poison a nation, poison its stories. Some of the groups and organizations advocating to include caste as a protected category have a dubious past. As a researcher myself, I have examined that their findings are not scientific and are phony at best. They are building false narratives and discrediting an entire community who have been dutifully working to build this great nation. Therefore, I vehemently oppose this proposal. Thank you.
It's 11:30. Let's take a 3-minute break, and we will come back at 11:33. So we'll stand at recess until 11:33. All right, I'm going to call us back to order, and I'll turn the chair over to Chairperson Franzen.
Hello, we are back. Let us come back. And again, I will remind you, if you are repeating something somebody else has said, please just make that note, and our clerks will make that note in the record that we are following. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yagni.
Respected commissioners, My name is Yugni, and I am a 7th grader going to school located in Santa Clara County. I come from a so-called caste-oppressed family, but I strongly oppose this proposal. Why? When I was in 3rd grade, I had gone to the California Education Board in Sacramento to give my testimony and appeal to remove the Hindu-phobic narratives from the school textbooks. I still vividly remember hate groups, like the one which has produced the Caste report, and its allies bullying me and the other Hindu kids who were present at the testimony. Here I am, 4 years later, appealing to another commission, and the culprit is still the same, bringing back the traumatic memories from 4 years ago. Despite being traumatized to the core and being afraid for speaking up, I have come in front of you to sincerely appeal to you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edith Lopez Estrada.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Edith Lopez Estrada, and I am a mixed-race Mexican-American who is a social sciences researcher and data analyst. I'm here in support of a policy to add caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. As a concerned community member, I want to acknowledge that casteism is a global issue that extends throughout South Asia and the diaspora spanning different faiths and ethnicities. It does not only center Hindu faith. I also urge the moderators to not allow Islamophobic and anti-Christian hate speech. We're here to add caste as a protected category. Dalits and caste-oppressed communities experience violence today globally. Trying to invalidate the voices and experiences of Dalit and Bahujan people is violence. Just how white people do not get to define racism, caste-privileged folks do not get to define casteism. The lived experiences of Dalit folks.
Our next speaker is Akila Muthukumar.
Hi, I'm here today as an Indian Hindu race student at a private American university, and I want to really thank those from caste-oppressed backgrounds for having shared their lived experiences today at great cost to their personal well-being, and emphasize that being able to not be aware of caste is in and of itself a privilege that we've seen that all the Dalit, Bahujan, and other caste-oppressed folks have not been afforded. And caste becomes very apparent to children growing up, regardless of whether or not their parents choose to educate them, given that it permeates into all cultural spaces, affects access to housing, communities, employment, and other resources, as we've seen today. So I strongly encourage the Commission to add caste as a protected category in the anti-discrimination policy. And in the meantime, on this call, as the previous speaker mentioned, to call out the blatant Islamophobia and targeted Equality Lab slander that we've been hearing. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Vaishali.
Hello and namaste to everyone here. I'm a 7th grader at Dartmouth Middle School, San Jose, and I have many Indian and non-Indian friends, white, Black, Muslim, Japanese, and so on. And I don't know the caste of any of my friends. I don't know my own caste. I cannot tell anybody's caste by their skin color. I cannot tell anybody's caste by their looks. I cannot tell anybody's caste by their last name. So how do you define caste? You can certainly not define somebody's caste by their claims. I strongly oppose any proposal in the name of caste. Why do you create these barriers in the name of protection? Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ajay Modi.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear?
We can hear you. Your voice is coming in and out a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's a little better.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I am Ajay. I am a Santa Clara County resident for last more than 11 years. And I choose Santa Clara County or US to get a fair and equal opportunity. Now I'm very, very disappointed to see the discussion. In the last 11 years, I never heard any topic about the caste in my workplace, in my daughter's school. In fact, my daughters don't know what is their caste and what to do with the caste, right? They have friends from all the religions, all the caste. I don't know the caste, all the religions, all the different diversity. So it's very, very disheartening to see the discussion that we need a caste object in casteism category now. Even on a public call monitored by Human Rights Commission, we have seen hundreds of voices call it to gaslight Hindu voices.
Our next speaker is Harleen Carr.
Hi, Commission, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Someone said that Hindus are oppressed by Muslims because Muslims want to convert Hindus. And I just want to take time to say that's problematic. So if I can make a request that y'all moderate comments a bit better, because there's been Islamophobic, anti-Black comments and personal comments made against Equality Labs. So just a request if y'all can call this out, please, to make this a safe space. But I'm a caste privileged Sikh Jat Santa Clara County resident, and testimony by Dalit people should be censored. I urge the Commission to recognize rampant casteism as a human rights issue. Adding caste as a protected category would not mean that people have to out their caste, but rather it's a method to grant caste oppressed people protections. Adding caste as a protected category does not invalidate anyone's struggles. They can still struggle, but not in the way that caste oppressed people do, through caste oppression, right? So I really urge y'all to support this resolution today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anya Dutta.
Hi, I am a South Asian woman who is caste privileged, and I'm also a Hindu, and I'm here to voice my support for this proposal. The caste system is outdated and discriminatory, but it has unfortunately followed us from our motherland because it is not an attitude that is easily shed. There are multiple families that I personally know in my community that unfortunately associate a sense of superiority and pride with their caste, and these same families include people who work in the major Bay Area tech companies. These attitudes can be incredibly harmful and sometimes even dehumanizing to caste oppressed people. Going caste blind does not address the problem, but instead sweeps it under the rug and fails to adequately provide protections for caste oppressed people. Recognizing this issue will help create the space needed for caste oppressed people to speak up and address discriminatory behavior, as well as to help abolish the system. I'd also like to reaffirm the legitimacy of the study brought forth by Equality Labs and the importance of centering Dalit and Bahujan voices. Thank you. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Krupa Patel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Krupa and I work in the tech sector, and I'm speaking in favor of the resolution to include caste-based discrimination. I grew up in Gujarat, India, as well as America, and I come from a caste privilege or dominant caste family that practices Vaishnav Hinduism and are very heavily involved in the Swaminarayan community. And so in addition to the Dalit voices and experiences shared today, I have witnessed my dominant caste family engage in casteism in many messed ways, both in India, the US, and the UK. One clear example is when a relative of mine discriminated on job referrals based on caste while working at a US hospital. Caste is real and prevalent today in the diaspora, and I support the inclusion of caste-based protections in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel. Rachel, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rachel.
Okay, I'm calling to strongly oppose this proposal. Your hearing started by talking about H visa holders in tech and Dalit groups within that group. And I have worked with a few organizations on surveys for temporary visa holders. And I can tell you that the issue is much more complex and not as simplistic as was framed by a commentator. So I think we need to have a much more inclusive panel so that we can also present our side. 1 minute is not enough to explain these issues. So many of the Dalits and Bahujans have opposed this resolution, as you saw. Many of our people could not join on the call because of capacity issues. So we really want to ask for more time on this call and have a separate hearing for us so that we can present our point of view. And this proposal is divided.
I would like to take a moment of privilege just to say a couple of things. One, to respond to this last caller. This is the beginning of the discussion, not the end. It is fully within our intention, as I said at the very beginning, that we will have more forums. They may look different, they may be set up different, but it is our intention to continue this conversation. And I think you can leave it there. The other thing is, a lot of people have commented about being stricter on moderating. Unfortunately, well, or fortunately, we are in a place where people have the freedom to speak. We are asking people to focus on the issue that is in front of us, which is the disenfranchisement of the Dalit community. But saying that, if people are not posing threats, if they are not directly attacking individuals, we are really not allowed to stop the conversation or to ask them to stop because we don't agree. That is part of the rules that we have to follow, and it is unfortunate, but that is the reality of having a public forum. And so,
Continuing on with the speakers, our next speaker is Ashwin Raghuraman.
This committee doesn't exist to decide whether or not casteism is wrong, but rather it exists to decide what to do about it. The caste system historically has been a stain on the mark of humanity, but you do not remove a stain by lighting it on fire. The caste system absolutely is a problem, but this bill does nothing to solve for that problem and instead raises far more issues down the road. Under no condition should I be required to disclose my caste, let alone be judged by it. By acknowledging the caste system, we would be further perpetuating its impacts and giving it validity within the United States. We learn about the caste system nowadays in history textbooks. Let's keep it within history and not let it define our futures. Under no condition is being forced to disclose your caste a way to raise empathy amongst kids. I'm all for identity politics and raising the proletariat, but this is not a solution, but rather a catapult into a new set of issues. Let's enter the future and not stay in the past, so please oppose this policy because revenge is not a form of justice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charnpreet Kaur.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm a caste privileged Sikh speaking in support of adding caste as a protected category in the anti-discrimination policy. This social stratification system has existed prior to even colonization. A centuries-old systemic global problem must be dealt with a mass movement of support for the oppressed folks. Casteism isn't just limited to tech companies and university, it impacts all South Asians, including working class folks in Santa Clara County. Through the Commission's passing of this resolution, I hope it can serve as a starting point of support for caste oppressed and Indigenous families. It is Dalit History Month today, and there is not a more appropriate time to pass this resolution and begin cultivating a safer place. These systems need to be destroyed, but this is a start to making Santa Clara a safer community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is, I'm not sure how to pronounce this. I want to say Hedge.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, respected commissioners, I strongly oppose this caste proposal. Given the divisive and discriminatory nature of this proposal has great implications for the Hindu community. However, when I talked to my colleagues and neighbors who are also members of this community, they were completely unaware of that something like this is going on. I'm surprised to see that this discussion that will impact the future of the community has completely missed the vast majority of the target population. What is the commission doing to reach out to the community? There are a large number of Hindu and Indic community organizations in the county, linguistic, cultural, regional organizations, temples, etc., that represent the diversity of the community. Has the commission reached out to them and involved them in the process? Looks like not. Why? Please, you need to do much more to involve the impacted community so that the true voice of all the sections of the community is heard properly. By the way, this webinar seems to have a maximum capacity of 500 and my sister was unable to join. So it looks like you have excluded some of them who knew about this meeting.
Our next speaker is Chanchal. Looks like she dropped off. Our next speaker will be Venkat Narayan Swamy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Narayan Swamy, a longtime resident of Bay Area. I strongly oppose this resolution, the caste as protected group. Stating people's caste as a protected category would not benefit anyone. By identifying a person's identity and origin at large, it only increases the number of times people will abuse this information, increasing discrimination and bullying, especially in young children and students. Don't pass this resolution and poison the minds of people and young minds. If you want to reduce caste-based oppression, take legal action upon those that perpetuate it, instead of labeling all those of Indian, South Asian descent under terminology associated with prejudice and stereotypes. Does Santa Clara love all its citizens and oppose the resolution the caste as protected category?
Our next speaker is Sangeeta Sarkar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sangeeta, and I'm of Hindu descent. I'm a Bay Area tech worker and a queer Bengali, and I'm here tonight in support of caste being added as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I'd also like to call out the blatant Islamophobia, the anti-Blackness in misquoting MLK, and the baseless attacks on Equality Lab's report by folks who claim to advocate against division. I also want to note that oppressor caste parents have expressed concern about explaining caste to their children, while Dalit families face very real material violence at the hands of caste oppressors. As a Human Rights Commission, I urge you to center the humanitarian needs of caste oppressed folks, especially those who bravely testified here tonight, and add caste as a protected category. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Samit Man. Samit, are you able to unmute yourself? Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Sikh American whose ancestors were and continue to be caste oppressors. The caste oppressed are facing the worst of COVID in India right now. They're the ones cremating the bodies because caste oppressor priests don't want to do it. Because of oppressors, they continue to face systemic sexual violence and generational trauma. The decision that you make will be bigger than California. We see throughout history, when centering and uplifting oppressed populations, the oppressors are all to be against this progress. Does that mean we should bend to the will of the oppressors? Although some of the caste oppressors speaking may not realize this, dismantling all forms of oppression is in our collective best interest. Many Hindus argue that protections are an attack on them. I will let that argument speak for itself. Some Hindus are arguing that protections will force their children to become aware of their caste. I didn't learn about my caste until college, and that encouraged me to use my privilege to advocate. Why are they worried about what will happen when once their children learn about their caste privilege? The best thing that could happen is that they'll learn to advocate for those oppressed, and the worst that could happen is that they'll remain blind to their caste privilege and take up after their parents.
Our next speaker is Concerned Hindu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. As a Jain, I belong to a minority oppressed caste and religion. Today, I want my generally oppressed voice to be centered and heard. I oppose the attempt to label caste as a protected class. For the past 1,000 years, my ancestors have been colonized, persecuted, and enslaved. If there's going to be a protected class, it will be those who belong to Jain, Sikh, Buddhist, and Hindu faiths, and not based on caste. Those whose religious scriptures that consider us to be kafirs, and those who are persecuted and killed for the way we worship for past 800 years, and those who want to colonize again, like they did for 200 additional years, and those who want to historically charge us special taxes for just being Hindus or get butchered. So we, as persecuted Hindus, have to be considered as protected class and not caste. I think, where do I go to get my caste certificate? I don't even know what my caste is as a Jain.
Our next speaker is Nair Renu.
Hello, I am a Hindu American, and I would like to strongly oppose this resolution.
for many reasons. Firstly, they repeatedly tell you that the caste system is privileged, right? However, I'd like to ask you, how exactly are members of higher class caste in America more privileged? They don't exactly provide to you how. Number two, they tell you hundreds of examples of how we're being discriminated against, and they tell you how this may be able to solve for it. But the matter of fact is, what you're trying to do right now is you're trying to fight discrimination with more discrimination. The main issue right now is the fact that people are ignorant of ways to make change, and the only way to solve for this issue is by educating people and having proper checks and balances due to the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of loopholes in the current system, like many of the people stated originally, about how there's many cases and that you can't check back to caste as effectively. And once again, many people actually claim that they've witnessed caste discrimination, but they don't do anything about it. And I strongly oppose.
Our next speaker is Varshika Srinivas Baradan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Varshika, and I'm a caste-privileged Indian tech worker in the US, and I'm here to speak in support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Caste is a system, a rigid hierarchy that has been internalized and passed along generations, and the caste-privileged flaunt it while the caste-oppressed face discrimination. So caste is a human rights problem, and adding caste as a protected category is merely an additive action trying to hold the oppressors accountable and offering a safe space for the oppressed. While speaking about casteism, we need to be centering and listening only to the voices of the caste oppressed and not the discomfort of those who are caste privileged. A former speaker had clearly pointed out that the caste privileged people don't get to say what casteism is. In fact, trying to deny and invalidate the lived experiences of the caste oppressed is in itself casteist. This is a human rights commission, and I urge you all to do the right thing by adding caste as a protected category. Thank you. Jai Bhim.
Our next speaker is Meram Collective.
My name is Alex Patel, and I am a Hindu of caste privilege. I strongly urge the Commission to add caste as a protected category. I used to think like the people who oppose this. I used to let my ego get in the way of seeing the truth, but I finally listened to the people experiencing casteism and realized people like me are in no position to be making decisions about their needs for protections. The argument that this would require people to disclose their caste and lead to further discrimination is incorrect. In fact, people already disclose their caste from the moment they introduce themselves. It's not like people are necessarily explicitly saying, oh, I'm of this caste. Just by saying my name is Alex Patel, you already know my caste and that I come from caste privilege. My point is that adding this protection won't take away from my rights. It doesn't target Indians or Hindus or caste privileged people. It just protects people from a ruthless system that they and their ancestors have tried to escape for centuries. Please take the time to listen to Dalit speakers today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Utsav. Utsav, are you able to unmute yourself? Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Utsav, and I am a Dalit who works for the minorities of Bangladesh. In May 2019, I was approached by one of the organizations that has been claiming to speak for the Dalits here and supporting this move. They approached me and asked me if I could bring Bangladeshi minorities to support their narrative. And in the conversation, they said that in the next 10 years, they will ensure that nobody in a senior position in tech industry would ever be calling themselves Hindu again. I totally oppose this move because this is malintentioned, and the organization which is bringing forward these experts and the narrative builders here are creating a fake narrative. I would really request the Commission to investigate this organization and find out what their footprint on social media is and who are their backers in terms of financial terms. I'm from Washington, D.C., and I have experienced this firsthand in conversation with them in 2019.
Our next speaker is Rebecca.
Before you start, Rebecca, I just would like to make a note that if you have already spoken, please do not have your hand raised again. We are in the 7th hour of this, and there are some names that are starting to be flagged that have already spoken. So please, if you have, be courteous to everybody else here and not speak again. Thank you.
Hi, Rebecca. You may unmute yourself and proceed.
Hi, my name is Rebecca. Although I'm not a South Asian person, I am able to recognize caste as a global issue that impacts people in South Asia and across the global diaspora. Like other oppressive systems, casteism works to disenfranchise, isolate, and exploit outcasts such as Dalits. Therefore, as a marginalized group who is targeted with such violence and whose life is structured by said violence, the conversation needs to be centered and listening to the Dalit and caste oppressed folks. Caste is a human rights and a civil rights issue, meaning that Dalits and caste oppressed folks require legal protection, such as this proposed policy. I urge you to add caste as a protected category and honor the many Dalit and caste oppressed folks who have placed themselves at risk and undertaken the labor here today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sachin Patel. Sachin, I see you have unmuted yourself, but you are not speaking. Are you able to speak?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Hello, commissioners. My name is Sachin. I'm a scientist working in high-tech industry, and I strongly oppose this proposal to add caste as a protected category. Now, let me tell you, I'm a person of oppressed class. So many people, so many so-called upper class people have spoken for me. Let me tell them, they don't need to speak for me. I can speak for myself. I don't need this so-called protection. I think this is their effort to keep me and my future generations under a constant trauma. Dear commissioners, if you have been hearing, there are three words that have been constantly repeated. One is that it's a global problem, is that the person is a privileged caste person, and we need to center our focus on Dalits. This is a smokescreen to fool the committee, and the committee should stop this effort right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nagesh Mullah.
Again, just one quick interruption. I am going to pass the moderating over to Vice Chair Bourne.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, awesome. Dear commissioners, my name is Nagesh Mula, and I'm a legal taxpayer resident of Santa Clara County for the past 15 years. I'm here to oppose the proposal. I stressed on the word legal, as this hearing is called on the basis of a fraudulent survey, documents, statements by organizations supporting this proposal. For example, most of the people surveyed in the report are not even residents of our great country, USA. The question that comes to mind is Santa Clara HRC is now going to be driven by non-USA residents? Did HRC contact the HR departments from various offices or temples for veracity of caste claims before even considering this proposal? Also, I'm shocked to see that the so-called caste experts invited here are already aligned with one of the organizations bringing this proposal. As a Hindu, today I feel the same helplessness as a Jew when Nazis used false propaganda to destroy the whole community and their culture. I urge panelists to research.
Our next speaker is Harpreet.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Harpreet. I'm speaking as a queer Sikh community member in the Bay Area and as a member of Sarbat, an organization centering Sikh queer voices, and I'm here to speak in support of the proposal. A big part of being Sikh is being anti-caste. Sikh, you recognize that caste is discrimination, and to be a Sikh means having to let go of your caste identity. Even with this, I've still seen the ways that I've benefited from caste here in California. I've seen the ways that my family still only interacts with people from the same caste. If you don't see caste, you're honestly probably caste privilege. Caste is not a religious or national issue. Caste is very clearly a civil rights and a human rights issue. When you're talking about caste, we need to center Dalit for folks. In the same way that men do not get to define sexism, white people do not get to define racism, caste privileged folks do not get to define casteism. The voices of Dalit and caste oppressed people should be the only ones we really need to hear to include caste as a protected category, and they're here tonight. There are no voiceless people, only deliberately silenced or preferably unheard.
Our next speaker is Sudhir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. I come from India and I have seen the discrimination in India, not just between Dalits and upper caste, different sections of caste, right? depending on the majority, what people live in. So if the county is solving a discrimination policy, instead of adding caste to an already existing discrimination policy, why can't commission can say any discrimination can people report to HRE instead of adding tax each time, based on the race, religion, caste, adding these kind of things and dividing people? Why can't commission say any discrimination can be protected, right? People can complain and legal will protect them, right? So for this reason, I oppose this plan because it is dividing the people. So for this reason, I will oppose this.
Our next speaker is Mahir Meghani. Hi, Mahir. I believe you're still unmuted.
Okay, how about now?
We can hear you.
Great. I'm a non-caste, non-privileged Hindu, Jain, and pagan American. This commission needs to understand that everyone speaking today is against discrimination of any kind. However, many of us have been traumatized by the misuse of the word caste by Christian missionaries over centuries and by anti-Hindu groups. Therefore, I oppose using the word caste, but I support the rights of those who face discrimination. Growing up, my Indian classmates and I in America faced real physical and verbal violence from white privileged Christians who bullied us because of their impression that our religions were hierarchical and supported discrimination. I appreciate the brave middle and high school students and women who spoke today who were bullied by some of the people who want caste as a protected category. The Hindu American Foundation study that showed the #1 reason Hindu, Jain, and Indian youth are bullied is because of their perception of caste. Let's not create another problem by putting caste into the forefront. This is not about Hindu nationalists or upper caste Hindus against any other group. There needs to be a...
Our next speaker is Dalip Amin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Dr. Dilip. I have worked in corporate life for 42 years in America, recently at Genentech. I have never ever come across any discussion relating to caste at workplace or on streets. So why Equality Lab is creating an issue where it is not, especially in the Santa Clara County? I fear it will create issues for my children's career, where they are not even aware of their caste. What caste I should tell to my grandchildren when I don't know mine? It gives me a real pain. Now, any workplace discrimination can be handled by existing protected categories such as race, religion, ethnic, but please don't add caste for the sake of future generation of Hindus.
Our next speaker is Sheila N.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I strongly oppose this policy. I'm a scientist in the Santa Clara County, and I'm Dalit. So I'd like to, like the other speaker said, please listen to me, and I can speak for myself. I'm appalled by two things. First of all, I'm appalled that my community's identity is following me into the US and is being forced on me, my kids, and all the next generation of Hindu Americans to come. This is an identity crisis being forced on us for generations, and we were just coming out of it. Previous and future immigrant waves to this country have been given time and space to shed their home country prejudices and integrate into the American dream. I pray and ask for the same for our community as well. The second thing I'm appalled by is that Santa Clara County, for which which I expect to look out for my interests as a taxpayer, is catering to openly anti-Hindu and xenophobic voices that are rehearsed and have come to today's session here today. So I strongly oppose this.
Our next speaker is Dana Shirin Ali. Dana, are you able to unmute yourself? We will return to Dana. Our next speaker is Aman Abbasi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm a queer Pakistani Muslim student. I'm in favor of caste protections. I'm here today in solidarity with Dalits and Bahaujans who should be centered. It's been said caste protections would result in Hindu phobia, and in the same breath argued that caste has nothing to do with Hinduism and is a colonial construct. This is contradictory and nullifies the Hindu phobia argument. Caste transcends religion and ethnicity and exists in my community too. Not talking about casteism doesn't make it so it ceases to exist, and neither does it protect children from the realities of caste. They shouldn't be shielded from this topic because there has to be an end to the cycle of harm. So please let us not underestimate children and weaponize their innocence when arguing against protections, especially because we've heard the very real stories of discrimination. To turn around and discount these stories and say casteism isn't real and that acknowledging it is somehow divisive is deceitful. Also, please don't invoke MLK. It's anti-Blackness. He was famously anti-caste.
Our next speaker is Raghavendran. Raghavendran, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, we'll move on. Our next speaker is Purnima Nath.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Purnima Nath, non-profit founder in Wisconsin. This is an important issue for all concerned legal in Hindu citizens like me. I'm expressing strong opposition to your effort of adding caste as a protected category. County deliberately and repeatedly stopping any kind of criticism of Equality Lab, even though the basis of entire discussion today is the fraudulent and fudged report. People saying not knowing caste is a privilege, false propaganda. Me and my children don't know about it. Merit is being discarded conveniently. Hindus are largely insulted with caste, cow, and curry already. COVID is being used to malign Hindus. Being featured in NPR doesn't make you celebrities or scholars. This is a pretext for another Hindu genocide propagated and orchestrated right here in the United States. County is enabling and setting a dangerous precedence in this massively divisive and disturbing trend against Hindus under the guise of human and civil rights. You are creating an issue that doesn't exist. I condemn your politics, discrimination, and hate campaign against Hindus. Reject this bigoted hate campaign.
Our next speaker is Sonia. Sonia, are you able to? There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm deeply concerned about some of the comments like, don't listen to these caste privileged people. This is cancel culture at the highest. So as a minority Hindu group who are the bulwark of Silicon Valley, we are supposed to just shut up and put up with this without resistance. I think that's what they want from us. And it's appalling sense of privilege from the other side. We are now guilty until proven innocent. It is regressive and colonial. And I totally oppose this proposal. The fact that many Hindu second generation youth are speaking for the proposal is because they have had no acculturation in caste hierarchies, and they have seen egalitarian upbringing, and they are swayed by this fake narrative and parroting similar statements that are written out for them. All of these presentations are rooted in scientific racism and colonial theories of caste. These have been banned by the United Nations. So I totally urge you to listen to us and stop this hate campaign. And when I see the Cisco case where the two guys.
Our next speaker is Sarthak Kalani.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am Sarthak, a resident of Santa Clara County. I strongly oppose this resolution to include caste as a protective category. Tonight's hearing is a demonstration of how well-meaning commissioners, without an understanding of existing laws in the US Constitution and lacking the cultural competency, can be misled to endanger the minorities rather than uphold all the human rights and extending equal protection to all the county residents and workers. Here are some of my reasons. First, introducing caste is a divisive approach and targeted as part of Hindu phobia. Any genuine query to inquire about the validity of surveys and issues are dismissed in the name of questioning the oppressed society. And the reports presented are highly biased, supporting the narrative where the whole Hindu community is totally absent. The report is selectively biased. So the discussion here is one-sided, and I would urge HRC to
Amrita C., you are the next speaker.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Amrita C. I am in the Santa Clara County, and I'm sick of hearing about privilege, privilege, privilege. I've heard this term so much. Well, let me explain privilege. Since California explained caste last year, we have seen at least 100 articles that have amplified the voice of Equality Labs and its allies, so-called oppressed allies. For all the privilege that so-called upper caste Hindus have, we've not got one mainstream publication. They write and write and write and bash about us, but they don't even ask us for a quote. So you decide who has privilege. Even today, we are being gaslit and being asked to just keep quiet. That is the very opposite of privilege. The Human Rights Commission needs to see who is the minority here, both in US and in the world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rohit Upadhyay.
Hi, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I am an Hindu American. I have been living in Santa Clara for past 6 years. I strongly oppose this proposal. This proposal is based on a false report. The entire foundation of this proposal seems to be this report, which has cherry-picked data, which has made assumptions out of thin air, and asked respondents to add Santa Clara County as their location, even if they don't live in there. It's very disheartening for me to see that the colonial narrative is again being imposed on colored people to create fault lines. This is just like the failed narrative we have been seeing for 300 years. This is the narrative which has led to Rwandan civil war. This has about fake narratives led to Iraq invasion, right? Which was also published by all major media houses, NYT, NPR, which so many people care about. Caste is not even an Indian word. Forget about Hindu. I see there is a fundamental flaw in the process, and I urge Santa Clara County to use valid data and research and have more clarity, and only then start a discussion.
Our next speaker is Gayatri Miswani.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I, a queer US citizen and somebody who grew up Hindu and caste privilege in India, am here to learn from historical mistakes. Buddhism and Sikhism are both religions that came to be as rejections of the rigid caste system in South Asia well before European imperialism. Over time and without protection, those very religions have become casteist. The brave testimonies of Dalit, Bahujan, and Adivasi Santa Clara residents show that caste and casteism both already exist in Santa Clara. It was exported here, it's not really up for debate. It is therefore both morally correct and only logical that to not repeat past mistakes, we should center Dalit voices, add caste as a protected category, and to the anti-discrimination policy, and not deny anybody the American dream. Thank you, J. Beam, J. Savitri. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Anish Krishnan.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm speaking as a caste privileged person. I strongly support this resolution. Caste oppression is rampant within the diaspora, as brave testimonies of caste oppressed people and the Equality Lab surveys show us. It is vital that the experiences of Dalit and other caste oppressed people are centered today. Dalit people face double discrimination that more caste privileged South Asians do, racism from white folks and casteism from other South Asians. Adding caste as a protective category will not cause any more division than there already is. These divisions have been created because dominant caste people have inflicted casteist violence on Dalit Bahujans every single day. These people think that caste is irrelevant or it doesn't exist because they don't have to deal with casteist violence and they don't have to see it. They don't have to discuss it with their children because their children don't have to go through it. Adding caste as a protected category would not require people to disclose their caste. All it does is provide a legal avenue for caste oppressed folks to get redress for their violence they experience on an individual basis.
Our next speaker is Ashnuman Patnik.
Hello, I'm here to speak in support of the inclusion of caste as a protected group. I'm a queer caste privileged STEM student who has been raised Hindu, and I'm still figuring out my relationship with my religion and culture. Had anyone asked me years ago if I had caste privilege, I would have said no, but I would have been absolutely wrong. It seems like there's a bit of confusion about the term caste privilege. When we say someone has caste privilege, we don't mean they have not faced hardships in their lives. We simply mean they have not struggled as a direct result of their caste. If you are a South Asian person who's not caste oppressed, you are caste privileged, whether you like it or not, whether you are aware of it or not, and whether it benefits you to admit this or not. If you, like me, do not know your caste, that is a symptom of your caste privilege. Caste oppressed folks do not have that luxury. Yes, I love my culture, but when people in my community point out systemic problems that have been systematically perpetuated for centuries, I will always listen and center their voices. And if you need to silence people to depict your culture as beautiful, you need to rethink who your culture is beautiful for. Please include caste as a protected group. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fal Pandya.
Hi, I oppose including caste as a protected category. You are listening to people talking about caste oppression, people you can't verify, people you don't know where they come from or what they represent. Their words don't have any teeth or proofs except for recycled, fancy, rehearsed material over and over again, same words. They say the word caste privilege, but what does that look like? They can't identify what privilege looks like in Santa Clara. The whole process is turning into an emotional blackmail without any teeth. I request the Commission to create a process that identifies the population that is going to be affected by this bill precisely in Santa Clara, Dalits and non-Dalits. Ask the residents you represent and allow them to speak with evidence-based Santa Clara experiences. This process needs to be fair, need experts on both sides, not 5 versus 1 like we saw today. Please discover the real truth and reject false, wrong narrative like Nazis created before killing the Jews. Santa Clara deserves to be heard. We need to protect every human being, regardless of who.
Our next speaker is Manish. Manish, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi, this is Manish. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so yeah, so we moved from. So this is Manish. I live in Santa Clara County. People move from different part of the world to America thinking they have an equal opportunity here in terms of growth and living standards. I moved here too for the same reason with my family 5 years back, and have been experiencing the same along with many of my friends who are from diverse communities like Dalits, Muslim, etc. But listening to this proposal, I'm taken aback that this progressive society is trying to introduce a social divide in the society by introducing caste as a protected category. Today, my kids mingle with all their friends without thinking about their caste and do not know any such thing exists in American society. But if this proposal is passed, they will be forced to live with it and will automatically find discrimination as.
Our next speaker is Anurag Ubdaye.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I have lived and worked here for the last 13 years. This attempt by Indian left and communist and their supporters to bring Indian political identity and culture wars to America is going to backfire. Divisions can't be bridged by creating more divisions, by creating micro divisions. The existing legal framework is enough to fight discrimination. Accepting this will lead to targeted attacks against Hindus living in the Bay Area, and trying to solve one problem ham-handedly will create more problems. How will Santa Clara County decide who is upper and lower caste? Besides 4 broad classifications, there are hundreds of subdivisions within a single super subgroup, with one subgroup at a higher level than the other subgroup. Also, in some regions in India, what is upper in one region is lower in another region and varies from state.
Our next speaker is Radadiga. Rad, are you able to unmute yourself? We will move on. The next speaker is Amrita. Amrita, are you able to unmute yourself? Our next speaker is Sydney G. Sydney, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
My name is Sydney. I was raised in Cupertino, and although as a Chinese person, I'm more distanced from the realities of caste, I believe the accounts from Dalits of their experiences with ongoing caste-based discrimination and violence, including here in Santa Clara County. I believe it's our responsibility to make this important start, which is one of just many steps, by adding caste as a protected category against discrimination in order to actually achieve a world in which caste is no longer an axis of oppression. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shrujana Mehadshah. Shrujana, are you able to unmute yourself?
I oppose one of the hallmarks of U.S. government institution, and something which I really appreciate, is transparency and ease of access to information that needs to be in the public domain. However, I encountered considerable difficulty in finding more information about today's discussion topic. I could only find Human Rights Commission landing page on Santa Clara website, which has some old reports from a few years back and a link to commission minutes and agendas. But even that link just showed a long list of recent notice and nothing else much. Where can I find more background information about this caste proposal? How did it all start? What discussion have happened so far? What process is the commission using to vet the information being committed to them? How are the experts being selected? All this seems to be very opaque to me, and many things seem to be happening in the background. Please be more open.
Our next speaker is Manish Upe. Manish, are you able to unmute yourself? Our next speaker will be Krishna. Krishna, are you able to unmute yourself? Our next speaker will be Mankaran. Mankaran, are you able to unmute yourself? Our next speaker will be John Zhao. John, are you able to unmute yourself?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is John Zhao, and I'm a Cupertino resident. I'm the director of South Bay Youth Changemakers, an organization that empowers Asian American youth in Santa Clara County. SBYC supports adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. Many of our youth members are South Asian, and caste shows up and impacts our young people's lives, whether it is implicit or explicit. Our organization opposes all forms of systemic oppression, from white supremacy, colonialism, patriarchy, to casteism. And these aren't just abstract concepts. These are oppressive systems that impact our community members every day. In order to build a more just and equitable South Bay, we cannot selectively fight against certain forms of oppression and overlook other forms. We must recognize intersectionality and how oppressive systems compound on each other. Racism and casteism aren't the same thing. It's not enough to have race as a protected category. SBYC urges the Commission to listen to the lived experiences of caste-oppressed people and add caste as a protected category.
Our next speaker is Shannon Carr. Shannon, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello, I'm speaking as a caste-privileged queer Sikh of South Asian descent in support of adding caste-based discrimination to protected categories. To not know your caste or to not talk about caste is a privilege that only oppressor castes have. To not see caste as a caste-privileged person is to be ignorant of the resources that have been available to our families historically and generationally, and the resources still available because of caste, both within South Asia and abroad. Even the ability to leave South Asia and then the ability to preserve culture and build community with fellow South Asians, to not teach your children about caste, to believe that divisions and hatred will come forth because of this protection when they exist already, are just a few of the things that reflect one's caste privilege. Dalits and Bahujans have faced and still face all of the oppression that South Asians face as a whole, but also have been subject to thousands of years of caste-based violence and continue to face that violence everywhere in the world. Oppressor caste denying Dalits this human right is also casteism. Dalit voices and their lived experiences must be centered. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kandero. Conjero, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I came here 25 years back, and when I landed here, I had faced the stereotype against the Hindus as caste, curry, and cow. And I thought that over a period of time, when the population grows, all this discrimination will go away. However, I personally faced and also I condemn all sort of discrimination. Today, in this particular hearing, lot of people said that they are from the privileged class, and then they supported addition into the supported this motion. And most of those who claimed that they are not privileged class, they actually opposed, except for the initial testimony. From the various hearings and all that thing, I see that the most of the non-Hindus actually
Our next speaker is Devya Ramesh.
Hi, my name is Divya Ramesh. I am a teacher and I strongly oppose this proposal to include caste as a protected category. Our children growing here needs to be taught the importance of respecting one another and values of acceptance. Including such category is an insult to the values we impart and triggers unwanted thoughts and hate. Also, I see many speakers mentioning that caste does not have religion, etc. Then why is that page 9 of the survey, the caste survey says that caste system is a religiously codified exclusion that was established in Hindu scripture? Is that not hate? This panel talked about hate and fairness, then why targeting my faith 19 times in the report? Is that not a hate? This panel I talked about fairness, then why did my community was not called for one honor discussion? We are 250,000 people of my faith. Also, why is that experts called out here are found to be directly supporting equality labs? What was the criteria to choose these experts? I strongly oppose this proposal to include the caste as a protected category. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vedika Oja.
Hello, respected commissioners. Thank you for your patience and time. I am a Hindu, and when you are a Hindu, no one can tell your caste just by looking at your name or your color or your upbringing. So that's unanimous. We are all one. I'm strongly against this proposal as I don't want my kids to grow up in divided society. Caste system will create huge divisions, and I don't want that to happen in Santa Clara, which I call my home. I'm saddened to hear all the stories of caste-based discriminations and violence that are reportedly taking place in Santa Clara. If these incidents are taking place, they should be absolutely investigated and rectified under existing law and through more education. By saying that we need to enforce existing law is not ignoring a problem or pretending it does not exist. It is helping to solve a problem. On the other hand, creating a new caste category is anti-discriminatory policy will not solve a problem. It would only create a new problem. Please do not add a new caste category. Let us be one. Thanks for your time.
So we are now at 12:31 a.m. It's tomorrow today. So we are going to take just a couple of minutes as a recess, and we'll come back to our panel discussion in just a minute. So 2 minutes for a recess, please. All right, let's come back. Great, welcome back. Want to at this moment just express a quick moment of gratitude for the county staff who are working tirelessly and very professionally during this entire process. So I'm going to turn the chair role back to Chairperson Franson.
Yes, we have 54 speakers on the list. And Artie is the last person for the public. So if you make that note, I was just sent that from our clerk. Good morning, everybody, and let's get going with this last crew.
Our next speaker is Roha Singh. Okay, they seem to have fallen off.
Our next speaker will be Satish Vale. Satish, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I mean, say gratitude to you all. You have been, awake till now. You are listening and going through all this, learning new things, right? Which I also don't know. So to give a background, right? I came to this country 20 years back, and so talking about the casteism itself, I feel like it's like a shocking to me and very appalling. And bringing that in my city itself is, it's very distressful. The reason is because if you're targeting one particular community, which is Hindu, then there are even Christians, Muslims are also, they are also caste based. So are you also planning to bring them also onto the board as part of this particular profile? Because you have to think about, the consequences. What would happen, in a diversified life here?
Our next speaker is Ananya Pandya.
Hello, my name is Ananya Pandya, and I'm a 20-year-old Brahmin South Asian born in America. I'm strongly in support of adding caste as a protected category. It's easy for us caste-privileged people to say that caste isn't relevant anymore and to simply forget it, because we are not the ones being impacted by caste-based discrimination. Casteism is real, extremely violent, and exists everywhere oppressive caste South Asian people do. A simple Google search on casteism reveals the horrific violence oppressed caste individuals face daily. Casteism is a human rights issue, and I urge the Commission to push forward this policy and protect the civil rights of Dalits and other caste-oppressed individuals. As a caste-privileged person of Hindu descent, I want to highlight that this policy will not harm me nor anybody from the Indian community. Passing this policy that explicitly provides protection to caste-oppressed individuals will benefit all. I yield my time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mukesh Mishra.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Dear commissioners, my name is Mukesh. I've been staying in Santa Clara County for 20 years. I'm strongly opposed to adding caste as a protected category. Most of the experts in the start articulated anecdotal experiences and perceptions. Only data being referred to has serious credibility issues. The group which is behind this survey has tweeted vilifying Brahmins and glorifying Periyar, who has made hateful comments against Jews. So I'm really concerned that such an anti-Semitic group is being given a platform here. Introducing caste as a protected category will create new fault lines in our community. It will be exploited by lobbyists and political groups to create further divisions in the community for their vested interests. So I urge you to drop this proposal and avoid opening a Pandora box. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chanel Kateria.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chanel, and I'm speaking as a caste-privileged Punjabi student in the Bay Area in support of caste protections. Please do not mistake fragility for trauma. The discomfort of privileged people should not determine the rights of the oppressed. In the statements who supported protections, no one has singled out the Hindu community. In the wake of hours of fragility and caste bigotry, I want to remind folks what the Dalit speakers today bravely spoke of: honor killing, death threats, rape threats, firing, and hostile workplaces. These are real harms. Dominant caste people having to face their privilege is not. Stop with the Dalit phobia. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sanskriti Sharma. Sanskriti, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay. Our next speaker is Deb. Deb, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Deb. I am a resident of Bay Area since past 12 years. I strongly oppose this resolution. I am originally a Bengali Hindu whose extended family faced persecution at the hands of radical Islamists during 1971 Bengal genocide. So I really know what is actual discrimination and violence is. From a middle class Caste family, fought hard and did move to this land of free and got opportunity to work in top Silicon Valley companies. But this reverse discrimination propaganda by organizations like Equality Labs has taken me aback. This is a shocker to me. I have never seen anyone talking of caste in the companies I worked. Equality Labs is a very dubious organization which spreads hatred through social media. They speak against sacred Hindu religious festivals, Holi, and spreads Hindu phobia. It's unfortunate that Santa Clara City Council is using their fake data.
Our next speaker is Chetan Kulkarni.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Namaste. I live and work in Santa Clara, and I strongly oppose this proposal. Firstly, I find it extremely traumatic that my religion, Hinduism, is being sullied by vested interests, and the county has provided a forum to them. I would like to draw the Commission's attention to the fact that the holiest scripture of Hindus was written by a Dalit thousands of years ago. The Indian Constitution was authored by a Dalit 85 years ago, and the current Indian Prime Minister is also from a lower caste. I'm extremely proud to have them as my ancestors and fellow Hindus. Professor Ajanta walked us through her belief that the concept of caste is being imported in US from India. Does the Commission know that there may be cases of scheduled tribes in India who are discriminated against? There may be cases of North Indians discriminating against South Indians. Where does this all stop? I strongly think the solution is to effectively and assertively apply the existing framework and ensure justice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ojas K.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Respected commissioners, my name is Ojas. I'm an alumni of California education system and resident of Santa Clara County for the last 6 years. I stand against this caste-based resolution, which specifically targets Asian Americans and Hindus in particular. I want to bring your attention to the fact that every protected class under U.S. civil rights law, namely race, national origin, gender, religion, disability, age, and sexual orientation, are broad, facially fashion-neutral universal classes. They seek to address well-documented basis of discrimination broadly. Caste as a specific category is problematic because it singles out and targets people in South Asian descent, given the singular association of caste and a caste system with India. I strongly suggest that you use the existing law. It's there for the reason. I urge you to deny this proposal.
Our next speaker is Mahendra. Mahendra, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Could you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. My name is Mahendra. and I work in Santa Clara County. I oppose the proposal as it divides the community further, and I strongly believe this proposal harms the future generations more than any problem it might solve. I'm glad that my kids being raised in a healthy environment where children respect each other and learn to prosper with hard work and merit. We raised kids away from this nonsense. Unfortunately, there was no need to educate them about the caste system. But now introducing caste as a category anywhere would forcibly makes them to learn about it. I strongly oppose again. Please also consider the views of Chandra W, Satyajit, Ms. Lokeshwari, Mehal C, Ashwin Raghuraman, and other similar views who opposed the proposal.
Our next speaker is Noor Iqbal.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Noor, and I'm a queer Pakistani Muslim student at the University of Texas, and I urge passing this decision to include caste protections. I want to emphasize all of the disheartening and horrifying experiences Dalit, Bahujan, and Adivasi people have went through, and some have shared here today. They, being caste oppressed, are the only voices commissioners should listen to on the existence of caste oppression in the US. Their struggle does not mean caste-privileged South Asian immigrants do not struggle when they come here. They clearly do, but their caste doesn't add to their oppression. To caste-oppressed people, caste is another layer of oppression. I also want to point out how much of the opposition are people holding high-up positions in companies and are not scared to voice their opinion. Caste-oppressed folks here today are mostly anonymous out of fear for their safety in the workplace. This is casteism. Please include caste as a protective category now.
Our next speaker is Shiv.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
First of all, MLK supported Dalits. My name is Shiv, Hindu Brahmin from Hyderabad, now living in Santa Clara on Ohaloni land. I'm in support of adding caste as a protected category. I'm a trauma-informed advocate, and we are taught to believe those who are brave enough to speak truth of their harm. Dalits said they face caste as violence. That's all the proof we need. This event, despite good intent, is proof of that harm, that we think that protecting Dalits is up for debate. Commissioners, Brahmin fragility is not the same as Dalit trauma. As a mental health advocate, I assure you people don't lie about their abuse. Dalits face layers of harm like casteism and racism. Believe Dalits. It's not a great thing to be caste blind. Not seeing issues that don't affect you is not a valid argument against the existence of those issues. The complexity of caste doesn't invalidate caste-based violence. I want to clarify, this policy won't ask anyone to disclose their caste, but simply provide protection when caste-based violence occurs. Like MLK said, we cannot wait for a more convenient season and withhold justice. Dalits deserve protection now.
Our next speaker is Sebash Garb.
Yes, hello, this is Subhash. I've lived in Canada or the United States for 53 years, and I appreciate the Human Rights Commission for taking the time to consider this relatively, minor issue. It's a question of one minority within a minority trying to carve itself a privileged status, and while accusing the rest of the minority of privilege. So I would urge the Commission to study this subject intensively and get the proper experts, both people who understand caste and also people who specifically understand the current status of caste and its alleged role in handicapping minorities, that is Dalits, in this country, in this county. And until that is established, I would urge the Commission to not take any action on this resolution. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rudra Sharma.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Rudra. I'm Indian American, Hindu, and dominant caste. I work at a large tech company here in the Bay, and I'm here in strong support of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discrimination policy. I have witnessed caste discrimination at tech companies here, and I have witnessed my own family and others in this community practice caste. Adding caste as a protected category does not take away any existing protections, nor lead to discrimination for anyone. A vocal minority has been opposing these protections and trying to invalidate equality labs using disinformation and bigotry to distract from the call for civil rights. I ask you not to be swayed by their attacks on Dalit leaders, scholars, and research. I urge you to center the voices of Dalit and caste oppressed people who are here today testifying and outing themselves as caste oppressed, which puts them at a huge risk given the fact there are no protections in place. I call on you to honor them by adding these protections. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sukwin Bular.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm a caste privileged Punjabi Sikh, and I strongly support the policy of adding caste as a protected category in Santa Clara County's anti-discriminatory policy. Casteism spans many different faiths and ethnicities. I have seen how conversations revolving around caste-based discrimination have been pushed aside and invalidated by privileged castes in my own community, contrary to the anti-caste foundations of the Sikh faith. Instead of gaslighting Dalit and caste oppressed folks, their stories must be heard and acknowledged. And I just want to really clarify that and really concentrate on this point. Adding caste as a protected category is not discriminatory towards Sikhism or any faith. This is a humanitarian issue. This addition to the policy is one step towards ensuring the caste oppressed folks have.
Our next speaker is KL.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I thank you for everyone staying this late and hearing all of us. I am strongly supporting the proposal of caste oppression in United States, especially you can see all KLS Kanaga Lakshmi. You have seen all the Lakshmis are supporting, opposing this proposal because that is where the higher caste identity coming from. So they are in the name and everywhere they want to show their power and they don't want to lose it. Even for their kids, they want to save the caste and show themselves to be upper. So please support this measure and take necessary action. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shreya Singh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, so my name is Shreya and I'm an upper caste Hindu Indian community member and I'm in support of adding caste as a protected category. I want to clarify that casteism is present in all faiths, Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, and Hinduism, and no one would be required to identify their caste. Secondly, just because people who have testified today have not been asked about their caste does not mean that other caste-oppressed people don't experience caste-based oppression. Being caste agnostic, as Gary stated, is not a real thing. It is a privilege to not know your caste. Please do not be swayed by the attacks on Dalit scholarship that are trying to distract from this call for civil rights. I urge you to listen and center the experiences of the Dalit folks who have so bravely compromised their safeties to speak here today. The fact that they are here right now fighting for their protection is caste violence by itself. This is a human rights issue and you are a human rights commission, so please do your job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janish Desai.
Jai Janendra. I'm speaking as an Indian American cis man raised with two different traditions, conservative Digambar Jainism and Advait Vedantic Hinduism. I've studied both Ardhamagdi and Sanskrit scriptures, and I'm an academic historian as well. I have no connection to any organization today, but caste is real. The evidence is overwhelming. In the last 10 years, crimes against Dalits have gone up by 25% in India. I firmly and fervently support making caste a protected category. Opposition to caste protections is opposition to basic human dignity. There isn't even a shred of doubt. There are mountains of overwhelming data. Dalit Indians and Dalit Indian Americans face hatred and violence. Of course, they should have protections. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ihsan Katir.
Thank you, Therese, and good morning to all of our respected and very patient commissioners. I've lived in Santa Clara for years, and I'm joining local interfaith groups who reject the Equality Lab's divisive proposal. Most of us in our hearts that are listening tonight, we know that we are all, in essence, divine souls with the same humanitarian rights, the same civil rights and legal rights, no discrimination in school or work. We all agree on that. The crux of the issue is that to insert the highly charged word caste brands only South Asians. This illegal profiling increases division, increases hate. Instead, let's use the equitable word ancestry, which will protect all of us equally from such discrimination. Let's uplift all here in America, not divide further.
Our next speaker is Naisarji Jaiswal.
Hi, my name is Naisargi, and I'm a Hindu American residing here in Santa Clara County. I strongly oppose this resolution. I would like to ask the Commission to reflect on why many Hindu American people have mentioned that they are not actively conscious of caste. The reason for this is because caste is not intrinsic to Hindu culture and ideology and is originally fabricated concept imposed by Western imperial forces. Adding caste into policy will reintroduce and further perpetuate the actions of colonizers that strive to divide and conquer Hindus by defining their religion with a hierarchical caste concept. Understanding that the caste system was a weapon of division specifically imposed on people of Hindu faith, do we really want to further its existence and continue to divide Hindus? Our efforts should be focused instead on educating people of how the caste system was fabricated and what the reality of Hinduism is. The Jati and Varna system in Hinduism beautifully gives value and respect to people of all personalities and skills. However, you'll not find this being taught in schools. To tackle this issue, we should be debunking the colonizing caste system and its validity rather than further defining and identifying it.
Our next speaker is Marco.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Marco, and I work at the largest tech company headquartered in Santa Clara County, and I work regularly in Santa Clara County outside of the COVID pandemic. I'm here to urgently ask the Commission to incorporate caste as a protected category in Santa Clara's anti-discrimination policy. As a queer Latino, I know firsthand that pretending we don't see injustice doesn't make it go away. It only makes it stronger. We must shine a light on the adversity and trauma of those impacted by caste oppression. I urge the Commission to stand with caste oppressed people worldwide and ensure that we all have the ability to live with dignity, respect, and without discrimination. Lastly, I ask that you reach a decision urgently. Caste oppressed people continue to be violently hurt. We can't wait for weeks of endless deliberation by commissions like this one, respectfully, while real lives are being impacted by caste discrimination right now.
Our next speaker is Siri Tantri.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Siri. I'm a second-generation American Hindu residing in Santa Clara County for more than 10 years. I strongly oppose the proposal to include caste as a protected category. I've always been taught to embrace everyone, and my family is very active in temples, and we all volunteer and attend various festivities. In reference to the statistic on the Equality Lab's website that says 40% of Dalits and 14% of Shudra respondents were made to feel unwelcome at their place of worship because of their caste, although I truly do extend my heart out to these people, not once in the temples that I have attended and volunteered at have the South Asian community discriminated against each other for being a certain caste. To be honest with you, I'm 99% sure that none of us even know what the other caste is. So seeing this proposal to be passed indirectly states that there's a huge caste-based discriminatory issue in the South Asian community, which baffles me. We as a community come together to celebrate festivities. We consider each other to be a family. So I strongly oppose this proposal.
Our last speaker for the night is Artie DeCane.
Hello, everybody. Dear commissioners, greetings to you and thank you for your patience. I'm here to strongly oppose this proposal to include caste as a protected category. Being a graduate from Savitribai Phule University, I have always experienced merit prevails over any caste-based bias. I am an elementary school teacher and a proud American Hindu living in Santa Clara City and working in San Jose for over a decade. Adding caste as a protected category, you are creating a divide in my peaceful, diverse students. I teach my students to respect themselves and equally respect others. This proposal is unfair for my students. I would love my students to be judged solely on their merits and never based on their caste. I'm sure Santa Clara County Human Rights Commission wants a healthy, diverse community and open-minded future generations. I hope you will do your due diligence before making any decisions today. I repeat.
Thank you very much for everybody who has come. This has been a very enlightening meeting, and we have heard a lot of stuff today, and there's a lot to process. I know, and so the call has been made by the clerk's office that all who wanted to speak have been able to at least once. So we are moving on to our action. And we had 2 action items, and it has been suggested that we hold our action items over to a future meeting. And if somebody would like to make that motion, I would entertain that now.
Hi, Chairperson Franzen. We do not have to make a motion. You can hold it at the discretion of the chair.
Well, wonderful. So we will hold that at the discretion of the chair. And on that, I would really encourage the commissioners to spend time between now and when we bring this up again, to think about the issues that were discussed and to contemplate all of the experts and public testimony, and to come to the next meeting when we have it, to think about the next steps. For all of those who are still with us, we have no idea that this is, or we have no plan that this is the end of the discussion. This is very much the beginning of the discussion, and and so we will continue this into those. So I really encourage you to think about the questions, think about how people answered them, and think about what we need to be doing as we go forward to learn more about this issue. On that,
I wanted to state that I still see that people are raising their hands, and there's still people who have been waiting since 5:30.
I believe that the clerk's office has designated those as people who have spoken and are signing back in. Yes.
That's not true for every case.
Yeah, some of them their mic didn't work, and so the people said that they'd come back to them, and so they're waiting for that. It's in the report.
I am going at the call of the clerk. So that is the call that I have to go by. Yes. Can I have an assurance on that, Therese or
That
Mary?
is correct. Yep, okay. We've been monitoring the list, and a lot of these people have actually right before break I marked where the last person was, and that was the last person that spoke, and then everyone started joining again. So unfortunately, we will have to cut off this list. We can't just keep going throughout the whole night.
Okay. Thank you. And so at that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
We don't need a motion to adjourn.
We don't need a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, especially to the clerk's office for
yes
their work all night long, and to all of our panelists. And to all the members of the public who are present, thanks.
And please note that there were multiple clerks on this call to make this, and they're all putting in extra time. And so.
Thank you to the commission and everybody involved for the crazy evening we've had.
And to the chair and the vice chair, and the vice chair swapping hour by hour, or was it half hour every half hour or 1 hour? Yeah.
Also, thanks in advance for taking the community inputs also for your future considerations as well.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful night or morning.
Good night. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Esther.
Good morning.
Yeah.
It's good morning.